Good afternoon, viewers. Welcome to another exciting segment of Flipside. I am your host for today, Christabel Ogbege from Brownell High School. Today on the show, we are going to be looking at an interesting topic, teenagers and youthful exuberance. With me on the show, I'm not alone. With me I have
Charles Brown from Igbinedian Education Center.
Samson Dominion from Divine Pattern High School. Thank you for having me.
Thank you very much. Also, we have our guest who joined us for today's show, Mr. Harry Agboje. Thank you very much, sir, for joining us.
Thank you very much, Christabel. Thank you guys for having me. It's
Thank
actually
you, sir.
a pleasure to be here.
Thank you,
Yes,
sir.
sir.
So my first question, sir. What is youthful exuberance and how does it manifest among teenagers?
Okay, youthful exuberance basically means the kind of energy that young people exhibit, based on their youthful age. Okay, as young people, for instance, there are certain things that you can do that an elderly person cannot do. Okay, it marks you differently. It makes you different from an elderly person. Okay, but there's a certain age you will get to. You might not be able to do some of those things that you can do now. All right, so youthful exuberance, simply put, is some of those things that you do that actually reflect the fact that you are a young person. For instance, at this age, I'm sure there is a certain length that you can run to. You can cover a certain distance because you're young, right? And that's because you have natural youthful energy. But it will get to a point where you may not be able to cover such distances anymore. For example, I'm sure if they asked you and I to, run to a certain mark, you'll get there way before me. And that's because you're much younger than I am. All right, but I'm sure if you also get to my age, you may not be able to cover that kind of distance. So this natural energy that you exhibit, as a young person is called youthful exuberance. Now, as a youth, there are so many things that you do. There are so many things that, you are inclined to do. Some of these things are good and others are bad. All right? Now, the way you put your energy to use as a young person is what to determine whether what you're doing is good or not, whether it's good youthful exuberance or bad one. For example, you guys are students, right? And in school, I'm sure you have vocational activities.
Yes, sir.
There are people who have decided not to engage. I'm sure there are some of your peers in school who have decided not to engage in such vocational activities.
Yes.
Instead, they've chosen vices. They've chosen to, engage in, let's say, substance abuse, alcoholism, cultism, and all whatnot. But that isn't what some of you are doing. In fact, you guys are here right now. And it's a testament of the fact that you are putting your youthful exuberance or your youthful energy to good use, right?
Yes.
But those other guys are not doing what you guys are doing now. Some of them would rather be somewhere, either partying with friends or, doing whatever it is that they've chosen to do. Okay? So youthful exuberance, in a nutshell, is your energy, your youthful energy, and what you choose to do with it. What
Thank
was
you
your
very
second
much,
question
sir.
again?
Thank you very much, sir.
Welcome.
So moving on to the next question. Is youthful exuberance a strength or weakness or both?
That's a very good question. If you examine the answer that I gave to the first question, you'll see that I said that there is a positive way to channel your energy and there's a negative way, right?
Yes.
So the way you choose to channel it, what you choose to do with your energy is what will determine whether it's a gift or a curse, whether it's an advantage or disadvantage, okay?
Yes,
If
sir.
you decide to put your energy, your youthful energy, into positive ventures, things that are rewarding not just to you, but people around you, let's say your family. For example, I'm sure your family is proud that you're here. Your dad and mom, your siblings, maybe your older siblings, must be proud seeing you on screen right now, right?
Yes, sir.
Now this is positive energy. You are putting your youthful energy to good use. So in that sense, it's a blessing. Okay, but if you now decide to channel your energy, this energy that you have right now, to do a whole lot of amazing things. For example, I think I was having a conversation with you guys yesterday, right?
Yeah.
That there are young people who, are very creative. You see, 15, 16-year-old kids inventing amazing things. Some of them invent generators that use water, that need water to be powered, and a whole lot of other things, right? We can go on and on talking about things that have been invented by young people your age, right? But the thing is, what you choose to do with that energy, like I said, is what will determine whether it's a blessing or a curse.
Yeah.
Yes.
All right.
Right, yes, sir. Thank you, sir, for that.
You're welcome.
Okay, so I have a question, sir. Why are teenagers often associated with risk-taking behaviors?
Why are teenagers often associated with risk-taking behaviors? Well, that's because teenagers are naturally adventurous, okay? And it still boils down to the youthful energy we're talking about, all right? As a young person, you want to explore. You want to do things that, you know, like I said earlier, elderly people wouldn't do because they've gone past that age,
Yes, sir.
okay? I know of a young person that likes to engage in cycling. Do you understand?
Yes.
He likes to cycle. He likes to, you know, engage in not just cycling, but risky cycling. Have you seen people who like to do stunts with motorcycles?
Yeah.
Very young, a young guy, 16, 17. It's not even up to the age of accountability yet, but he loves to do these things.
Yes.
Now that's adventure. There are young people who also like to travel. They just like to travel to, you know, places of fun, you know, just for sightseeing or just for, like I said, fun. Okay? Now that is what they choose to do with their energy.
Yes, sir.
Now, some of these things that they do can be risky. Another risky adventure or risky activity that young people indulge in is, you know, substance abuse.
Taking of drugs.
Some of them take drugs. These drugs do a lot of damage to them. Some of them know the extent of damage that these drugs are capable of doing to them. Others are just totally ignorant of it.
Yes.
So they indulge in it. And if you ask them why they do it, they'll tell you they just want to get high. They just want to, you know, feel good, right?
Yes, sir.
But the question is, do they actually, you know, do they really feel good? They might feel good, you know, momentarily, but eventually it wears out,
Yes, sir.
and they are back to face reality. Do you understand? So,
Yes.
drugs, or should I say substance abuse, is one of the things that, you know, young people indulge in, some of the risky behaviors that young people indulge in. And the reason they do that is because, like I said, they are naturally adventurous. They just want to try new things. They want to explore. They want to, you know, try their hands on things that have never been done before. Some of them it's because they've seen someone do it. Do you understand? So that's basically why young people indulge in risky activities.
Yes, sir.
Thank you, sir, for
Thank you,
that.
sir.
Welcome.
Moving on to the next question. Can youthful exuberance be effectively channeled into positive ventures?
Yes. From the explanation I've given so far, you can tell that it's a matter of choice. Okay? While you guys are here, for instance, there are people who are elsewhere doing crazy things. So what you're doing here is a testament of the fact that it can be channeled into positive ventures. This is a positive venture. I'm sure there are lots of kids out there watching you right now, and they wish they were here. They wish they were doing what you're doing now. Some of them aspire to be here next year,
Yes,
next
sir.
Children's Day. Do you understand?
Yes,
So
sir.
this is a positive venture, right? But not everybody likes stuff like this, and a lot of times it's not their making. Some of them, they are just victims of circumstance or victims of society. Do you understand?
Yes.
But that does not excuse bad behavior. Okay, so it's true that, you know, youthful exuberance can be channeled into positive venture. All right, but I think it's a choice.
Yes.
It's a choice at the end of the day. Nobody forces or cajoles you to do anything.
Yes, sir.
You guys chose to be here. That's why you're here.
Yes,
If
yes.
you are chosen to be elsewhere, I don't even think your parents would have, you know, been able to influence you, because there are children who don't listen to their parents.
Yes.
Do you understand? So the fact that you guys are here, you know, is a reflection of choice. It shows that you have made up your mind to be here, and that's basically why you're here.
Yes, sir.
Okay, sir. Thank you for that. So, how do you think peer pressure influences youthful exuberance?
Peer pressure, okay. Just like I made mention of a moment ago, there are certain things you do not because you want to do them, but because you've seen others do them, or you're seeing others do them, okay? Peer pressure can be positive, but it's just that more often than not it's negative, because people are more influenced negatively than positively, okay? A lot of young people that are into substance abuse today did not decide or choose to become substance abusers. They started doing it because someone influenced them. Do you understand?
Yes, sir.
They started doing it because they saw someone do it. Now, influence could either be direct or indirect.
Yes.
Okay?
Yes, sir.
Indirect in the sense, let me begin with the indirect. Indirect is you're watching someone living their life or doing whatever it is they're doing, and you're pressured to do it. You just want to be like that person. Someone is into substance abuse, and you want to try it out too. You are telling yourself, this thing, what does it taste like, or what does it feel like, and then you decide to, you know, give it a shot. Now that is indirect peer pressure. Do you understand?
Yes.
And then there is the direct one, where you have your peers mounting serious pressure on you, like telling you or cajoling you.
Yes, sir.
Do you understand? To
Yes,
do
sir.
what they do. This happens a lot in boarding houses, or boarding schools rather, where you have a roommate, for instance, who is into alcoholism, takes alcohol. You have never tasted alcohol all your life, but you see him take alcohol, right?
Yes, sir.
He tells you to try it.
Yes.
Sometimes it starts in a subtle way. He just says, "Yeah, give it a shot. I'm sure you would like it." And you say, and you be like, "Are you sure?" He says, "Of course, I'm sure." And then he gives it to you and you taste it.
Yes, sir.
You may not like it at first, or you may not really like the experience. And then much later you decide to give it another shot. Now that is direct influence.
Yes.
Do you understand? So peer pressure actually has a whole lot to do with this. There are so many things young people are doing today that they were influenced to do. Do you understand?
Yes,
They just saw themselves doing it because they saw someone else doing it. So, invariably, it affected them.
Yes, sir.
Thank you so much for that.
Thank you, sir.
So viewers, if you're still watching, we're still on the show Flip Side. We'll be going on a short break now. Do stay tuned.
ITV, certainly the best.
Welcome back. We are still on the program Flip Side with the topic Teenagers and Youthful Exuberance. We still have our guest, Mr. Harry Agboje. Over to you.
Okay, so I want to ask a question, sir. How does social media amplify or shape youthful exuberance?
Okay, now social media is one of the biggest influences of the youth in recent time, okay? And that's because the internet is becoming bigger and bigger by the day, all right? A lot of young people are on social media. A lot of young people are on one social media platform or the other. Okay, if it's not Facebook, it's X, formerly Twitter, and then it's Instagram or TikTok. As a matter of fact, I think TikTok is the most popular social media platform for young people, especially young people your age, because you see a lot of young people who are even teenagers creating content on social media. Some of them are even either dancers, singers, or whatever it is that they're doing. So social media is one platform where a lot of young people have found an avenue to express themselves. Okay, so yes, social media is a huge agent of youthful exuberance. But you see, just like I said earlier, a lot of young people have also decided to use social media as a negative tool to propagate the negative side of youthful exuberance. Okay, there are lots of teenagers on social media that are doing things that are untoward of teenagers. Okay, as a teenager, for instance, you are not allowed to, in fact, you are not even supposed to have any business with a relationship until you are 18.
Yes, sir.
Do you understand? But we have lots of young people, below the age of 18 rather, who are not just in relationships, but are proudly talking about it and giving hot takes
Yes, sir.
about relationships on social media.
Yes, sir.
Okay, that in itself is negative. And what that does to the huge or vast population of young people out there is that they too want to toe that line. You are not 18 yet and you want to be in a relationship because there's one influencer on social media you know, who happens to be a teenager, who's not just in a relationship, but is giving hot takes on what you should tolerate from a partner, what you shouldn't tolerate. In fact, you see young people who call themselves feminists, and they're not even 18 yet. What do you know about feminism? I'm not talking about the standard meaning of feminism. I'm talking misandry. I'm talking negative feminism, where you tell a woman, or when you tell other women not to tolerate anything from a man, or tolerate nonsense from a man, and all of that. Yeah. So what you're preaching on social media is negativity. What that does to a lot of young people out there is that they too want to toe that line. They too want to go into relationships. They too want to give hot takes and all of that. And then there's also, there are other vices too. Yeah. For example, there's a popular influencer on social media who is barely in his early 20s, right? Pella. He creates content, you know, he does live streams and all of that, right? He's one of, I think he's arguably the biggest live streamer, you know, below the age of 20 on social media. Yes. His last live stream was amazing. He had, I think, Tiwa Savage, if I'm not mistaken, but he has had a lot of people, a lot of celebrities on his live stream.
Yes, sir.
Now, recently, of course, we all know that he's rumored to be dating Jarvis, yes, another young content creator. Yeah. Here's the problem. He said he was heartbroken. He had a problem with Jarvis. Jarvis broke his heart, and then he almost killed himself. He crashed his car in an attempt to, you know, end it all because Jarvis broke his heart. That is toxic behavior. That is negative youthful exuberance. Yes, sir. Do you understand what I'm saying?
Yes, sir.
He has no business being in a relationship to begin with. And then he owns a car. He does not have what it takes to control his emotion, which is why it is very important for you to get to a certain age before you go into a relationship, because then and only then can you control your emotion. There are lots of people that have been served, you know, breakfast, like they say, and somehow they were able to control themselves. They did not lose it. They did not make an attempt to kill themselves. But imagine a little boy like that, that hasn't even seen anything in life, so to speak, just because someone broke his heart. You know, he almost killed himself. Do you understand?
Yes,
so that is, you know, one way that social media can influence, you know, negative behavior. Social media can influence youthful exuberance. There are lots of young people out there who might want to be like Pella too.
Yes, sir.
They don't want to do everything that Pella is doing. They want to go into a relationship. They would want to, you know, if anything happens in the relationship, let's say they get heartbroken, they also want to take their own lives. They want to kill themselves. Do you understand? So yes, do you now see how social media influences affects youthful exuberance?
Yeah. Yes, so talking about relationship, so are you saying a guy and a girl shouldn't be in a relationship, like be friends till a certain age?
Okay, yes, they can be friends. For example, I'm sure you have some friends, you know, amongst your peers, amongst your schoolmates, right?
Yes.
But you are not in a romantic relationship, are you?
No.
You're not, because you are not of age yet. Do you understand? So I think it's very important to know where to draw the line. As a young person, you can have friends. When I was your age, I also had friends. Do you understand?
Yes.
But I was not in a relationship because I had no idea how to handle a relationship. So you must be mentally and, you know, emotionally, psychologically, physically matured enough to handle a relationship before, you know, going into one. You don't go into a relationship because your friends are in a relationship or because people you know are in a relationship. Do you understand? So to answer your question, yes, it's healthy to have friends. That's because nobody's an island. There are things you don't know that your friends can teach you. Okay? Either directly or indirectly. I'm sure there are some things that you've learned from friends. Things you didn't know how to do that you've learned from friends, right? Some people even learn confidence from friends. Let's say you don't know how to express yourself, and then you have a friend that is very, very, you know, vibrant, that can express, you know, themselves very well. That's something to learn from them, right? Before you know it, it begins to rub off on you. That's positive influence. So it's okay to have friends, but it's not okay to be in a relationship until you are, you know, matured enough age-wise, psychological-wise, mental-wise, and otherwise.
Thank you, sir.
Thanks. So can you give some advice to people who are like them doing a romantic relationship before their age?
Okay, it's simple. Wait till you're of age. It's that simple. You see, life is broad. Do you understand?
Yes, sir.
You guys, for instance, have a very long way to go.
Very
You
well.
in fact, if you think you've started life, you've not seen anything. As a matter of fact, you get to a point where you look at some of the things you're doing now and laugh.
Yes.
I'd be like, I thought I knew what I was doing then. And that's because you haven't gotten to that age. Do you understand?
Yes.
You get to a certain age where you will know that you are mature enough for something. Do you get? Your mind will just tell you. And that's also where your parents come in, or parental guidance comes in. Your parents are there to guide you, to tell you, Christabel, or Brian, or Dominion,
Yes, sir.
I think you are of age now.
Yes.
As a matter of fact, there's a certain age you get to. If you've not brought someone home, your parents are going to be worried. Do you understand? Because you are now of age. Do you get? But at this age, you are not matured enough. Do you understand?
Yes,
So,
sir.
what's the question again?
So that's just like give you advice to people.
Yes, so
who
my
are-
advice for young people is wait till it's time. There is time for everything. Even the Holy Book makes it clear. There is time for everything under the sun. All right? You cannot bypass the time. If you bypass it, you would regret it. As a matter of fact, in some cases, you come back to it because you have not yet completed that phase. Do you understand? So you must wait to complete each phase. For example, this is the phase where you guys are supposed to be in secondary school, right?
Yes, sir.
Yes, sir.
Once you're done with your secondary school phase, you move to the next level, which is what?
Your
The higher institutional phase, university, polytechnic, or
Yes,
as the case may be. Do you understand?
Yes, sir.
Now, a time will also come when you will need to graduate and leave the educational system. If you want to further, that's a different ballgame entirely. But you are done with your educational pursuit, and it's time to move on to another thing entirely. Do you understand?
Yes.
So, if you do not wait, you are going to make some very terrible mistakes that you wish you never made. Okay, so that's why it's very important that you wait. There is time for everything. Make sure that you enjoy every phase of life. Enjoy it. Make it count. Now that you are this young, there are so many things that what you guys are doing right now is something that you're going to remember, in time to come, and be happy that you actually did this. For example, when I was your age, there were certain things that I did, school activities that I indulged in. Even when I was in secondary school, I was the president of a club, social club, an academic club,
Yes.
Nigerian Historical Club.
Yes, sir.
Okay, because history was one of the study courses that we did do you understand, one of the subjects that we did in secondary school? So today I look at those moments, I look at those times, and I just smile. I'm happy that I had a chance to indulge in these things. Do you understand? Now imagine that I was a cultist when I was in school.
Oh God.
And today I'm no longer a cultist, I'm not a good person, I'm not a good guy. Do you think I would remember those moments with joy?
No.
Do you think I'll remember those moments with pride? No, I wouldn't. Okay? So that's my advice for young people out there who want to, or who are confused as to what to do with their time. Take life one day at a time, one step at a time. This is the phase you're in right now. This phase will pass, and you'll move on to another phase. So make the best of every single phase.
Thank you
Thank
so
you so
much,
much.
sir.
Welcome.
Bless you.
So, sir, do you think that teenagers today are more adventurous than the previous generation?
Absolutely, absolutely. As a matter of fact, it's funny how adventurous teenagers of today are. In fact, the kind of things that teenagers do today, they are mind-boggling. There are things you would ask yourself if it's actually teenagers that are doing these things. In fact, you even wonder if they are really teenagers, because some of them act way older than their age.
Yes, sir.
Yeah.
Do you understand? You see teenagers doing things both in the positive and negative sense. For example, you see a 19-year-old boy doing or inventing something amazing.
Yeah.
Some of these things I made mention of earlier when we started the show, are invented by very young people. And you ask yourself, what was this boy's thought process when he was thinking of this, when he was trying to come up with this idea? Do you understand?
Yeah.
Because it's naturally, expected that things like this are within the purview of mature people in their 20s, 30s, and the rest of them, right? And then you see a 19-year-old inventing these things. So it's actually amazing seeing these things invented by young people, okay?
Yes, sir.
Now, there's also the negative side to it, where you see young people doing things that, could drive you crazy if you think about it, right? Imagine a 19-year-old being a member of an armed robbery gang, for instance. Do you understand?
Yeah.
Occultism. Or taking hard substances like, I'm talking first-class hard substances like, Colorado, for instance. These are substances that ordinarily shouldn't even be within the reach of young people. of teenagers. And because some of them are very, very expensive.
Yes.
And then you begin to ask yourself how these young people got or had access to these things.
This drug. Thank you, sir.
All right.
Thank you so much, sir. We've learned a lot. If you're just joining us, we're still on the show Flip Side. I believe you learned a lot. We'll be going on that short break now. Do stay tuned. Thanks a lot for being there, and yes, we're still on the show Flip Side with the topic teenager and youthful exuberance. Moving on to the next question. Sir, does youthful exuberance contribute to innovation and creativity?
Absolutely. I mean, just like I said before we went on the break, a lot of young people have invented some mind-blowing devices, technological devices and the rest of them, okay? And some of these devices have contributed a lot to making life easy for us, okay?
Yes, sir.
Mark Zuckerberg, that owns Facebook, is actually a young person,
Yes, sir.
right? And I'm sure he started his journey of technological innovation in his teenage years, right? Today, Facebook is one of the biggest social media apps.
True.
Is that not true?
Yes, sir.
So that tells you what young people can do if they actually channel their energy, their youthful energy in the right direction. So young people have the capacity to impact society in amazing ways. In fact, what better time to make the best of your energy than when you're young?
Yes, sir.
Because it will get to an age where you will not be able to do that anymore. Do you understand? So a lot of things that we're enjoying today were invented by young people. A lot of the things that we're enjoying today, okay, they were invented by people who are still within the ages of, say, 12 and 30. Do you understand? So these are young people, all right? So that's actually a challenge to you guys, all right? It's a challenge to you in the sense that, you can begin to think of positive ways in which you can impact society. This is a start, okay? This is a start. This is a good way to begin, all right? But you could take it beyond this. You could, start thinking of positive things that you can do, all right? Community service is one good thing that you can do as a young person. When I say community service, I'm talking about you doing things without being told, especially as far as the community is concerned. You're walking along the road and you're drinking sachet water. You're done drinking it and you know that it's empty. You're not supposed to just dispose of it like that. You're supposed to look for the nearest refuse dump or waste bin. Do you understand? To dispose of it. Because if you dump it just anywhere, you're going to be littering the streets with it. And that will not be a nice thing to do. Do you understand?
Yes.
So these are little things that you can do, just to impact society positively.
Yes, sir.
Thank you, sir.
So I'm asking the next question.
All right.
Why do some teenagers resist rules or authority figures?
Why do teenagers resist rules and authority figures? It still boils down to the youthful exuberance thing.
Yes, sir.
Okay, a lot of young people are naturally stubborn. They're stubborn because they have a mind of their own. At that stage of their life, they are going through changes. They are going through changes, and unlike when they were much younger, when they were kids, You know, back then, you know, when you guys were kids, for instance, your mom could tell you, don't touch that thing, and you wouldn't touch it.
Yes, sir.
Right? Yeah. But at this age, when there are certain things your mother will tell you not to do, and you ask her why. You may not ask her why, but you start processing it in your head that, why does mommy say I shouldn't do this thing? Do you understand? Because you are beginning to see things for yourself. You are becoming more aware of your environment. You are becoming smarter. You are becoming wiser. As a matter of fact, as funny as this might sound, there are things you probably know right now that your mommy doesn't know. Do you understand? It doesn't mean that your mommy is not educated. She is. But there are things that you are taught in school, or there are things that you've learned by research that your mom probably doesn't know yet.
Yes.
And that's actually a good thing, because that's the essence of them sending you to school. Right? Yes. The idea of your parents sending you to, the reason your parents sent you to school is to learn or to know things that they don't know. In the same way, you will become a parent someday, and you will send your children to school to learn things that you don't know. Do you understand?
Yes,
so that's actually, you know, the whole idea. All right? Okay. Yeah, you have another question?
Yes, sir. Can youthful exuberance lead to leadership development?
Yes, youthful exuberance can lead to leadership development, because when you are young, you also aspire to be a leader in one way, in one capacity or the other. For example, in school, you guys have class monitors, right?
Yes, sir.
You also have senior prefects.
Yes, sir.
Don't you?
Yes, sir.
And overall prefects, maybe of your class or your school, right?
Yes,
now, these are leadership positions. What these platforms are teaching you is leadership skills, how to be a good leader, right?
Yes.
One of the qualities of a good leader is communication, the ability to communicate. You know, the ability to grant listening ears to your followers.
Yes, sir.
A good follower, a good leader is not coercive. You know what that means?
Yes.
You don't lead by force.
Yeah.
You don't lead by force.
Yes.
You do not say, if you disobey me, I will deal with you. Do you understand? As a matter of fact, the best way to lead is by example.
By example, yes, sir.
People will do what you do. There are some leaders who don't necessarily need to tell their followers what to do. They just do the right thing and their followers follow. Do you understand?
Yes, sir.
That is if you're a good leader. Such leaders are called charismatic leaders. You just have these amazing qualities that, you know, your followers admire. There are some leaders who look a certain way, they dress in a certain way, wear a certain outfit, and their followers just invariably decide to, you know, look that way. For example, if you're familiar with Pastor Chris Oyakilome of Christ Embassy, right? The way he looks, the way he wears his suit, the kind of suit he wears, and the way his hair looks. You'll notice that some pastors of the same church want to do the same thing.
Yes, sir.
Right?
Yes, sir.
They want to look like him. Now that's a good thing, right?
Yes, sir.
Your ability, and that's to tell you that as a leader, you can also influence your followers negatively.
Yes.
So that's why you must watch what you do as a leader. If you do something good, or if you are living right, your followers will want to emulate you. If you're also doing the wrong thing, they would want to do that wrong thing that you're doing.
Yes.
So that's why it's very important, you know, too. So yes, youthful exuberance can inspire leadership qualities. Okay?
Yes.
At that age, you want to become a leader. You don't just want to be a mediocre. You want to lead in one way or the other. You know, either as a class monitor or as a senior prefect, or even in church, you could be a teenage choir mistress. There are teenage choirs in church, right?
Yes, sir.
Yes, sir.
They will make you a teenage choir mistress if you are a very good singer, right? Some of you are choristers in church.
Yes,
you could also be a teenage choir master,
Yes, sir.
right? If you are good at what you do.
Yes.
So yes, it can.
Okay, Uncle, I have a question.
All right.
So, the truth is that some followers just follow. So, can you just tell them that they should not really follow, even though they know it's something bad, they should not follow the bad things that someone is doing?
Okay, yes. It's also very important as a follower to watch what you follow, okay, or watch who you follow. All right. That is why we have minds of our own. No matter how young you are, as long as you are no longer need your mommy to put food in your mouth. You now know your right from your left. So if somebody is leading you, you must be wise enough to pay attention to the things that person is doing. If the person is living a life that is not consistent with what you have been taught by your parents,
Yes, sir.
or that you are used to, then common sense tells you not to, you know, emulate that person. Okay?
Yes, sir.
You cherry pick the qualities that you really want to imbibe. Do you
Yes,
understand?
sir. Yes,
There are
sir.
some things that that your leader is doing that you don't like. There are
Yes,
some
sir.
things they are doing that you like. You emulate them. But those things they are doing that you don't like or that you think will not, impact
not
on you
good or
positively,
something. Yes, sir.
you get rid of them, discard them. So you cherry pick. Oh, you're doing this, I like this. But this other thing that you're doing, I don't like it, and you get rid of it. That simple.
Thank you so much for that.
You're welcome.
So we have to follow and follow rightly. And if we follow rightly, we will also be looked at as, we will also be looked onto. People will also look
Absolutely.
at us
You're right.
for more
For guidance,
For
true.
guidance. Thank you
Yes.
so much, sir. Moving on to the next question, sir. How do cultural and societal values influence teenage behavior?
Cultural and societal values go a very long way in influencing teenage behavior because we are a product of our culture. First off, culture is simply your way of life. Okay, the way of life of a people. In this part of the world, for instance, there's a way we live our lives. Okay, there's a way we look, there's a way we act. Okay, one of the core values, one of our core cultural values is respect for elders. Okay,
Yes, sir.
you cannot pass an elder by without greeting, and not just greeting properly. You don't address an elder by their name, just like you guys address me as Mr. Harry. Yes, Mr. is a mark of respect. Do you understand?
Yes, sir.
But in the Western world, it's a different ballgame entirely. You could see an elder and just call them by their name, and nobody will begrudge you for it.
Yes, sir.
Do you understand?
Yes,
But
sir.
in this part of the world, you dare not. Even your mom will not be happy with you
Yes.
because she didn't raise you that way.
Exactly.
So, culture actually goes a long way to affect youthful exuberance. The way of life of a people determines, the way they channel their energy. Do you understand?
Yes, sir.
Another thing that is common to us as Africans is religion. Do you understand? Our religion in this part of the world it's thanks to civilization. Some of us are Christians now, others are Muslims.
Yes, sir.
But before now, it was mainly African traditional religion. Do you understand? And in African traditional religion, there are certain things that you are not supposed to do as a youth. Do you understand?
Yes, sir.
If you do those things, you will be dealt with by the community. Do you understand? The youths in that community will gather and deal with you because it is against the culture of that community. For instance, if you steal because you are a young person, you have the energy to break into somebody's house and rob them. That is against our African culture. Do you understand?
Yes,
So the system is organized in such a way that it does not allow for that kind of behavior.
Yes, sir.
Yes, sir.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you
welcome.
so much,
Thank you,
sir.
sir.
Over to you.
So, sir, do you think that the most common mistake teenagers make due to youthful exuberance, what do you think are the most common
Mistakes.
Yes.
Teenagers make. Okay, like I said earlier, substance abuse is one. Alcoholism is another one. And then joining bad gangs. Okay? Wrong companies. Association with the wrong people. Okay? These are common mistakes they make. And then, one very common mistake is thinking that that phase has come to stay. Do you understand?
Yes.
Thinking that you are going to be a teenager forever.
Yes.
That's one thing that a lot of you guys are smart and you know that you to get to a point where you'll no longer be teenagers, right?
Yes, sir.
But a lot of young people think that, oh, I'm always going to be this young. If they don't think that way, they would not be disrespecting their elders.
Yes, sir.
Some young people even I saw a video on Facebook, was it not yesterday, of a school where the students were beating up their teachers. Like literally beating up their teachers in public, glare.
Yes, sir.
Why would they do that? Because something probably tells them that they are going to be, young forever. If you know very well that you also become an elder one day, and a child will beat you up, do you understand?
Yes, sir.
After all, they say what goes around
Comes
comes
around.
around. Do you understand?
Yes,
So,
sir.
if you have that in mind, if you do not think that you are going to be young forever, you will not beat up an elder,
Yeah.
because you will know that you too will become an elder someday,
I also want to see
and
this.
somebody else will also beat you up.
So
Thank
just
you,
as the
sir.
common proverb says, do to others what you want others to
The
do.
golden
to you.
rule. Yeah, absolutely.
So don't forget, we are still on the show. Flip side, the topic remains teenager and youthful exuberance. We will be going on another short break. Don't touch that dial. Thanks a lot for being there. We believe you've learned a lot so far. We're moving on to the next question.
Okay, so I'm answering the next question.
All right.
So should society be more tolerant of teenage mistakes?
Right.
Why not?
Okay, that's a brilliant one. Should society be more tolerant of teenage mistakes? Why and why not? Yes, I think society should be more tolerant. And that's because, like I said, it's a phase. All right? Society must first recognize that they are teenagers and they will naturally act their age. Okay? There are certain things you guys are doing today that you would eventually outgrow. Are you listening?
Yes.
You will eventually outgrow them.
Yes, sir.
Okay? You get, like I said, you get to a point where you know that those things don't make sense. Those things are not right. If society crucifies you for it today, it will not give you the chance to learn from it tomorrow.
Yes, sir.
It will not give you the chance to repent tomorrow, which is one of the reasons why society usually has juvenile, correctional centers, places where young people who commit crimes are taken to for correction. Do you understand?
Yes, sir.
They are not taken to prisons where you have hardened adult criminals. Do you understand? They are rather taken to such juvenile correctional centers for correction. Okay? Now, the treatment that are meted out to teenagers in such places is nothing compared to the treatment meted out on adults. Do you understand?
Yes.
And that's because society recognizes the fact that they are still young, and some of them will outgrow those things. Some of them did those things because out of youthful exuberance. Do you understand? They did it because it is natural for them to act that way. That does not mean society is excusing it. Do you understand? There's a clear difference. There's a difference between excusing it and, conceding that they are bound to make mistakes at that age. Do you understand?
Yes,
so, as a young person, there are certain things that you will do naturally.
Yes.
For example, if your parents, there's a natural tendency for you to disobey your parents sometimes.
Yes, sir.
Your parents say, don't do that thing, and you go ahead and do it, right? Your parents will punish you, but it does not mean that they hate you. They will punish you just so you don't do it again next time.
Yes, sir.
So that's the same approach that society, applies.
Yes,
society has a way of, helping young people to understand that their way of life is wrong, and also giving them a chance to learn, learn and turn a new leaf.
Yes, sir. Thank you, sir.
Thank you, sir. That was a nice one. So, sir, what do you think? How does youthful exuberance affect decision-making in relationships?
How does youthful exuberance affect decision-making in relationships? Relationships in this context goes beyond just romantic relationship. I need us to establish that first. Your relationship with your mom, for instance. Your relationship with your dad. Your relationship with your peers.
Yes.
Right? Your friends. If you are, if you do not control your emotion, you are going to fall out with a lot of friends. There are some people that you are friends with today. If you don't control the way you control your emotion, you are going to keep falling out with. In fact, you won't even have friends anymore.
Yes, sir.
Do you understand? Yes. You won't have friends because every moment you are quarreling with, oh, I don't like what you did. In fact, you are no longer my friend. When we were much younger, we used to be like that. Do you understand? So you are no longer my friend. But you see, it will get to a point where you realize that, say, I have to tolerate this person. Nobody is perfect. Even you have your own flaws too.
Yes, sir.
Do you understand? So at that age, you just understand that this is the right thing to do. And we are not all perfect. We all have our little shortcomings. We have our little lapses, and we'll eventually agree. So youthful exuberance actually helps us manage our relationships with our peers, with different kinds of people, with our parents, with our siblings, with our friends, with our even our elders, the elders around you, maybe your uncle, your auntie, or your neighbor who's much older than you.
Yes,
you understand? It helps you manage your relationship with them.
Thanks, sir.
Thank you, sir. For the next question, how can mentors help teenagers channel their energy productively?
First off, it's important to define who a mentor is. A mentor is someone who guides you, someone who provides guidance to you, somebody you look up to, someone who you admire, someone who you love and respect, and who you aspire to be like. Do you understand?
Yes, sir.
Somebody who you aspire to be like. There could be that person in your life who might not even be your family member. Do you understand?
Yes,
Maybe
sir.
the person is The person is a public speaker,
Yes.
and you want to be a public speaker. The person will take you up as a protege. A protege is somebody that's learning from you. The person teaches you the right thing to do, teaches you the right way to go about becoming a public speaker. Okay? The person even gives you an opportunity to express yourself. He might even decide to take you along with him whenever he's going for public speaking. Do you understand? So he allows you to make your mistakes. When you make those mistakes, he corrects you. He teaches you that this is the right thing, this is the right way to do it. This is not the right way to do it. So that person is a mentor. So yeah, mentors play a very huge role in helping to manage youthful exuberance. For example, if you had a mentor and you are a young person who has temperamental issues, your mentor would help you manage your temperament. Will tell you, learn to, mind how you talk to people. Learn to control yourself when you are angry. Some young people, when they are angry, they can do a lot of, they can even throw things and destroy things. Do you understand? But that's where mentors come in. Mentors help you manage your temperament. They teach you right from wrong. They correct you when you're wrong. They chastise you when it's necessary. Do you understand? Mentors are not always smiling at what you do. There are times when they might even punish you.
Yes, sir.
Do you understand? They might punish you, and that's a correctional measure. The idea is to make you or help you be a better person.
Thank you, sir. So, sir, I would like to ask this question. Should having a mentor be based on sex? Like, should a male have a female mentor, and should a female have a male mentor?
Absolutely. There's nothing wrong with intergender relationships as far as mentorship is concerned. Okay. A male could have a female mentor and vice versa. All right? So the most important thing is that mentorship actually takes place. The most important thing is that the person you call your mentor, you're actually learning from them. Do you understand?
Yes, sir.
You're actually learning from them. You are not just, keeping them around for the sake of it.
Thank you, sir.
They are influencing you positively. If the person you call a mentor is influencing you negatively, then you have no business being that person's mentee.
Apprentice.
Do you understand?
Yes, sir.
All right.
All right, sir.
Okay.
Thank you, sir.
In what way can sports, arts, and community serve harness to youthful exuberance?
Take that again.
In what ways can sports, arts, and community serve harness of youthful exuberance?
Okay, if I got your question correctly, in what ways can sports, arts, and communities help to harness the tendency to misuse or to abuse youthful exuberance,
Yes,
right?
yes.
Okay, it's pretty simple. When you indulge in sports, it tests your patience, right?
Okay.
It tests your perseverance. For example, how do you behave when you lose?
Feel sad.
You feel sad, right?
Yes.
Yes.
Some don't take it lightly.
Crash out.
Some crash out. Some go crazy. Some even fight because nobody likes to lose. Do you understand?
Yes, sir.
Now, that is where community comes in. The community helps you, deal with the content. Now, sport is just a little fraction of life.
Yes,
If you
sir.
cannot handle losses in sports, you can't also handle losses in life. Do you understand?
Yes,
There are certain circumstances in life in which you would lose.
Yes, sir.
You could even lose in business.
Yes, sir.
You lose in business, you lose money, right? You lose in life, you lose in marriage.
Yes, sir.
Do you understand? So what happens when you lose? How do you handle it? Now that is where self-control comes in. That is where it becomes important for you to learn to manage your emotion. A lot of people are committed suicide just because their business crashed.
Yeah.
Just because they hated themselves for losing, for failing in life.
Yes, sir.
That is the beginning of suicide. They begin to feel depressed, like, how did I fail? How did I fail? How did I lose this? Do you understand?
Yes, sir.
Now it begins from little, matters of this nature.
Yeah.
Sports. You indulge in sports, you lose, and then you start crashing out. The same thing applies to bigger issues in life. You understand?
Yes.
You experience one setback or the other, and then you begin to crash out. You first, cut everybody off and become secluded.
Yeah.
And before you know it, you begin to, harbor
Crazy
negative thoughts.
things. Thank you very much, sir. And that's it on the show Flip Side. We believe we've learned a lot. The topic, teenager and youthful exuberance. I myself, I learned a whole lot. Thank you very much, Mr. Harry Agboje.
Thank
We
you.
really appreciate
Thank you,
your
guys.
stay
Thank you.
here.
Thank you.
And to my co-anchors, you are?
Charles Brown from Ignatian Education Center.
Samson Dominion from Divine Pattern High School.
And I am Christabel Ogbege from Brano High School. Remember, as a teenager and as a youth, channel your enthusiasm, your joy as a teenager to positive ventures. Thank you very much for watching and happy Children's Day.
This is ITV.
Certainly the best.
Some days, there comes the Uge Mobo Festival, which the Oba celebrates outside the palace gate. A pavilion is built of red cloth where rites are performed to drive away all evil spirits still unsatisfied by the year's sacrifices. The Mobo Festival is to commemorate an event in Benin history which dates back to 1504 AD.
Yari yari, ọba àtọpẹ. Yari yari, ọba àtọpẹ. Yari yari,
The Oba of Benin added a colorful mood to the year's celebration as he walks round the city center amidst cheers.
ITV, certainly the best. This is ITV.
Certainly the best.
morning to you. Welcome to This Morning on ITV. It's another amazing time for us to talk about what is going on in the political landscape right here in Nigeria and also globally as well, as we also look down towards what is trending on social media during the course of the show. So all you have to do is sit down, relax for over the next 3 hours for us to take you through every nitty-gritty that you should be aware of as we speak in Nigeria. Welcome aboard. I am Anwoluwapo Stevens, and I have my colleague right here on this table, Harry Agboje. Good morning and welcome.
Good morning, Anu. How are you doing?
I'm very well, thank you. And also, we'll have to join in Lagos and Abuja studio subsequently on the show. Now, let's kickstart to talk about an interesting conversation emanating from the NLC over the past couple of days, where we had a spokesperson for the Nigeria Labour Congress, Benson Ika, has described the proposed 100,000 naira national minimum wage being considered by state governors as unrealistic, arguing that Nigerian workers should earn as much as 1 million naira monthly. Well, all of this and more after the short break.
The stage is set and the battle for corporate football supremacy begins. This is the ITV Corporate Cup 2026 featuring Nigerian Breweries, Sterling Bank, Access Bank, Moneypoint, 7up and Naifor from June 3rd to June 12th at the University of Benin Teaching Hospital Sports Center, 4 p.m. to 6 p.m. on match days. Come and witness thrilling group stage clashes, intense semi-final battles and an electrifying grand finale as the corporate giants compete for glory. Who will rise? Who will conquer? Who will live the maiden edition of the ITV Corporate Cup? ITV Corporate Cup 2026, where champions are made.
The threat of global warming is real. You have seen the destruction of lives and property as a result of incessant flooding. Make the environment a conducive place for all to live in. Stop polluting the environment. Protect the environment today. This message is brought to you courtesy Independent Television and Radio.
Hello and welcome aboard again. Top of the morning to you. This is This Morning on ITV. I am Anwoluwapo Stevens. There's so much to talk about today on the show, from insecurity to the welfare of the nation, whilst we're still, doing the countdown and looking at the scorecard of our President Bola Ahmed Tinubu. There's a lot to talk about on the show. Just yesterday, we saw a sad news emanating from Oyo State again, where the former Minister of Power, Adebayo Adelabu's sister, and his twin, or the twin of the sister, got kidnapped right there in Oyo State. And this has actually, raised the alarm again about insecurity in the nation. It's really a sad one. Anyway, we're here to do justice to all of the conversation and more. All you have to do is sit down and relax for over the next 3 hours as we'll take you through everything you need to know emanating from Nigeria and also globally. I have my colleague right here on this table, Harry Agboje. Good morning and welcome.
A beautiful morning to you, Anu. It's great to be back here.
Absolutely. And also joining live from Abuja and Lagos, I have Charity Tanko in Abuja and also Marcelina Unkor in Lagos, Nigeria. Good morning, ladies. Good to see you. Let me start with Marcelina. How is Lagos and how secured is the state this morning?
Good morning, Anu. Good morning, Charity. Good morning, Harry. Lagos is good. I mean, still the insecurity issue. We are just hoping and, praying it ends one day. Looking up to different stories, it has been a lot. And like I said, we're just praying and hoping that the government help curb insecurity. Lagos is beautiful this morning. It's a good weather.
Absolutely. Well, we're looking forward to also the safe return of the children in Oyo State. Charity Tanko, how are you? And how safe is Abuja today? Charity Tanko, can you hear me? Okay, so whilst we're trying to regain connectivity, or perhaps the audio being fixed right in Abuja studio, let's remind a little bit about what emanated from the NLC a couple of days ago, where we saw the NLC demanding for a 1 million naira minimum wage from the federal government, as against the 100,000 naira minimum wage that the NGF, that's the Nigeria Governors Forum, actually, proposing to be paid. So the spokesperson for the Nigeria Labour Congress, Benson Upa, has described the 100,000 naira national minimum wage being considered by state governors as unrealistic, arguing that Nigerian workers should earn as much as 1 million naira monthly, given prevailing economic conditions. Now, Nigerians, do you agree with Labour at this point? Well, Upa actually stated this on Sunday while reacting to comments by the chairman of the Nigeria Governors Forum and the governor of Kwara State, Abdul Raham Abdul-Razak, who disclosed that governors were considering a new national minimum wage of 100,000 naira. Harry, I'm going to start with you and ask, how many of the governors and how many of the private institutions are even paying the current minimum wage? Not to talk of them proposing a 100,000 naira minimum wage, and the NLC is saying, you know what, 1 million naira is the real money. So which is it at this point?
I think at this point, Nigerians are asking the million-dollar question: how realistic is this? Okay, now this seems like a bold move on the part of the NLC, because a million naira is not a joke. Okay, so it's actually bold, and for me it's commendable. But the question is, how realistic is it? And the question
don't you think Nigeria is up to the task? We are the giant of Africa. We have all of the money.
I personally think we have more than enough to cater to that. But I personally believe that going by previous antecedents, situations that we've experienced in the past, it's safe to say that we do not have the capacity to execute this. Okay, you just made mention of the current minimum wage, which is 70,000 naira. And the question on the lips of a lot of Nigerians is, how many governors and how many establishments are able to meet up with the payment of this? Do you understand? So if we can't pay 70,000 naira, is it a million naira that we can pay? Even the 100,000 naira that has been proposed by the Nigerian Governors Forum, I don't even think it's something that, I think personally, I've always believed that it's a case of the lack of willpower on the part of our leaders. It's not because we do not have the resources. Just like Upa rightly said, if we go by the revenue that has come into Nigeria in recent time, it shouldn't be out of place to expect that the federal government will be able to pay that kind of money. As a matter of fact, we can afford to pay more than that. But do we have the willpower to execute it? I think that's the question that's begging for answers. Okay,
a great question to actually ride on this morning. Moving back to you, Marcelina Unkor. I don't know if we have Charity Tanko ready at this point to interview, but let me start with you, Marcelina. Really, the 1 million naira minimum wage being, pushed out from Labour, do you think it's going to even improve the living condition of an average Nigerian, or is it going to make things worse and we're going to see job losses? Because how many of those companies can even afford it? The state government, would they also key into it? Or you just feel it's another conversation that we should be having?
First of all, how many companies would pay? Even if, the current minimum wage 70,000 naira, not even all companies still pay this money. Even the 100,000 naira they're still talking about, not all companies would still be able to afford. I mean, even if Nigerians, they can afford it, but I'm not sure these organizations, they will comply. It's just, I don't know, when I saw this stuff, I laughed at first because I felt this thing, even if it's going to, I'm not sure, I'm pretty sure it is not going to work, because 1 million naira, like Harry said, it's not a joke. Even, like I said, even if they would be able to afford it, but I'm not sure they would want to comply with this 1 million naira. It's not, they didn't even say 500,000, 200,000, 1 million naira. I mean, Nigeria, we're capable, but how many organizations would want to comply? That is the big question we need to be asking ourselves. Would they comply? 100,000 naira, not all companies even still pay the 70,000 naira, and they talked about 100,000 naira. How many companies pay the 100,000 naira? And now they're moving to 1 million naira, which we know and not be possible. So let's see what happens next.
But then again, let's look at the economic realities on ground. Of course, every single one of us know what an average Nigerian is passing through at this point. Aside insecurity, the rising cost of living. The other day, we saw a lot of Nigerians lamenting about how much you get to spend to purchase a kg of liquefied petroleum gas, that's the LPG, for 2,000 naira now per kg. Don't you think all of this new economic realities justify NLC's demand? Mercy.
It does, actually. I stepped out yesterday, for one of my programs, and I came across some persons, at that point, they were like, oh, are you going to talk about the price of gas? Some persons even, price of gases in some areas is even 2,600, 2,500 in some areas. And I'm like, at this point, I know what the NLC they are doing, they're actually trying to help Nigerians, see the way they can help Nigerians. But would these organizations comply? That is the question. I mean, what they are trying to help, but would they comply? The prices of gas, even some areas, 2,000 naira, some areas 2,500, some areas 2,600, and we don't even know what will happen tomorrow. If it will even increase to 3,000 naira, we honestly do not know. I mean, where is this country going to? A lot of persons, they were really angry about this. I mean, I came across some person and I asked the questions. They were angry about the whole situation. Like somebody even mentioned that gas used to be. I remember when I was in school, 1 kg of gas used to be 170 naira, I guess. But now it is almost 3,000 naira in some areas. What the NLC did, they're trying to help Nigerians, but the question is, will these organizations comply?
Oh, well, we're looking forward to it. But Harry, back to you. Now, beyond the salary increase, what do you think the federal government can do and the governments of the day can do actually to, nip everything on the board and ensure that the cost of living in Nigeria that we are currently facing, an average Nigerian is facing, is actually, fixed automatically?
Okay. I noticed that, Messalina laid a lot of emphasis on the need for compliance. And I think that's the major problem. I think that's where the federal government needs to tighten its, should I say, policies. It's one thing to come up with a beautiful policy. It's another thing to come up with compliance measures to ensure that it's not just on paper. Okay. Now, for instance, we complain about the price hike of commodities. Okay, and then sometimes most of these price hikes are based on, the increase in fuel, the scarcity of fuel and all of that. And then when the situation returns to normal, the prices remain. So the question is, what measure is the federal government putting in place to ensure that, things are back to normal when the situation changes? Okay, and the same thing applies to the minimum wage. It's not enough to just come up with a certain figure. What measures do we have in place to ensure that, the establishments, the state governments comply with the directive? Because we're going to be having situations, we've seen it in the past, we're going to be having situations whereby some will manage to pay close to that amount, and then some won't even try at all. Some won't even pull their weight. So it's a recurring decimal, and I think the federal government should pay more attention to putting the right mechanisms in place to ensure that there is strict compliance to, the measure. Okay,
well, while there are those who would say that the law of gravity pretty much doesn't work in Nigeria, where what goes up must come down, but it seems here in Nigeria, what goes up always remain up, and in fact even goes upper. Well, the state of the Nigerian state. Now, moving back to Charity Tanko in Abuja. Charity, what are we getting from your end this morning? Please fill us in.
And up to now, Nigerians seem to not know what is happening. As of 2023, there was a commitment by the federal government of over 144 billion naira, where our state were also supposed to make their contributions. But up to now, Nigeria still experience mass abduction of students or school children from across the country. And in fact, according to data from 2024 to 2026, about over 600 school children have been abducted. So we're going to be x-raying that with our guests from the Abuja Network studio today.
Right, well, we're looking forward to all of that conversation and more from Charity this morning. Now, back to you, Marcelina. What are we getting from Lagos today?
We are still going to be looking at the insecurity in the country. I mean, like I said earlier, we wake up to different stories of kidnapping here and there in Oyo State, in Edo State, in different states in Nigeria, and it is a major problem. We'll keep talking about it till the right thing is being done. I mean, we've been seeing protests. Khan has decided to, they've been protesting, and they're looking at Black Sunday, to mourn those people that are in captivity and the ones that died during this whole kidnapping process. We've seen a couple of cases on social media. There was one I saw, the girl, after they've paid ransom, they still killed the victim. I mean, this is really, really sad. We would keep talking about insecurity before we finally find, or before the government help curb insecurity. What the people are just asking for is a lasting solution to insecurity. We as Nigeria, I saw somebody posted on the platform on WhatsApp yesterday. The person was like, she has an international student coming to Nigeria, to learn something from her that she does. But they were scared. They had to call her that, we heard that Nigeria is not safe. Can we come? And she told them that at this point, if you're not convinced to come, don't come, because I would not tell you that Nigeria is safe at this moment. People are even scared to come to Nigeria because of the insecurity issues. You're going on the road. You don't even know what's happening. You're traveling. You don't know what would happen next. People are scared to travel. People are even scared to sleep with their eyes closed with the insecurity issues. So basically from Lagos, we are looking at the insecurity in Nigeria.
Insecurity, a conversation that has come to stay right here in Nigeria, really a pathetic one. But away from insecurity, right here in Edo State, Nigeria, we'll be looking at everything generally and trying to rate the scorecard of President Bola Tinubu 3 years after. How far has he done? How far has he performed? Has he underperformed or overperformed? Now, between bold reforms and harsh realities currently being faced right here in Nigeria by Nigerians, that's going to be our focal point, our main conversation this morning in Edo State, Nigeria. Well, all of this and more after this break. We turn our attention to look at the pages of the newspaper. Please join us again. Now let's start off with the New Telegraph newspaper this morning, leading with NLC threatens nationwide action over rising abduction, backs teachers strike. That's the major headline there. It says Senate orders immediate rescue of abducted school children, teachers. Obi appeals to kidnappers to release their captivities. Adeleke mulls acquisition of new drones. Afenifere, insecurity now within Yoruba land. Once fire says kidnapping allegation probed. On page 2, 3, 5, and 29 of the New Telegraph newspaper, you get details of that story. Nigeria may run out of teachers in 6 years. Now, this is coming out from NCCE. Well, it actually says only about 30 students spread across 10 programs in some colleges on page 6. 61 out of 81 opposition reps nominate Ugo Chinyere as minority leader on page 2. Some writer says right Speaker Abbas. Now still on the front page of the New Telegraph today, our church attack Court sentences 4 to death by hanging. Discharges 1 over insufficient evidence on page 4. Ogbomoso, gunmen attack immigration office, snatch guns on page 2 and 29. You get details of that story. Immigration crackdown, 110 Nigerians face deportation as U.S. expels 355 West Africans. Subwriter says America to continue counter-terrorism pact with Nigeria. Macro Rubio speaking. U.S. Iran launch new strikes as Kuwait says 1 killed after airport hit by Iranian drones on page 2 and 4. Net billing scheme. Federal government empowers electricity consumers to generate export surplus power to deploy renewable energy facilities, work with discos. Vandals destroy 6 towers along Api Lafia 330 kV lines, according to TCN on page 4 and 5. In a new study, it says cannabis use linked to higher testosterone levels, according to a study on page 30 right here on the New Telegraph newspaper. Well, finally, it says reps back Nigerian-born UK candidate Akonde for ICJ sits on page 6. Weapons looted during Libyan war found with terrorists in Nigeria coming out from the UN. And I think that's all the New Telegraph has for us today.
All right, let's now turn our attention to the Daily Sun newspaper. And the Daily Sun is actually leading with the trending story. NLC threatens total strike over terrorism. NLC threatens total strike over terrorism. And the writer there says, backs teachers strike and demands urgent action on insecurity. Backs teachers strike and demands urgent action on insecurity. And another writer there says, Obi asks bandits to release abducted school children. Obi asks bandits to release abducted school children. That's on page 6 of the Daily Sun newspaper. Now, above the masthead, Google launches fake call detector as voice cloning scams hit $400 billion. Google launches fake call detector as voice cloning scams hit $400 billion. That's a whole lot, and we hope that that actually sees the light of day. And then next is this other one that says, Senate orders urgent intervention in Oyo Kwara school kidnap and killings. Senate orders urgent intervention in Oyo Kwara school kidnap killings. APC condemns abduction of Adelabu's sister, sons as police launch investigation. And that's on page 26 of the Daily Sun newspaper. And still on the Daily Sun newspaper this morning, no one safe under Tinubu, and that's attributed to former Vice President Atiku Abubakar. No one safe under Tinubu. And you can find that on page 27 of the Daily Sun newspaper. And still on the Daily Sun, our church attack, court sentence 4 to death by hanging. Well, I think that's a very good precedent. Hopefully this sends a message to would-be terrorists and kidnappers. Our church attack, court sentence 4 to death by hanging. And I think that's all on the Daily Sun newspaper this morning. Anu, back to you.
The Guardian newspaper, let's turn our attention now to the Guardian newspaper. It says worsening insecurity raises concerns over Amoteco's capacity funding on page 6. IGP Disu and his pledge to overhaul police operations. You find out what that actually is all about on page 12 this morning on The Guardian. At NDC NEC, Dixon declares party ready to take over on page 3. Portfolio investment pushes capital importation to $10.37 billion on page 10 still. Okay, we've talked about the Owo massacre situation. Away from that, bandits abduct 6 polytechnic students in Zamfara as Senator decries rising insecurity on page 30. Nigeria's democracy at risk without judicial reforms, says Justice Idris. PPDC freezes 7,801 detainees, warns about funding crisis in sexual assault centers on page 30. Senate raises sugar tax, passes malaria agency bill on page 5. Nigeria's democracy at risk without judicial reform, says Justice Idris. Okay, and also finally, on the front page of The Guardian this morning, vandalism, blackout fears loom in North Central Corridor as 6 transmission towers collapse. That's all The Guardian have for us today.
All right, next on our radar is the Nation newspaper. And the Nation newspaper is leading with a screamer: killers of 40 church worshippers sentenced to death by hanging. Killers of 40 church worshippers sentenced to death by hanging. 2 die for kidnapping. Troops kill 50 ISWAP terrorists in Northeast. Troops kill 50 ISWAP terrorists in Northeast. And above the masthead, abduction, Senate seeks expansion of safe schools initiative. And that's on page 5 of the Nation newspaper. Abduction, Senate seeks expansion of safe schools initiative. Okay, next says new judge fixes Mon for Bala Gombe versus ADC suit. New judge fixes Mon for Bala Gombe versus ADC suit. As Monday is the date for that particular suit. And on page 34 and 38, you find these other headlines that say First Lady launches Tinubu torch bearers. First Lady launches Tinubu torch bearers. And immigration, 110 Nigerians for deportation from U.S. Immigration, 110 Nigerians for deportation from the U.S. And on the business side of things, Nest Oil Limited in receivership. Nest Oil Limited in receivership. It says receiver/manager's press release. And then finally on the Nation newspaper this morning, weapons looted during Libyan conflict in Nigeria, says UN. Weapons looted during Libyan conflict in Nigeria, and that's attributed to the UN. And that's it on the Nation newspaper.
We wrap up this morning with the First Daily newspaper, leading with what went on in Oyo State yesterday. As I said, shock as gunmen kidnapped ex-minister Adelabu's sister, twin children in Ibadan. Quite a sad one. Indian hotel fire kills 21 Nigerians feared trapped among victims. Nigeria records $10.37 billion capital importation in the first quarter of the year 2026, according to a report from the National Bureau of Statistics. Police nab key suspect in Kogi community attack. Edo Forest horror. Police recover kidnapped victims' bodies, arrest suspect. 9th order nationwide protest over abduction of 42 Borno students. NLC backs teachers strike demands release of abducted pupils. And finally, NERC allows Nigerians to sell excess solar power to national grid. Okay, in Nigeria and also around the world. That's how we wrap up the newspaper review segment right here on the show. We take a short break, and when we return, we move over to our first conversation of the day. With us, well, President Bola Tinubu on Friday marked his 3rd year in office, having been sworn in as president on May 29th, 2023. His assumption of office after the tenure of former late President Muhammadu Buhari came with enormous hopes and expectations from Nigerians. Many citizens were justifiably optimistic that Tinubu's presidency would usher in better days and provide solutions to some of the country's long-standing problems. Now, 3 years down the line, however, Nigerians remain sharply divided over the direction and impact of his administration. Supporters point to bold economic reforms, renewed infrastructure ambitions, and efforts to stabilize public finances as evidence of courageous leadership willing to confront problems previous administrations repeatedly avoided. Now, critics, on the other hand, see a nation weighed down by worsening hardship, persistent insecurity, high inflation, and deepened public frustration. Now, the major policy decisions taken by the present administration so far include the removal of the fuel subsidy, foreign exchange reforms, tax and fiscal adjustment, and infrastructure financing efforts. Now, Tinubu at 3, between bold reforms and harsh realities. I have my guest to join in live this morning to weigh in on all of the conversation today and more. I have Supriya Membrim, a public policy analyst, joins virtually from Lagos, Nigeria this morning. Good morning, Supriya. Thank you so much for joining.
Good morning. Nice to be with you this morning.
Okay, and I also have Comrade Omarige, political analyst, joins live from Edo State, Nigeria. Comrade, thank you indeed for your time today. Thank you for joining.
Good morning, Annie. Good morning, Nigerians.
Okay, now let me quickly start with you, Comrade, and I'll also love to start on this note with what happened yesterday in Oyo State as regarding the kidnapping of the ex-Minister of Power's sister and her 2 children, the twin. What do you make out of it, really, in a situation where when Nigerians see that the political bigwigs are no longer safe, what is the fate of an average Nigerian, Comrade?
Thank you very much, Annie. It's so pathetic because the primary responsibility of government is the security of life and property. You know? So when the life of an average citizen is at risk, that tells a lot of the kind of government we have in power. You know, the number one thing for any government is to secure the life and property of the citizen. If we have a situation where, you know, the average citizen is even afraid, you know, to come out, this one is not even making travels within the locality, you know, just stepping out of your house, you know, you are thinking of how you will even get back, or how you even return. So it is so painful and pathetic to have a government who cannot secure the life and property of his citizens. So it's so appalling.
No, well, yes, indeed. It's really, truly appalling. Moving now to you, Superior Membrane. In your own assessment, your overall assessment of President Bola Tinubu's administration at 3, how far has this administration gone?
Okay, well, in my own assessment of this administration, I would say that the administration has performed extremely poorly in key performance points. When you look at issues of insecurity, you look at issues of agriculture and food security, you look at issues of the economy, cost of living, purchasing power parity, and even power sector. This administration has failed immensely and has failed to keep to her promise as regards all these sectors, which are actually key drivers of the Nigerian economy. One might want to point to the issue of capital importation, which you also made mention in your newspaper review earlier. But the truth is that when we look at the breakdown of the figures, we are left with nothing substantial. For instance, issues of capital importation has largely been driven by foreign portfolio investors, FDIs, which are those who are seeking short-term benefits and you know, an arbitrage profits. But when you look at the figures in terms of capital importation from the perspective of foreign direct investment, then that's where you say the devil is in the detail. Majorly the drivers of foreign capital inflows have been money market instruments, have been instruments like government securities or portfolio investments which seek high yields. But when we look at it from the perspective of foreign direct investments, which are actually substantial and which are long-term investments which creates jobs and employment, then we see that this government have done immensely poorly. In fact, since the inception of this government, from the baseline figure of 2023, or will I say 2022, since in 2022 there's no overlapping of administration, we will find out that this government have not done anything more than above $1 billion per year in terms of attracted real foreign direct investment, which is long-term investment that guarantees jobs for people, long-term investment that guarantees revenue, not money that comes in through the stock market, through money market instruments, government securities, and then can leave anytime. So you see that substantially in terms of attracting investment, which we also call capital investment, when you break it down into segments, into real economic figures or segmentation, you find out that substantial investment in terms of real infrastructure, real jobs created, real contribution to the economy in the long term is missing. is less than what this government had as the baseline before it came into power. So again, you can see from the perspective of the economy, this administration has done poorly. I mean, I don't need to talk about security because already we are seeing with the incident in Ogbomoso and the incident also in Borno State with the kidnap of over 40 secondary school students. And that is not to mention the unnecessary incidents of insecurity that has strayed down south. So we are seeing situations whereby insecurity is spreading. Then this has also affected the production of grains. For instance, rice production, which was at its peak when this administration took over, of 7 million metric tons per year, has now reduced to about 4.6 million metric tons, which is about 2.4 million metric tons reduction, meaning that Nigeria imports the shortfall of rice production. You can see the same indices in areas like millet and other grain production. So you can see that the baseline figure from which this administration took over from is in decline. So we now rely more on importation of commodities, meaning that right now we are exposed significantly to global shocks. So for instance, if we have, God forbid, issues of COVID-19, we will not be able to feed ourselves, which was not the situation this administration took over power from. This country was when this administration took power in 2023. Same thing if you go to the issue of energy prices. Of course, we all know the removal of fuel subsidy has been touted as one economic miracle that is meant to have saved tremendously, but this administration has borrowed significantly more than the previous administration per year. And then you talk about the stabilization of energy prices, which is non-existent, and the transition into CNG, which is also significantly non-existent because there was no policy direction or policy guardrails to guide sort of a transition, what the government called an energy transition into CNG, which was actually the policy of the previous administration, which this administration failed to implement in the way and manner to which it was planned without coordination with the National Economic Council. So I would say that this administration has significantly done poorly in terms of key indicators. I mean, you go to power, you look at how many times the national grid has crashed itself and the unreliability of the national grid itself. Nobody knows what exactly is happening with the Siemens power deal at this instance. So you see that key indicators, because when you break it down, when you go into the detail of the glory statistics, you find out that this administration is lacking immensely in areas where it's supposed to have shown significant improvement.
All right, Suprela, thank you very much. Now let's examine the security situation. Okay, like you've rightly opined, it seems to be skyrocketing and getting out of hand. Just like Omoroge said a moment ago, Nigerians can barely even move about. They can barely even move out of their houses nowadays without fearing being attacked, without considering or even asking themselves if they are going to get to their destinations and come back safely. Now, what do you think the state governments can do? Because apparently this has eluded the federal government, and it doesn't seem like they have what it takes to actually tackle the problem head on. Do you think there's anything the state government in their own capacity can do, to help curb the menace?
Well, the issue of the monopoly of force constitutionally rests on the shoulders of the federal government. The Nigerian police force, the Nigerian military, and even the forest guard apparatus, which now the president has been now forced to deploy, about 1,000 of them in Oyo State, as a reactive measure, is under the command of the federal government. There is less coordination. I mean, from my own perspective, the way I see it, the National Economic Council is playing, will I say, a less significant role under this administration, under the chairmanship of the current Vice President, His Excellency Kashim Shettima, comparable to what the National Economic Council, the role the National Economic Council used to play under the immediate Vice President, His Excellency Professor Yemi Osinbajo. I think that is one platform to which the federal government can coordinate this, push towards insecurity, towards tackling insecurity. Also, the Nigerian Governors Forum, which is more or less now a political organization, less than a policy organization, the way it used to, or it ought to be, or it used to be before. So I think that state governments are limited, but not will I say they are limited, but not, we can't say they are not part of the problem, or they are not part of the problem and part of the solution to the problem. State governments can properly ensure that their local intelligence in terms of gathering security in these various areas, so as to support the deployment of federal government security apparatus. Moreover, there is also this issue of state police. State police has been the promise of this administration, but up until now, there has not been significant move towards the legalization or the operationalization of the state police, which was part of the promises of this administration. Now, I'm not saying that state police would be the magic one towards tackling the issue of insecurity. No, far from that. But I'm saying that these are metrics to which we should be able to adjust this administration as performed, even in terms of lawmaking and in terms of commitment to various policy directions and dimensions to which this administration said it was going to deploy in terms of tackling the issues of insecurity. So again, what I'm saying in essence is that there is no proper coordination between the state government and the federal government, and that lack of coordination in terms of information sharing, in terms of provision of adequate needs of security agencies, and in terms of coordination and collaboration and operational details, has led to increment in security, not just increment in security, but a situation whereby insecurity has now proliferated. Because remember, before now, this issue of insecurity used to be a thing in the north, basically within the north-east, that's for the issue of Boko Haram, and then the northwest for the issue of armed banditry. But now we see that significantly this has moved down south when it started down through Kwara, now Osun, and then we have issues in Oyo and the rest of that. So again, it shows that there is a lack of coordination, and that is something that rests, when I say a blame that rests both on the federal government and the various state governments, but significantly on the federal government, because currently the federal government has the constitutional responsibility for enforcing law and order, and constitutional responsibility for control of the security apparatus within the Federal Republic of Nigeria at the moment.
Right, amazing submission to Prayer Maybrain. Now let me move over to Comrade Omorige. A lot of things has been said so far, and I'm sure you're eager to also have your say regarding the Tinubu-led administration 3 years after. How far has he done? Has he underperformed or not? But then again, let me actually kickstart with you with this question. Do you think the present government has actually delivered on the campaign promises during the 2023 general election?
Thank you very much, Annie. Was there really a promise? There wasn't really a promise. All we saw in the 2023 elections is Emilokan, it's my turn, it's my turn, it's my turn, without proper, policy directions and manifesto, so to speak. If you ask me, to be very fair, we are going to be looking at key performance indicators in the various sectors of the Nigeria economy. First, like I said before, the first thing will have to do with the issue of security. How well have we fared as a nation with respect to security? I will tell you that the level of kidnapping and the level of insecurity in Nigeria as it is today is in an all-time high, like never before. The past 36 months under this current government, Nigeria has been in turmoil. If you ask them, they will quick to talk about the Lagos-Calabar Coastal Highway, the student loan, and the various economic policy. It's not enough to have robust microeconomic policy without looking at the social welfare scheme. From day one, from May 29, 2023, Nigeria was put into distress by the common pronouncement announcement of saying that fuel subsidy is an appropriate social welfare scheme for at this correct moment. Okay, let us also look at
Blessings, peace, and prosperity. Each of the senior members of the Ihogbe proceeds to give the sacred leaves directly to the Oba of Benin, and others put theirs at his feet.
sector by sector, you will see that this government, as it is today, have abysmally failed Nigerians. Thank you.
Well, thank you so much, comrade. Now, let me move back to you, Suprilla Membrim. In terms of the cost of living, the welfare of Nigerians in particular, how far really has the government of the day, done or performed in that regard? Because a couple of days ago, and if you actually listened during the, introduction of the show, we talked about NLC demanding 1 million naira as minimum wage, as against the 100,000 naira, being proposed currently by the Nigeria Governors Forum. And there are those who would say it's not unrealistic. There are those who would say NLC has actually become a toothless bulldog. But in a general sense, with the welfare scheme, I think the question should even be, Nigerians, an average Nigerian, are you better off today as you were 3 years ago? Suprilla.
Well, significantly no as a Nigerian, but even before proceeding to answer your question, permit me to give you this very shocking statistics. The previous, and I would always use the previous administration because that's when we are carrying out evaluations, we have to come from a baseline. The previous administration borrowed about 74.8 trillion naira in 8 years. This administration has borrowed about 62 trillion naira in 2 years. Now, if you do the calculation, you will arrive at the previous administration borrowing about 9.35 trillion naira per year, while this administration has borrowed at an annual average of 33 to 34 trillion naira per year. So that is a very shocking statistics in the first instance. Now, even beyond this, we are talking about the cost of living crisis. Am I better off today? Now, before I even get to the individual assessment of this administration, first of all, one of the reasons why foreign direct investment is not being driven significantly into the economy as it is right now is as a result of various factors. One of those factors are inflation, energy costs, security risk, and policy uncertainty. Now, these four significant areas I mentioned to you are areas that foreign direct investors or those who intend to invest in Nigeria in the long term look at. Those are the areas, those who invest in countries in the long term look at. And because Nigeria is lacking in those areas, we have not significantly seen an uptick in foreign direct investment. What is being touted as capital importation is largely driven by foreign portfolio investment, driven by money market instruments, and the rest of that, government security. Now, back to the issue of individual, am I better off as a Nigerian? And I'm saying that, why did I come from that perspective of foreign direct investment? I'm saying that corporations cannot even hedge their bets against these various factors or various criterions to bring in money, to have significant confidence to bring in money in terms of long-term investment as it relates to, as translates to foreign direct investment. So if institutions or organizations cannot bring in their money based on the criteria of energy security, based on energy cost, inflation, and policy inconsistency or policy issues or uncertainty, then why should I, as a person feel that I am better off when corporations cannot even hedge their bets against, for instance, energy prices. So, for instance, I significantly pay more cost in terms of fuel for transportation, and also in terms of fuel for power, because the power grid is currently unreliable. So that is issue we will now draw from 2 points, which is energy costs, so cost of doing business in Nigeria, and cost of living in terms of providing or provision of electricity, and in terms of transporting myself. So I'm saying that significantly we've abysmally done poor. This administration has done poor. And as a Nigerian, I am not better off than when this administration came in. You look at the cost of commodities, there might be statistical gymnastics, what I call the statistical gymnastics, where there's a rebasing of figures. But as some people will say, you can rebase figures, but you cannot rebase hunger. You cannot rebase the pockets of these people. The purchasing power of citizens have been significantly eroded by this administration. And, you know, I mean, the growing policies of this administration in terms of issues of reforms, in terms of the economic reforms, Naira stabilization, removal of fuel subsidy, was significantly eroded because these policies were implemented without a human face on the one hand, and the lack of policy sequencing, and the lack of also taking into account people at the bottom of the pyramid. Because look, when you are implementing policies, one of the areas you project is the fact that those policies should not throw more people into poverty. But unfortunately, because of the disjointed way in which the administration implemented this policy without proper coordination, without proper policy sequencing, we've thrown, would I say, more Nigerians have been thrown into poverty than it was previously before this policy. So in as much as this policy might make sense, logical sense, the question is, what is the impact of this policy in the lives of ordinary citizens? And I mean, that is left for us to determine as people. But I know that statistically, the figures are abysmally poor.
All right, it's indeed a million-dollar question that you just asked. What impact does the policy have on the life of the average Nigerian? Now, my next question goes to you, Omoroge, Comrade Omoroge. Talking about the harsh realities that Nigerians are facing at the moment, it's no news. Reports actually have it that the NLC doesn't just back the teacher strike, but it's also planning a nationwide action of its own. Now, what do you think this is going to yield? Do you think this will yield any positive results? Because this is actually not the first time the NLC is embarking on a nationwide strike. But first off, do you think it's called for? And then secondly, do you think it's going to yield anything positive in the long run?
Yes, thank you very much. It is long overdue. The NLC has been, relaxing, so this is long overdue, and I believe that is a right step in the right direction. But this time, they should well articulate, their point and be true to what they come out to do. And I would want to say in the long share that it is a right step in the right direction, and it should be followed through to the latter. Yeah.
Okay, as to the other part of the question, do you think it's going to yield anything positive? Because like I said, this is not the first time the NLC is embarking on a nationwide strike, okay? But we are going to, we can only hope that this yields something positive. But in your own perspective, do you think it will?
Well, the intent of the strike is well thought out, and I think it's going to yield out something positive this time, because the Nigerian masses are tired. The Nigerian masses are, in an odd, these are our lowest ebb as a nation. These are our lowest ebb as a nation. We cannot continue to be suffering and smiling. So the NLC have to hold the government of today to the jugular, so that at the end of the day, the yearnings and aspirations of the common man, will be met.
All right.
Well, if you're just joining us, you're into This Morning on ITV, and we have been extracting President Tinubu's tenure at 3, how far has he done between bill reforms and harsh realities, because the president did say that he has done, well enough, and with the macroeconomic outlook, it's looking great. But the big question is it dwindling down to the ordinary Nigerians on the street? Are you been able to afford the basic amenities like fuel, water, light, infrastructure? How good are your roads? That's what we are looking at this morning on the show. We'll take a short break now, and when we return, we'll move over to begin to highlight some of these economic reforms and how well they have performed over the years. On May 29th, 2023, I'm sure for a lot of Nigerians, one thing that you will never forget was that bold, remarkable statement from President Bola Tinubu when he said the fuel subsidy is gone. Now, that has had a lot of great impact on Nigerians, the economy, the welfare of the citizens, and a whole lot more. I still have my guest joining virtually this morning, Suprela Membrane, right there in Lagos, Nigeria, and also Comrade Omarege in Benin City. Now, the big question I would love to, move and turn our attention to would be, since the removal of the fuel subsidy, how would you describe this beautiful, interesting for the president and some of the, presidential candidates of that period to be? Do you think this interesting reform has actually achieved its intended objectives? I'm moving over to you, Suprela, because I remember during the May 29th celebration that we had happen last week, President Bola Tinubu said that the governors now get more, they now earn more, get more FAC allocation, and that is actually thumbs up, right? But because aside that, I haven't really heard, I don't know if you've heard, perhaps you tell us, if you've heard any other beautiful achievement or, the intended objective of that singular act being spiraled down to an average Nigerian, aside the government of the day or the governors receiving huge FAC allocation.
Well, first of all, I will start with saying that I find that the president's whimsical statement on the 29th of May that subsidy is gone was, it was something that I did not expect from somebody like the President Tinubu to have made without going to consult, without consulting with his economic team. Might I remind our viewers that the subsidy, these significant policy changes were made without an existing economic team. So meaning that there was no even point at there were no point at which there was a review of existing economic policies, indices, and the analysis and projections of the situation on ground, and then putting in place a system which would have been able to anticipate the shortfall of or the impact of this policy, significant policy change. Remember that the policy regime was to have lasted for an extra 1 month. So that was 4 weeks the president had to put, even if it was an ad hoc economic team, or even the economic team in place. At least at that point, we had the central bank governor, we had a lot of bureaucrats within the Ministry of Finance and other ministries, departments, and agencies of government, and even the private sector as it concerns the policy area of the policy itself, both finance and both energy and the rest of that. The president would have consulted or even put in place his own ad hoc arrangement to be able to understand the situation on the ground and project and have projections and expectations, and even held a meeting, at least one meeting with the governors, maybe under the auspices of National Economic Council or whatever auspices he wants to hold that meeting under, to be able to plan and project. But no, the president didn't do that. He whimsically, assumed the stage, and during his speech declared that subsidy is gone. And the subsidy going, in fact, immediately sent will I say shockwaves across the country. In less than 24 to 48 hours, the lives of people were ended, and the government started playing catch up. I remember the acting central bank governor was, I mean, after the removal of Governor Godwin Emefiele, the acting central bank governor was addressing the press at the State House. And he was talking about meeting up with the current situation, trying to look for ways in which they can mitigate against the issue. But that's exactly what happens when, there's no significant planning. So again, whatever gains they said removal of fuel subsidy was to bring into the system or into, the economy, was eroded by which way the policy was announced, sequenced, and implemented in the first instance. Because, one thing with policy, especially public policy, is that in as much as the policy, how erudite or good the policies are in the first instance, the way in which it's been implemented, it's been monitored. And that's why you have M&E frameworks. It's been monitored, it's been evaluated, and it's been, for tweaks and for a little bit of changes and the rest of that. And the way in which going into that policy, the projections and the expectations and the rest of that is being coordinated is as significantly important as even the policy itself or the glowiness of the policy itself. So you see, in as much as all of us agreed in 2023 that, the subsidy had to go, but in what way was it living? Remember, the World Bank offered us a lifeline in terms of setting, funding and facilities to cushion this effect. This government had not even accessed those facilities. They've not had meetings with the World Bank or other development partners. They just went ahead and the president announced whimsically, subsidy is gone, which I still believe was reckless and which I still believe led to the erosion of whatever promises that policy was to usher in. Now, away from even that, what impact has the policy had in the pockets of ordinary Nigerians? Has the government been able to, even in terms of playing catch-up, has the government been able to significantly balance out energy demand and supply and the cost of energy in a way that is reasonable for the pockets of ordinary Nigerians? And as a Nigerian myself, and knowing how much I spend in terms of energy costs and the unreliability of the power grids and transportation costs and the rest of that, I would say, no, the government has not been able to stabilize. I remember then the president was talking about, when the Dangote refinery comes on stream and we start production, local production of refining of petroleum products, then over time, the cost of PMS and other derivatives of crude oil will stabilize, will go down below 1,000 naira, will go down. But that is not the case. In fact, Dangote refinery itself is struggling to get local feedstock of crude, meaning that Dangote refinery itself has to now import crude from places like the United States and other countries, Brazil, bring it and then refine, which now talks about the cost of importation, premiums on importation, and the rest of that, all associated costs. So again, you can see that even in as much as we have local refining capacity, this government has not even been able to guarantee feedstock as a result of the various political and what I would call these political maneuverings within the administration. So again, can we say that policy has really, in what way has it impacted the lives of citizens? In what way has it changed the trend in terms of the energy sector? In what way has it changed or transformed the trend in the energy sector? Yes, there are positives if you look at it, but those positive areas are not significant enough to say that, in fact, when a policy does not have positive impact on citizens, on the lives of ordinary citizens, one cannot say that policy has yielded anything positive at the end of the day.
Analysis and submission, I must say, emanating from you, because I feel like that conversation would need more time to talk about. But I really love us to touch on other areas before we even look at, a couple of achievements from this administration. Now, I'm moving over to you, Comrade. In terms of governance and politics, how would you rate this administration? In terms of the relationship between the legislature and the executive arm of government, how would you describe the relationship to be? Because over time we've actually heard some opinion leaders and opinion followers say that it seems, under this administration, all we have had to see is a rubber stamp, Senate, and that's how it is in terms of politics and how this administration has actually, fed and interacted with opposition parties. What is your assessment to all of it, Comrade?
Thank you very much, Annie. From day one of this government, it has been politics. In this regard, I would like to give them A1. When they were inaugurated in 2023, May 29th, the first thing they started doing is planning for 2027 from day one. So it has been politics all along, trying to woo all opposition governors to himself. Yes, he has tried. Today, they can now boast of 32 governors, in APC. The Senate House and the House of Representatives, of course, your guess is as good as mine. They've been rubber stamped. Has there been any policy of government, that has been challenged? No. So they've been rubber stamped all the way. They've been conduits for borrowing and more borrowing and more borrowing. This will take me back that in the past 24 months, the level of borrowing is more than what Nigeria have borrowed in the past 50 years. Yet, it does not trickle down to the average Nigerian. The average Nigerian in the street, is suffering more and more today. When this government came on board in 2023, the price of PMS was 197. Today, we have 700% increase, at 1,400 in some instance. And today, how much is our cooking gas? When this government came on board, it was 200 naira or 100 and something naira per kg. Today, it sells as high as 2,000, 2,005, 3,000 in some areas for kg of cooking gas. So the only area I can really applaud this government is in the area of politics. They've been able to play politics to the level of A1, So it's so appalling, it's so preposterous. In fact, I lack adjective to qualify what this government of the day, is actually doing to Nigerians. And the pain is felt on the streets of Nigeria. The frustration is felt on the talakawas, on the average masses on the streets. Thank you.
I'm giving them A1 for their performance in politics. Now, so Pryla made mention of how the removal of subsidies so far has reflected in the pocket of the average Nigerian. Now, in opening, we're talking about the proposed 1 million naira minimum wage by the NLC. What do you think? Do you think that's a realistic proposal? Do you think it's something that can actually be met? Do you think it's something that can be executed? Because so far we've been grappling with the payment of the 70,000 naira minimum wage, and it seems to me that it's not all establishments that have been able to meet up with the payment of that particular amount. So if we can't pay 70,000 naira, do you think a million naira is something that we can actually deal with?
Thank you very much. It's not what is too much to demand for at this time, honestly speaking. But it is very, very unrealistic with this government of the day. Government that cannot pay 70,000 naira minimum wage. You are now asking of 1 million naira minimum wage, not even 500, not even 200. It is quite unrealistic. But the current economic reality, that 1 million naira is not even enough, because as a man of the house, you have to be looking at multiple streams of income to be able to meet up with your daily billings, as a man, living in Nigeria today. Well, 1 million naira shouldn't be too much, but realistically, it cannot be done by this government. Even 200,000 as minimum wage will be a high demand from this government. It is quite appalling. My advice to all Nigerians is to look at multiple streams of income where they can generate a revenue to to take care of the home front. It is quite pathetic, my brother.
Now, talking about multiple streams of income, do you even think that's realistic? Because looking at the current economic situation, to get a single stream of income is a challenge in itself. Talk less of getting more. So where does one get multiple streams of income from?
Well, you are very correct, because if we are also going to look at the farm or look at other areas, we also now look at insecurity. So I think the best way forward is for us to be able to develop skills. We should develop skills that bring food to our table. All of our hands on, at this point, to be able to cushion the effect, of what the harsh economic reality we today now face in the Nigerian economy. We have to look at other areas, at the back of your house, you could set up a little garden, what have you, to make ends meet. That's just the way forward. We cannot, despite the insecurity, we must have to look for ways to survive. We must look for ways to survive, as it were. Thank you.
Comrade, thank you, Rita. I actually needed that laugh. I remember at some point the First Lady of Nigeria, Olumide Tinubu, was advising women to farm in their houses, and she even showed us pictures of that beautiful tree she was actually planting in houses. You did interesting fruits. On a lighter note, but away from that, I honestly feel it would be a disservice to talk or just highlight, all of the lacunas or the loopholes of this administration without talking about achievement, if we have any. Now, moving back to you, Suprela Membrim, what are those things that you identify, or what's that one thing you identify as a significant achievement so far from Tinubu's administration?
It's difficult to pick an achievement, but as my colleague said, they achieved a lot significantly. In fact, they outperformed, they have outdone themselves in terms of politics. They've outdone themselves in terms of politics. I give it to them, A1. Maybe we can look at the student loan as a policy. It's an area where this administration has really, significantly done something that is worth looking at. I've not had the opportunity, I must confess, to properly evaluate the functionality and the reliability of the student loan system, but from feelers I'm getting, it's something that is positive and has really impacted the lives of students. But again, students are within the economy, so they also have purchasing power. Their parents operate within the Nigerian economy. So in as much as we can say they are paying their tuition and some little allowances they get from the student loan system, how significant does it impact on their ability to study and to study, not just study, but study comfortably, and so as to do well in their grades. So that is one area I can look at. As I say, with this administration, you're going to, that's my opinion, but this administration, I feel like you're going to struggle to look for a place where they performed very well. If you look at agriculture, where we had comparative advantage, something to hold on to, when they came in and the rest of that, everything has gone downwards. We now import food, we now import rice paddies, grains, cereals are now being imported because of the administration has decided that it's less, it's more efficient for them to fight inflation by not tackling the root causes, but rather, outsourcing the problem, which has significantly depleted the agricultural value chain. And we've had rice milling industry shut down and the rest of that. So that's it. But in terms of, if you talk about politics, the administration has done fantastically well. I mean, it's been able to implement a regime of competitive authoritarianism where everybody is now jostling for who would have who would be the new bride of the president. All the governors are now moved. But I mean, if you govern well, do you really need all this competitive authoritarianism and the use of state institutions to pull down a competitive opposition? In fact, from my own analysis and from what I'm seeing, this administration's path to electoral victory is a divided opposition. Even the president will come and laugh and say, oh, they are divided. I said it, I like when they are being divided. Not touting his policies as the reason why he should be re-elected, but rather from the perspective of they are divided. We hope they keep on getting divided so that the votes will divide, and then I would come back into as is, But I mean, public opinion, where everywhere you go, people are frustrated, people are feeling so downcast as a result of the, the failings of this administration. But I mean, I will give them student loan. Student loan was significantly, it's a significant area we can say.
All right, okay. Well, looking ahead, because we need to leave the conversation here soonest. Looking ahead, what do you think should be this administration's top priorities within the remainder of its term, Suprela?
Well, less focus there should be less focus on propaganda, really. That is the first thing. There should be less emphasis on propaganda. More focus should be towards areas in which we have comparative advantage. They should abandon propaganda first. For instance, agriculture. What were we doing before that we are no longer doing? How can we support our farmers towards backward integration? How can we better secure the farms? How can we better broaden our livestock productivity in the area of livestock and animal husbandry and the rest of that? For instance, I was watching the Minister of Livestock Development talking about the fact that our cows are not as profitable in the dairy area and the rest of that. What exotic breeds can you introduce? What about mechanized farming? We've heard, the president have signed this, have signed that, machines are coming, nothing yet. We haven't seen any significant improvement. So the focus should be in areas of comparative. In fact, before even running to AI and other glory things, we should look at areas of comparative advantage. Also the issue of infrastructure. That is, look, if the rails were functioning, if there was a functioning public transport system, for instance, especially interstate transport system, you would find that the government can easily intervene in terms of transportation costs, right? So that is an area the government should focus on. Infrastructure, the roads. Yes, they are constructing new roads, but what about the existing ones? Why split scarce resources in new inventions when you could prop up the old ones, expand on the existing corridors, transportation corridors? You look at the area of healthcare, what significant investments and collaborations you should have with states. To me, the National Economic Council is not functioning the way it ought to be. The Governors Forum is not functioning the way it ought to be, especially the National Economic Council, because these are primary drivers of coordination between the federal government and the various states. So how can they harness collaboration? How can they work together? How can there be proper policy coordination? The administration has a policy coordination office headed by Mrs. Hadiza Bala Usman, but I've not significantly seen a change in terms of policy coordination, in terms of policy cohesion, in terms of policy articulation and in terms of implementation, in terms of M&E frameworks for evaluation. We have had ministers that have performed abysmally poor, and this president told us in 6 months he will fire them, he will do this, there will be an evaluation. We've not seen anything. So, I mean, these are areas the government should look at. Rather than focusing, the best campaign strategy for any administration is significant impact it has had. In fact, just pick 2 sectors, 3 sectors, and dedicate your effort towards those areas. Areas we have comparative advantage in. Food, agric. Talk about agric. We talk about tackling insecurity. In fact, if they can tackle the issue of insecurity, food security, food supply, this administration will go down in history as one of the best. But, I mean, we rather go for propaganda. We've done this, we've done that. when we've not done anything, then hounding, twisting institutions to ensure people do not talk. There is no proper political organization towards an alternative. And just to add before I end, the fact that we, in as much as the situation is terrible, is poor, we should not throw our hands up in the air and say it is finished, it is over, the situation is bad. The next election cycle presents an option, and that should make this administration also sit up. So if you want a situation whereby you should not be voted out, then you should sit up. But if the administration keeps on treading on this path, then citizens should mobilize themselves and take to the polls and ensure that there's a referendum being conducted in terms of voting on this administration and how good or terrible they've performed. Citizens should not say, oh, the election results will be rigged, or we are bad, or we feel like everything is bad, we throw our arms up in the air in despair. No, that is not. We are in a democracy, and we are governed by a constitution that guarantees citizens' right to choose who governs them. Until citizens decide that they have the right to fire and hire leaders, things will not change. So the government should look at areas of comparative advantage. But if the government decides not to, well, the next election cycle, that's next year, presents an opportunity for citizens. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Supraila. Now, let me direct this question to you, Comrade Omoruge. Do you think all of these feelings that have been, itemized so far are going to have any negative effect on the president's re-election bid? Because Supraila has just mentioned that the fact that there's a lot of division amongst the opposition, or the supposed opposition. So it seems like we do not have a formidable opposition to wrest power from the incumbent. But do you think all of these disadvantages, all of these feelings that you've mentioned so far, are going to have any negative impact on his re-election bid?
Most definitely. I want to say that they still have the next 12 months to redeem themselves. What this government have done is, instead of building from the foundation to the roofing level, they started from roofing, to the foundation. That is, they did the reverse. So I will urge them very quickly to reverse themselves, because come to look at it, if the government of the day is doing well, the average Nigerians on the street will be doing well. We will not be waiting for the next 12 months to change them from power. Let them reverse themselves. They are appointees to the masses and not the reverse. The masses are saying they've not done well. This is how we want it. They should listen to the yearnings and aspirations of the people and revert themselves and do the correct thing. But however, if they want us to wait patiently for the next 12 months, I think the hunger, the starvation, the insecurity, the lack of electricity, the lack of power, the lack of productivity in the country will jar Nigeria up and stir Nigeria up come next year general election to employ a new hands to take charge of the affairs of this nation. This nation as it is today is bleeding. This nation as it is today has a lot of insecurity ravaging from north, south, east, and west. It's no longer a question of the north alone. Today it is prevalent in the south. So it is telling on the average citizen. And we are the employee. We are the employer, sorry. So we are ready, to employ a new hands so that Nigeria will be on the path of growth, so that every Nigeria will be proud that this is our country, and this is the country that will bequeath to the generation next. Thank you so much.
All right, thank you so much, Comrade Omoruge. Thank you so much for your time indeed spent with us, a great analysis, and also Supraila Membrane right there in Lagos, Nigeria. Thank you, gentlemen, for your time. Well, at the end of the day, it's up to Nigerians to do the needful, and up to the federal government as well to make, the cost of living really easier for Nigerians and make Nigeria a better place to be. Well, that's our bit right here this morning in Edo State. We now go over to Abuja, where Charity Tanko is on.
during the Safe School Initiative by President Gordon now Chibos was in by President Buhari as a government statistics 2020 total so that are talking about costs Safe Initiative. What can we say about that for now? Like its functionality?
Well, I think that program, as far as I'm concerned, is even dead. The president of headed by Tinubu is not doing anything about it.
No, under President Tinubu, 145 was bought this particular initiative in 2023.
Where is the money? It is in their pocket. It has been budgeted, yes, on paper. We read it on television, on radio, and the rest. But as I speak to you, you cannot lay hand and say, this is what they have done. How many people have been fed in the school? But apart from feeding, no Nigerian wants feeding. By the grace of God, God has been at home before. But that's not our issue. Our issue is the current trend now, what is happening. A child will go to school, will not come back.
Exactly, that's what
not feeding.
Safe School Initiative,
Please.
It is not the homegrown feeding. The Safe School Initiative was supposed to take care of these abductions. They're supposed to be perimeter fencing, CCTV, and everything to ensure that schools are safeguarded.
Okay, recently, I don't know where you are aware, in Ebonyi State, the governor suspended the teacher who made a video of how students were on the floor. They are not interested. If Tinubu is coming within this area, I'm sure Pepe Junction will be blocked. No fly will come up or go out. But when people are kidnapped, we are going to queue up on who becomes the flag bearer of this ticket of APC or ADC or NDC. That is what we are all interested in. So there's no plan for the governance. We are just led by the mercy of God. So that's why I keep thanking God every day, at least for protecting some of us. It's not that we are safe, even as I'm here. Anything can happen. Nothing, we are not. He knows. So if Tinubu can, since he has not done anything, stop whatever you think you are doing and tackle the issue of security between now and let's say you hand over and go away. We are tired.
So now, don't you think that there's because there has been is it fair to continue to blame the president when the president has made available what is necessary in terms of funding, in terms of directive to both security agencies and state government? Is it fair to continue blaming the president?
Like I say, the bulk of everything stops at the decks of the president.
Of course, it stops at the bulk of his table.
Yes.
At his table. But the thing is that he has done what is necessary. And there are people who are supposed to carry out directions, who are supposed to do things.
So if you know the president and commander-in-chief, I don't know how powerful the constitutional powers, I don't know how many you know. The president has enough powers to do and undo by the Constitution. In fact, our Nigerian president is one of the
powers to sack a governor.
It does not have the power, but you have the power to compel a governor to do it. It must not be coming to impeach him. No. Don't everyone almost all the governor comes to Abuja every month, so he cannot have audience with them, whether he's political party or not. All the meeting they have is how to get 2027 election. That is all. That's what they come to discuss. They don't come to discuss about national issue. The president and commander-in-chief has the power to enforce any good decision. And anybody, any governor who tries to sabotage it, the president knows what to do. He knows what to do as the commander-in-chief. On the issue of security, it's not negotiable, like I say, it's not negotiable. Whether the governor likes it or not, no. The president controls the IG, controls the chief of army staff, the chief of air staff, the chief of naval staff, not the governor. And if the problem to any state to do A, B, C, D, the governor come and stop them, the governor cannot do it. You just be looking. At best, the governor will make noise if those policies are not good. But all I'm trying to say is that if you have a willing president who say, look, I've come to work for Nigeria. Tinubu didn't come to work for Nigeria. At best, you can describe Tinubu as a businessman. A transactional president, that's what we have. Nothing more than that. If not, do you know how many people are dying? After Oyo kidnapping the children, the immigration office was it. This is democratic.
The democratically elected president.
Okay, let's assume he was elected. We agree he was elected. Then protect Nigerians. Give us anything. Protect Nigerians so that I can go out to my home and sleep. I can go to and come back. I don't know. I don't see my children. Will I still be alive? And if the police said it, is it to him? Then he should better resign. He should better resign. Yes, honorably. I can't do it. Please, I throw in the towel. It's not out of the way. Many people have done. I know we don't see to the end. Any president must come and do 8 years. Any president must come and do 8 years. It is their constitutional right. You must do 8 years. Even when you are doing rubbish, you must do 8 years. What is the achievement of President Tinubu since he came to power, 2023? Till today, he has not done anything to Nigerians. And what we are saying, what has he?
He started the school loan for students, and which quite a number of students have completed.
I wouldn't want us to waste diesel that you are burning because they say he gave loans, student loan and what?
There's infrastructural development.
So what? Which are the infrastructure development? This highway, the highway they are doing is dancing. That's what he has done. Go to states. Is our refinery working? How much is fuel? Is people having good life? Can you use that to cook a pot? And I tell them it's working. The man has not done anything. And to me, the man should honorably, like I say, resign. There is no shame about it. I can't do that. I can't do it. That's all. It should resign.
Well, thank you very much. So, Barrister Sonia Nyawu, he legal practitioner and public affairs analyst. Thank you for your time and thank you for coming to the program.
Thank you very much.
Well, that's all we can offer from the Abuja Network Studio. You had it all. You've had it all. We believe that whatever it is that we're discussing here, those in authority are watching and they are listening. Please, all Nigerians need is a safe haven. So
Many thanks for joining on CMI this beautiful morning from our Lagos Network studio. I am Marcelina Unkwa. And this morning we'll still be talking about, on the insecurity in the country. And of course, our guest here this morning is Bishop James Brown Okocha. He is a political analyst who would help us talk about this topic. Hello, Bishop. Good morning.
Thank you so much, Mercy.
Thank you so much for coming.
I'm happy to be here.
Yeah. So from kidnappings and attack on schools to growing calls for a state of emergency on insecurity, Nigerian security challenges remain a major concern to the people, to the government. The Christian Association of Nigeria, CAN, has declared a national mourning period, and on Sunday, they set forward, that is Black Sunday, while recent school adoptions have sparked outrage across the country. This morning, we asked, are current security measures enough? And what more can be done to protect Nigerians? We woke up to different stories on the issue of insecurity, kidnapping here and there in different countries. Your states, Edo states, other states in the north, different stories, every morning. And, we're sitting here, we don't even know what's going to happen next or what would happen tomorrow. Or what would even happen in the next 20, 30, 1 hour, would be sitting here. Because the issue of insecurity has been a major problem. And what the people are asking for is a lasting solution. Why does insecurity, Bishop James, appear to persist despite increased security spending? We saw that the president deployed 1,000 forest guard, for the Oyo kidnapping stuff, the teachers and the children. And till now, we still haven't heard of any released from the children that are still in captivities and the teacher, including the teachers that was beheaded. The issue of insecurity has been a major problem. Let's get to hear your take.
All right. Good morning, Nigerians. Good to be here. And then I see it as an opportunity to, lend my voice anytime I find myself in the studio. And I try to be very, pragmatic. Right now that people are protesting, somebody had a placard in Abuja. It's circulating over the social media, and then he wrote, "Shame on all of us." And then I consider that to be the true situation of things, all of us, because we failed to be proactive. We failed to respond to these things when they were coming up. Sometime in June 2013, when the then aspirant, presidential aspirant Muhammad Buhari, had an interview in Liberty Radio in Kaduna. You will see how he was criticizing, speaking against President Jonathan's government for being hard on Boko Haram boys. All right, and then if you can tell ourselves the truth, you will see that there is so much sympathy, from most northern elite when this whole thing was starting. They had so much sympathy on Boko Haram guys. And don't forget that whatever that is happening today, all right, that we call insecurity, they are just offshoot of the Boko Haram thing. It is the Boko Haram that created the safe haven for the invasion of ISWAP, Lakuwara, what do you call them? The so-called bandits, which is also not truth, because we don't have banditry per se in Nigeria. What we have is terrorism. All right? And using the word bandit, in fact, even till today, you can see some northern elite, they are still having sympathy. Somebody like Sheikh Gumi are still having sympathy on these same guys. So you can see that we have not come to a point where we start to tell ourselves the truth. Okay. Are you getting it? Okay. There's a difference between bandits and terrorists. Bandits, have motive for economic gain. But terrorism is ideological. It's either it's a political ideology or religious ideology. So what we have in Nigeria is bandits funding terrorism. All right? So look at it, from the, fundamentally, this is not banditry, this is terrorism, and this is religious-based terrorism. And until we tell ourselves the truth, all right, and we start handling these things, we will just keep deceiving ourselves. We just keep, turning at the same spot without having any result. Are you getting it? So this is terrorism, and we have to spell it out. Okay, look at in Nigeria right now. The Sub-Sahara, all right, region is like becoming the headquarters of global terrorism right now. Because when they were starting, when Muhammad Yusuf started this Boko Haram thing, I mean, the push, he was killed anyway, but that kind of push to net those elements were not there. Till today, our brothers in the north are still making statements that these are our brothers. These persons are our sons. Till tomorrow.
Just the way Sheikh Gumi came out to say that we should forgive that.
Yes, and it's not just Sheikh Gumi saying. I'm saying that we Nigerians, including the government, should be truthful on this. How could you tell me that someone will go and kill people, and when he managed to, or when the security personnel managed to arrest the person, they will bring the person, all right? Few months, you said the person has repented, all right? Then you say you are bringing him back to the society. At times, you like Buhari did. Some of them were, in the carved into the army and all of that. You don't do that. So if you look at it now, look at the other day, 700 and something of them were wearing white, green, paraded before Nigerians as natural heroes. So tell me how people will not be interested if we are pampering these people, if we are giving them stipend monthly, we are giving them jobs, we are not punishing them to discourage people from being part of that. Tell me why people will not go into whatever it is right now. So the problem is both Nigerians and both the government. We have not been truthful, and until then, we keep turning around and wasting lives.
We saw that the NLC, the threatening nationwide action over rising abduction backs teachers' strike. The teachers, the strike and the NLC, they've threatened nationwide action. We've been seeing a couple of protests from different states, especially this Oyo state kidnapping. During Children's Day, we saw that some children were celebrating the Children's Day, and some children, well, till now, they're still in captivities. It has sparked a lot. It's got a lot of people. A lot of people are angry. Nigerians are angry. Different people have been coming out to protest, release our children, release the teachers, and some persons at this point, some parents are even scared to send their children to school because, I watched something on the internet yesterday. The woman said, she got a call from the school that the teachers told them, oh, you guys come take your children, because they saw some bike men outside that they were acting suspicious, that they came, this child, the parent told me to come and pick this child. So the teacher had to call the parents of the child, and the parents said, no, I didn't ask anybody to come pick my child. So they had to call, they locked the school, and they had to call people to come around. I think that was when the bike men, they left. The issue of insecurity has been a major problem. I keep saying it, and I will keep saying it until the government curb insecurity. It's going to be something we'll keep talking about. Are we going to be scared? Because at this point, parents at this point, they're even scared of sending their children to school. Schools used to be safe spaces, but at this point, we don't even know what will happen. If I send my child to school, will the child come back home to me? People are crying, people are suffering. The families of those children that sit in captivities, I don't know how they'll be faring at this moment. So we've been seeing a couple of protests recently. We even saw that the ex-ministers, Adelabu's sister, ministers of power, Adelabu's sister, he was kidnapped alongside with her twin. It's getting worse by the day.
Yes, that portrays the question is buttressing my line of argument. If you watch, the attacking schools, going back to the foundational principle of Boko Haram, that Western education is bad. If you watch right now, people are getting discouraged sending their children to school.
Exactly what's happening.
That's what I'm telling you, that this whole thing is terrorism. And we must not use that word banditry. It makes us comfortable. It makes us think that when we just get money and give to them, they will go. They will not go. Watch what is happening. They will get them, they will torture them. You know, Leah Shoaib is still in Boko Haram custody. Why? Because they asked her to deny Jesus. You understand? And she is still there. You see? So this thing is going towards a thing. And we must be frank about this. Now, people are being discouraged from going to school. Now look at what happened. These are children, not when they did Chibok. Chibok were girls, right? But right now they have left girls.
2-year-old child. 2-year-old child.
Now think about it. If you see Nigerians are angry, well, I am yet to see the anger. Because we can't have handful of people protesting and you say it's anger. Did you know what this APC did when they did Occupy Lagos, Occupy Nigeria? When Jonathan wanted to remove subsidy. You know what they did? They shut down the system. That is when you know that people are angry.
The same APC now that will not
exactly. They shut down. Where are the 200 and something million of Nigerians? Where are they? If we are really angry, we need to be on the street. We need to occupy major places, major cities, occupy the airport. It's not you just go to the market and gather 10 people, you say you are protesting. Does that affect the government? There is a lot of insincerity. The former minister for power, Salah, that was jailed, you know, for I think 75 years or something. You know, he was not in the court, you know, the past judgment. So he was hiding somewhere in someone's house in Kaduna. You know, so after they declared the jail term, before you know it, the security officers fished him out where he was hiding. You get it? They fished him out where he was hiding. So if anybody tells me that, in fact, if I'm going by what Sheikh Gumi said, he said, government know where these people are. Not my word, his word. He said, government knows where they are. He said, government knows them by name. Now, what can you take out of a scenario where a senior police officer, I pity Nigerian police, they're just being sacrificed. I pity young soldiers. What can you say about a senior police officer that was killed? And when there was a meeting for government to discuss with the terrorists wore the uniform of the police and attended the discussion and left. So where do we go from here? Where do we go from here? Should federal government legalize arms at this point? And then on a second thought, will it get the matter worse? I can't even know. But I am saying that the government should be sincere at this point and deal with terrorism without sympathy. Without sympathy. They should wipe out. See, today I just got a little bit happy because I watched Arise TV and then and some people were jailed. Some people were jailed and then for killing Nigerians in this same terrorism thing. So I was impressed about that.
Yeah, we also saw that on the papers this morning, 4 killers of 40 church worshippers sentenced to death by hanging. And most of all those forest, those local police, local vigilantes, we've been seeing a couple of videos on the internet, where they, apprehending some of those terrorist bandits. I think those people, they're actually doing they're trying. Okay, I wouldn't say they're trying, but they're actually helping out for to help fish out this terrorists and the rest. So,
but after fishing them out, what next? Because even these ones, they will appeal. They will appeal the judgment. So after that, what happens? And I know there are people that have been sentenced to death for a long time in Nigeria. They are still there. They're still there. Nothing has happened. You get it? So and all this kind of prolonged judgment, there's a way terrorism should be treated differently. There's a way it should be treated in Nigeria so that people will be discouraged to get involved. You were talking about the money, whether they send money to some kind of boss or something. But I told you, I said, this money is to fund terrorism.
To get more arms and
they use banditry to fund terrorism. You understand? Those guys, look at their life. Now, how do they look? Do they look like people eating money?
Yeah, that's what some persons were saying. Like, if you look at their videos, see them on videos, they actually do not look like they are the ones spending those money they are flaunting on social media and all of that. That is why some persons are in speculation saying that, oh, is it that they're working with the government, they're working with some maybe politicians, you know, after collecting ransom, they send to whosoever they want to send it with, because looking at them, it doesn't appear, or it doesn't seem like that money they are being spending it on themselves and all of that. And we also saw, like I said, different stories of kidnappings here and there. Bandits abduct 6 polytechnic students in Zamfara. As Senate decries rising insecurity on the papers this morning. Gunmen also abduct students in Zamfara State, and in Edo State we also saw the one that happened. It keeps happening and occurring, and sometimes I just ask myself, are we going to, is there a day we would wake up in Nigeria, you know, and insecurity is finally gone? I saw somebody posted something on my WhatsApp status yesterday. You know, she was like, oh, she do have international students that come to Nigeria to train with her. That yesterday, some of them tested her that, oh, Nigeria, we heard Nigeria is not safe. Can we come? And she told them, she said, if you're convinced, come, but Nigeria is not safe. I won't. She was like, according to her, I wouldn't use greed because I want to collect money from this students and tell them to come to Nigeria. It has gotten to that extent, and it has gotten to that point where people are scared to come to Nigeria. Even we Nigerians are in Nigeria, we're even scared to go out because we don't know what will happen next. And it has made, I've been thinking, will insecurity finally enter the country? And also, don't you think the government, they're prioritizing the forthcoming election to instead of insecurity? I mean, focusing on insecurity.
You know, on this independent television, if you can play back the interviews we had when Mr. President traveled to Brazil. I think I was here. I had a show with you, you know, where I was saying that there is no need. He said he was going there to woo investors and all of that. I said there is no need going about say you are wooing investors. What you need to do is to I mean, clear off insecurity, right? Back here. Because if here is not peaceful, nobody comes here to invest. Are you getting it? We are just chasing shadows here and there. Now, if you look at the statement our president made, he said opposition, certain persons want to use insecurity, you know, to remove him from office. He said, "Boy, he's stubborn.
Yeah,
he won't go." Now, if you know that, let's take it that some people want to use insecurity to mess up your government. What have you done? What have you done to checkmate what those people are doing? What have you done practically? I was in Bauchi, I was in Jos when the Jos attack happened. The day he was coming, I was also waiting to receive Mr. President. I was there live. I wasn't told. The news was that he got to the airport and left. I said he doesn't have more than 10 minutes to spend. So if opposition parties or political opponents are the ones trying to use insecurity to mess up your government, you are the one that has every arsenal in this country right now. Why don't you deploy those arsenals, I mean, to quell this insecurity, so that, because that's where the victory starts. What are you campaigning?
So you do not think they are politicizing this whole thing? Because Wike made the same statement as well, even the Senate president. You don't think they're politicizing this?
But look at what I'm telling you now.
Yeah.
The C, all right? Okay. That's what I'm telling you right now. Every army, every security, you know, apparatus of Nigeria is in the palm of Mr. President. And you saw some people using insecurity to destabilize the government. Why would you not be aggressive in tackling that insecurity? Since you know that they want to use it to destabilize you, why would you not be aggressive? Why are you also, like someone on the fence? I have listened to his statements. You will not, that aggression, that extreme commitment. I said in Jos, we were waiting to see him. When it happened at Ben, the same thing, everywhere. The same thing. What exactly? Okay, look at how long it took before people were deployed to Oyo. How long it took. This is something that should, if it's happening now, you are provoking the security apparatus immediately to go after them. Are you aware that these same Nigerian soldiers we're talking about, at a point, in fact, everywhere there is war in Africa, they were going for peacekeeping. These guys are professionals. But you know the way this whole thing works. They can't start functioning like that. So what I'm saying is, I am not saying it is not politically motivated. I am not saying it's politically motivated. But since you know it is politically motivated, why have you allowed it? Even the people the enemy used for terrorism to mess up your government, when they were arrested, you also forgave them. Is it to mess you up the more? So when you look at it, you see, there is no sincerity at all. That's where I'm going. There is no sincerity. So if you tell me it's politically motivated, well, you need to convince me about that.
No, I mean, that is what...
No, I'm talking to anyone that is pushing that narrative. They need to convince me because I have all it takes to checkmate it.
Okay.
And you are not checkmating it. And some of the persons you are working with are telling us that they are prodigal sons.
That they've come back. And
yeah, they have come back. Just embrace them. Some will say they are they're not my brothers, so they could be your brothers. Don't tell me terrorists are my brothers. Some will say they are my children. They're not my children, and they can't be my children. And Nigerians will hear this thing, they will keep quiet. It's time we hold our leaders accountable. It's time because when we allow these things, it will keep, and it's growing. It's growing. So for me, they need to convince Nigerians that it's politically motivated.
So you do not see insecurity ending anytime soon?
Well, with the way it's being handled, with Kids Globe, the way it's being handled, the way the Nigerian leaders are treating insecurity. Look at how some were just cleared. You know Benin and some of that, all these borders countries, they're not playing with this. Most of them are seeing. Are you aware that few days ago, the second in command of ISIS globally, was killed here? I mean, all of them are trooping in here because here has become their heaven, where nobody checkmates them. Like that America bombed in Sokoto, they were training, terrorists. So everything, Al-Shabaab today, the people that were jailed, they were linked to Al-Shabaab. So you can see that Al-Qaeda, every global terrorism is finding its way back, to come and be in Nigeria. Because the sub-Sahara Africa, they think in fact, we have sympathy for them. So Nigerian government should wake up and let them know that we cannot sympathize with terrorists.
All right, thank you so much, Bishop James Grant. We are still hoping and praying that all this ends because it's really sad. I mean, I'm sad for those people that still have their families, their children, their wife, their husband in the hands of those terrorists. I mean, I've been seeing a couple of videos, the way they treat these people. There was one I even posted on my WhatsApp, they naked them. It's heartbreaking and it's sad. And we just hope and pray that the issue of insecurity ends in the country, because I cannot imagine how other countries are perceiving Nigeria at this moment. May God help us. We hope and pray that the president help curb insecurity in the country. Thank you once again, Bishop James
Thank you.
Grant,
It's always my pleasure
for coming this morning. And thank you, Nigerians. Thank you, all our viewers, for joining our Lagos Network studio this beautiful morning on CMI. I am Marcelina Unkwa. We'll be handing over to our Benin Network studio for the continuation on CMI. Just stay with us.
Good morning again, and thanks for joining us on ITV News for this time. I am Harry Igboje. Edo State Commissioner of Police, Monday Agbonika, has ordered the deployment of additional police personnel to the internally displaced persons camp in Iwogwa, Ovia Northeast local government area, and other strategic locations. CP Agbonika disclosed this during the security assessment visit to the camp, pointing out that the exercise forms part of ongoing clearance operations and forest patrols being conducted across the 3 senatorial districts. Crime correspondent Jola Deojo reports.
As part of effort to combat kidnapping, banditry, and other violent crimes, Edo State Police Command, in collaboration with other security agencies, commenced coordinated clearance operations across the 3 senatorial districts about 2 weeks ago. As a follow-up to the operation, CP Monday Agbonika led a team of security personnel on patrol and bush clearing exercises with the deployment of a police helicopter for aerial surveillance in communities including Igara, Urumi, Irua, Ubiaja, Ikiadolo, and the Uogwa internally displaced persons camp on Tuesday. The exercise, according to the Commissioner of Police, is aimed at denying criminals and suspected kidnappers access to forest and other hideouts used for their activities.
We are trying to be proactive, and we want to take over the forest. We don't want to leave any space in the states to be ungoverned. And we went to an IDP camp because it's a vulnerable place, and we don't want a situation where kidnappers will take advantage. We did an assessment of the place. I can say I found the security there satisfactory, even though we need to upgrade. I've directed already that we should increase the number of policemen there, and we should also call for volunteers within the camp.
CP Agbonika said that sustained security operations have also led to a significant reduction of kidnapping in areas like Ekpoma. He assured residents that the command would sustain the momentum while intensifying efforts against all forms of crime.
We are assuring the people that wherever the bandits are, whether in the bushes, in their camps, whether across the borders and thinking of crossing over, definitely Edo State is not a place for them to try.
The ongoing clearance operations are expected to enhance security and public confidence across Edo State. Jola Deojo, ITV News.
Edo State Governor Senator Monday Okpebholo has commended the Provost of Edo State College of Education, Igwebe, Dr. Victoria Okoje, for what he described as a remarkable progress and revitalization of the institution within 5 months of her appointment. The governor gave the commendation when the management of the college paid him a courtesy visit at Government House in Benin City. The report by Emmanuel Chegwe is presented by Oluwafemi Farayola.
Governor Monday Okpebholo said the leadership of Edo State College of Education, Igweben, has demonstrated commitment to repositioning the institution for growth and academic excellence. The governor praised the provost of the college, Dr. Victoria Okoje, for the achievements recorded within a short period.
Before we appointed you, know your capability, we know who you are, and we know your professionalism. So, and I have no doubt, and I believe you still do more than this, better than this by the grace of God. Well, your request for December is granted, but I also hope to visit the school. Most of your requests, look at them, especially the light issue and the perimeter fencing.
Earlier, the Provost, College of Education, Igweben, Dr. Victoria Okoje, expressed appreciation to the governor for increasing the institution's monthly subvention from 19 million naira to 100 million naira. She said the intervention has helped the college strengthen its internal quality assurance system, while also improving staff and student welfare.
Edo State College of Education, Igweben, is deeply inspired by the visionary leadership of your administration and the developmental strides provided under the SHINE agenda. The college most respectfully acknowledges and deeply appreciates your impactful interventions and supportive actions towards its stability and progress. In particular, we thank Your Excellency for the increase in the college's monthly subvention from 19 million to 100 million.
The leadership of Edo State College of Education, Igweben, says it remains committed to delivering quality teacher education while partnering with the state government to improve learning conditions and infrastructure. Oluwafemi Falayola, ITV News.
To promote teamwork, healthy living, networking, and stronger relationship among corporate institutions in Edo State, Independent Television and Radio has officially flagged off the maiden edition of its Corporate Cup football tournament. The tournament features 6 teams, namely Nigeria Breweries, Sterling Bank, Access Bank, Money Point, 7up Bottling Company, and the Nigerian Institute for Oil Palm Research, NIFOR. The report by Jola Deojo is presented by Usemu Diamosagi.
The managing director of Independent Television and Radio, Engineer Elvis Obaseki, performed the ceremonial kickoff to officially declare the maiden edition of the Corporate Cup open. The opening match got underway with NIFOR taking on Nigeria Breweries in an entertaining encounter. Both teams exhibited football artistry at both ends of the pitch. However, NIFOR dominated the match and defeated Nigeria Breweries by 7-1. The second match was between 7up Bottling Company and Access Bank. Access Bank did not show up for the game, while 7up were awarded a walkover victory. According to the managing director of ITV and Radio, the Corporate Cup is aimed at fostering unity, teamwork and stronger relationship among corporate organizations while promoting sportsmanship and healthy competition.
As a corporate organization, we felt this could be an opportunity to bring sister agencies, companies in Benin together for something of this nature. This is just the beginning, and I know next year it will be bigger than this.
In her comments, the Executive Director of Finance and Administration of ITV and Radio, Lady Celerina Ojomo, expressed satisfaction with the success of the opening ceremony.
This 5-a-side corporate soccer is to get to know top executives. We actually thought some MDs and the executive directors of the participating teams will play, but the guys they have brought, they are quite old and active too. They played very well.
Participating teams expressed appreciation to management of ITV and Radio for the initiative.
Thank you to ITV for organizing the competition to keep the body and soul moving. Been long I played football. Shout out to my teammates as well.
This is very innovative, trying to drive this process because of the corporate work, which is more of sedentary job. We need to exercise ourselves.
The maiden edition of the ITV Corporate Cup continues with other fixtures, with the grand finale scheduled for June 12th. Semudamel Sagi, ITV News.
And residents in Edo Delta, Kaduna and Lagos states have decried the sudden exorbitant increase in the price of liquefied petroleum gas, popularly known as cooking gas, saying the increase is straining household budgets. Joe Baisiagma reports that prices have jumped sharply in the past 2 weeks, with customers and dealers linking the hike to scarcity and hoarding by middlemen.
In Benin City, a wholesale cooking gas refill station operator who spoke off camera blamed producers and middlemen for hoarding products in the southern zone. The respondent said in view of the amount they pay to purchase cooking gas from the south, they have no choice but to sell according to cost. Consumers on Airport Road and the Igbobahill axis in Benin City said cooking gas sold for 1,150 naira to 1,300 naira per kilogram during Christmas now sells between 1,600 naira and 2,000 naira per kilogram, which is straining household budgets.
If free gas like 2,000 naira, when I go free gas cost 1,000, I can't able to get. Before you know, it can't enter 160 to 18.
I don't know how it happens. Overnight, you start buying gas 1,850, which is not even good. Many people are passing through hell.
The government can break all those bottlenecks, all those middlemen that are involved, even in food.
The situation is the same in Warri, Delta State, where a consumer, Jeff Akaba, said he buys cooking gas between 1,800 naira and 2,000 naira, compared to 900 naira and 1,000 naira per kilogram during Christmas.
I buy 1.8 and it's affecting us seriously. How the common man can survive it?
In Kaduna, residents said a kilogram of cooking gas, which sold between 1,200 naira and 1,300 naira 2 weeks ago, now goes between 1,650 naira and 1,750 naira.
The thing surprised me. We are here 1,700 for gas. Gas where would they buy before? 1,120.
A resident of Lagos State, Mr. Chuks Felix, said 1 kilogram of cooking gas was sold for 500 naira and has increased to over 2,000 naira per kilogram.
500, now with the free gas before, but now the gas, if you go up today, it will go down, it will go up, but now 2,000 naira.
Across the 4 states, residents are appealing to the federal government and relevant authorities to urgently investigate the cause of the scarcity and intervene to prevent further hardship in the country. Joy Obaisiagbon, ITV News.
Residents of the government reservation area in Benin City have expressed concern over the deteriorating condition of roads and drainage channels in parts of the area. The residents, particularly those living along the Ihama axis, are calling on the Edo State government to urgently address the situation, citing the hardship caused by motorists and commuters on a daily basis. Ofure Neto has details.
A visit to some of the affected areas, including Ihama Road, Federal Avenue, Off-Boundary Road, and Gulf Road, reveals several failed sections of roads, numerous potholes, and drainage channels in need of urgent attention. Resident of Ihama Axis lamented the poor condition of the roads, saying it has continued to hinder the free movement of people and vehicles within the neighborhood. They also expressed dissatisfaction with the handling of drainage maintenance, noting that sand and debris removed during the cleaning of gutters are often left by the roadside instead of being evacuated, thereby creating additional environmental concerns.
We dey suffer for the roads normally because the road has been like this for years. The time when the road they okay, where we dey manage and then use because of politics destroy the road, say they want to tie the road.
The repair that is going on, at least is really superlative on the road. I think it's giving us a respite. We just pray that they continue to do this so that the motorists can have a good time.
The residents appeal to the Edo State government to rehabilitate the affected roads and ensure the prompt evacuation of materials removed from drainage channels to improve sanitation and ease transportation challenges in the area.
I'm calling them to do more for the city. As what they are repairing at least, we have seen that as far as the road is not able, our driving becomes very smooth.
That's going to be an easy thing. We are going to pray for the government to pay urgent attention to this road because our cars, we go to mechanic almost every weekend because of leg work and everything like that.
As you've heard, potholes and erosion have made movement difficult for residents in GRA. From Benin, Ofure and Neto, ITV News.
And that's it on ITV News for this time. Many thanks for watching. I am Harry Aigbo J. My socials is next. Please stay tuned.
ITV, certainly the best.
ITV, certainly the best.
Top on the list of the initiates was the eldest son of the Esama of Benin and former governor of Edo State, Chief Lucky Nosakare Igbenedion. 11 of his siblings, namely Bright Ayamekwe Igbenedion, Honorable Charles Osemwige Igbenedion, Peter Osawari Igbenedion, Dr. Fred Osamuyi Igbenedion, Barrister Mike Osarene Igbenedion, Efosa Douglas Igbenedion, Upuma Enes Igbenedion, Osawe Igbenedion, Edosa Igbenedion, Dr. Daniel Omorige Igbenedion, Agbon Steve Igbenedion, as well as the Executive Director Operations, ITV and Radio, Chief Elder Ugbeide Nwonse. It was a vital aspect of Okada community's cultural heritage, which emphasized the significance of age, responsibility, and community service. Over 50 notable sons of Okada were also initiated. According to tradition and customs, those initiated, dressed in white traditional attire, were made to undergo some rituals, while the Odionwe pronounces blessings on them and assisted them to take a seat with the elders.
Oṣòdì aṣáájú ẹ̀ abẹ́rẹ́ tó pẹ́ ẹ̀. Àyàbá sọ́kè abá sọ́pà ẹ̀. Àlàyé àtọ́jú abá sọ́pà ẹ̀. Ẹgbẹ̀júwà.
LG assures some efforts to rescue abducted Oyo Borno pupils teachers. Minority leadership crisis erupts in House of Reps over forged signature claim. Edo government flags off 2026 World Environment Day celebration with awareness road work. Stakeholders call for new strategies to strengthen national security. Lagos Magistrate suspects Tajudeen Akombi in police custody. Good evening. Thank you for joining us on the main news on ITV. I am Charity Tanko from the Abuja Network Studio, and joining me from the Network Studio is Lawrence Osifo.
Charity, and it's a pleasure to have you on the news tonight. I'm pretty sure you're good in the Federal Capital Territory too.
And from our Lagos studio, we have Marcelina. Marcelina, good evening.
Beautiful evening to you, Charity, and good to see you on the screen tonight.
Thank you very much. You can watch ITV live online at www.itvradio.ng.com/live. And you can also follow us on all our social media platforms, Facebook, X, Instagram, YouTube, and TikTok at ITV Radio NG. And now to news in details. The federal government assures Nigerians the safe return of every child and teacher currently in captivity remains a top national priority. ITV's Abigail Aderemi reports that the Minister of Information and National Orientation, Mohammed Idris, gave the assurance on Thursday at a press conference in Abuja.
No child belongs in captivity, and that no effort will be spared in ensuring that those responsible for these heinous crimes are brought to justice.
Addressing the press, the Minister of Information and National Orientation, Mohammed Idris, acknowledges that the recent abduction of school children and their teachers in Oyo and Borno State tests the nation's collective resolve. Idris cites the Federal High Court's conviction and sentencing to death of 4 terrorists involved in the June 2022 attack on St. Francis Catholic Church, Owo, Ondo State, as evidence of government action against terrorism.
On behalf of President Bola Ahmed Tinubu, GCFR, and the entire federal government of Nigeria, I wish to assure all Nigerians that the safe return of every child and every teacher currently in captivity remains a top national priority.
Responding to questions from journalists, the Director of Defense Information, Major General Samaila Uba, says security agencies are intensifying strategies through intelligence gathering, aerial surveillance, community engagement, and search and rescue operations to secure the release of the victims.
We have gone to every nook and cranny where these terrorists are located. We've captured many of them and neutralized a lot of them. But let me reassure Nigerians that wherever terrorists are, the Nigerian armed forces will fish him out and he'll be neutralized.
The Nigerian police force and all security agencies have deployed intelligence and operational tools. But it is not everything that we have to divulge so that we will not jeopardize the chances of success.
We are really working more on that in order to capture all the things all over the Federation.
So yes, the capacity exists, but the security agencies must use their best training to do threat assessment and to know when it is time to move in.
Meanwhile, Nigerians continue to express concern as many hope and pray for swift and decisive intervention beyond assurances from authorities. From Abuja, Abigail Aderemi, ITV News.
Plenary at the House of Representatives turns rowdy on Thursday as lawmakers clash over the race for the position of minority leader. Ogani Victor reports that Benue lawmaker Honorable Philip Agbesi accused Honorable Ikenga Ugochinyere and his group of forging his signature to nominate him for the position.
A rowdy session erupted during Thursday's plenary following allegations of signature forgery raised by Honorable Philip Agbesi. The Benue lawmaker tells the House that his signature is forged on the nomination form submitted by supporters of Honorable Ikenga Ugochinyere for the position of minority leader.
That my legislative privilege has been breached because this amounts to forgery for my signature to be used for purposes which not intended for.
Speaker Tajuddin Abbas, however, opts to meet with minority caucus members in a bid to resolve the dispute. The move does not sit well with some lawmakers, including Edo lawmaker Honorable Billy Osawaru and Benue lawmaker Pastor Ojema Ojotu, who insist that the matter be referred to the House Committee on Ethics and Privileges for investigation.
An issue like this
should be referred to the Committee on Ethics and Privileges.
But the issue that be raised by these two colleagues of ours, I think it would be nice. You refer the matter to the committee to investigate.
Mr. Speaker, my brother arrived from Benue late for our meeting, met me in the office in the presence of some of my colleagues that I will bring forward, and voluntarily, on his own and independently, pledged and signed my nomination for the post of minority leader.
I never did, Mr. Ikenga.
Mr. Speaker.
I never did that, Mr. Ikenga.
Mr. Speaker.
I never did that, Mr. Ikenga.
Mr. Speaker.
I never did that. No. I never did that.
Can you sit down? Sit down, please.
In the midst of all of this crisis, 4 Bauchi lawmakers defected from the People's Democratic Party to the Allied People's Movement. From the House of Representatives, Ogani Victor, ITV News.
Presidential candidates of the National Democratic Coalition NDC, Peter Obi, is lamenting the growing wave of kidnapping, killings, insecurity, and school closures across the country, insisting that Nigeria cannot continue on its current path. Obi gave the remarks at the party's second National Executive Committee NEC meeting in Abuja, where he also calls on members to embrace sacrifice, tolerance, and unity in pursuit of the party's vision for national transformation. Joseph Kadiri reports that Obi assures party faithful that if the NDC wins the 2027 general election and forms government, Nigeria will witness a new era of leadership that attracts global admiration.
Speaking at the meeting, the presidential candidate of the NDC, Peter Obi, urges members of the party to remain focused, that when the party forms government, Nigerians and the international community will witness a clear difference in leadership, governance, and accountability. Obi expresses concern over the worsening security situation in the country, noting that reports of kidnapping, killings, and school closures continue to dominate national discourse. He tasked members on sacrifice ahead of the polls.
Be able to be more tolerant, understanding, and sacrifice as we go through this. It is important that we look at tomorrow. Let us not be preoccupied by present of today. Let us look at tomorrow.
Also speaking, the national leader of the party, Senator Seraki Dixon, and the national chairman, Senator Moses Cleopas, congratulate candidates who emerged from the party's primaries, describing the exercise as a reflection of the NDC's strength, unity, and democratic credentials.
All of us, the leadership to all our membership across the length and breadth of our country, we have every reason to thank God and to congratulate ourselves. Congratulations to you all.
The most important thing, as I've been taught by my mentor, the leader of this party, is to be convinced in your mind that you have done the right thing. And he taught me early enough politics of conviction. Are you convinced in your mind that what you are doing is the right thing to be done?
They expressed confidence that the party remains committed to its mission until Nigeria is delivered from its numerous challenges. From Abuja, Joseph Kadri, ITV News.
You're still watching the main news on ITV. I'm handing you over to our Benin Network studio where Lawrence is on standby. Lawrence, over to you.
Thank you very much, Charity. And here in our Benin studio, we'll begin in Ekiti State, southwestern Nigeria, where residents of Eda Onio in the Ileje local government area of Ekiti State on Wednesday staged a protest over the continued captivity of 16 worshippers abducted by gunmen, despite the payment of 10.5 million naira ransom. The protesters, comprising community leaders, women, youths, relatives, and friends of the victims, appealed to the federal government, the Ekiti State government, government and security agencies to intensify effort to secure the release of the abductees. The victims were kidnapped on April 28, 2026 during an evening service at the Christ Apostolic Church in Edda Onio when gunmen invaded the church and killed the presiding pastor. According to residents, the kidnappers initially demanded 1 billion naira ransom, later reducing it to 150 million naira ransom and subsequently to 50 million naira ransom. The community, however, raised 10.5 million naira ransom and paid the amount, but the victims remain in captivity. Carrying placards with inscriptions such as President Tinubu, save us, we are perishing. FG, Ekiti State Government, save us, our loved ones from kidnappers, and we reject terrorism, banditry, and kidnapping in Edda Onio. The protesters expressed frustration over the prolonged ordeal. The demonstrators also called for improved security infrastructure in the area, including a functional divisional police headquarters, deployment of forest guards, and the establishment of a military base near the Ekiti-Kwara border. And in Benin City, where some residents have raised alarm over the increasing activities of suspected one-chance operators who allegedly disguise as commercial transport operators to rob, abduct, and assault unsuspecting passengers across major routes in the Benin City metropolis. The criminal trend, which has become a growing source of concern for commuters, is prevalent along Aduawa, Ikpoba Hill, Upper Ekenwa, Airport Road, Ring Road, Oluku Axis, and other parts of the city. Crime correspondent Jolade Ojo brings us details.
For many residents, boarding a commercial vehicle has become a gamble between reaching their destination safely and becoming the next victim of criminal element operating under the guise of public transportation. Suspects, they say, allegedly operate with minibuses that appear genuine from the outside, making it difficult for passengers to identify any danger before boarding. Residents of Aduawa, Ikpoba Hill, Airport Road, and Upper Ekenwa expressed concerns over what they described as the increasing frequency of such incidents, urging security agencies to intensify surveillance and intelligence gathering across identified flashpoints.
What we have been hearing is very surprising. So it is important that the security people help us, and the individual has to be very careful. Even there is the rumor we hear of this school yesterday.
Make government come to our rescue. Make them set up task force. When they know say at least they go see the waka like human be the waka, and any bus when they suspect, they'll just stop. And because you get one time when I enter motor that car, me not even know say na this 419ers. As I just enter once, all this task force, they just use their car to block that car. They say, madam, come back. They say people won't carry you, so don't be good one.
The question of putting surveillance now for them to find out how they are doing all this is because I know that they will see use painted ones. So that people will think that maybe they are passengers or whatever.
They know they carry them go court again. Make them just sentence them. Why? Because I remember the time of Anini. So they'll just carry them around and everything. They'll carry them around. After they carry them down, they'll give them fire sweat. They'll kill them.
As concerns continue to spread across various parts of Benin City, residents hope increased security presence and public awareness will help address the situation and improve confidence in public transportation. From Benin, Jola Diojo, ITV News.
Some farmers in Benin City have expressed concern that food security in the state cannot be guaranteed if the killings and kidnapping of farmers continues. Jonah Omorowa, who sampled opinion of how food security can be sustained, has the details.
A few days ago, the United Nations warned that approximately 35 million Nigerians are at the risk of acute hunger and food insecurity during the 2026 lean season. This severe threat is primarily driven by persistent insecurity in key agricultural regions, occasioned by herdsmen attacks, killing, and kidnapping. It is against this backdrop some farmers in Benin City are calling on the Edo State government to empower farmers and traditional leaders to tackle insecurity to enable farmers to go back to their farms. They said no farmer would want to risk being killed or kidnapped on his farm while trying to make a living by producing food for the country.
Issue of insecurity in Nigeria,
it doesn't go well with us because one, we the farmers, we are the one paying the price most. And the farmers are suffering too much when it comes to this insecurity matter. We can fight insecurity on our own. If given the enabling environment, we are going to the farm. We hold our gun.
I suggest for government, both state and federal and local, they should empower traditional rulers from each community. Those traditional rulers to employ community police by themselves. So when they do that, I think insecurity will also be tackled like that.
I'm spending more than 800,000 every month on security. Otherwise, people won't have to go to farm. Where farm? If the government want to help, they should first think of the overall security, not merely farmers. If there's security everywhere, then the farmers are also involved.
The United Nations projects that nearly 3 million children under 5 are at the risk of suffering from severe acute malnutrition in Nigeria. From Benin, Jonah Omowa, ITV News.
Guests on our current affairs program 60 Minutes Nigeria have called on governments at all levels and members of the political class to work together in developing new strategies to address the country's security challenges. Usemudiame Usagi has the details.
Speaking on the topic, governance, security, and the role of the political elite in Nigeria's security challenges, the guests, Felix Osigwe, Iwanfo Omogbe, and Collins Amadi, stressed the need for government to review and strengthen existing security strategies to effectively tackle the growing insecurity across the country. They emphasized that security is a collective responsibility and urged political leaders, regardless of party affiliation, to set aside their differences and contribute meaningful ideas and support towards finding lasting solutions to the nation's security concerns.
The problem is, like you said, apart from the landmass, Nigeria is over 250 million people. It's the biggest, it's among the 4th biggest country in the world. Yeah. Look at the landmass. And what have been done? We were told some days ago was saying the contribution of Tinubu, as in he has done a lot for the military. It's just that the morals are down. We need to rejig our system.
When we talk about failed system or failed governance, well, not particularly looking at the president alone or the governors or the commissioners alone, but looking at how some of these institutions that are being funded by government, how they behave. A few years ago, I stand to be corrected. Bola Ige was killed. Something similar to this issue of kidnapping or murder was killed, and we were made to know as at that time that he was shot and his agbada was not pierced by any bullet.
My brother talked about the kidnap happened in Iyowa at the time. Iyowa that you and I know is as good as Oluku, very busy. Now, for such a kidnapping, before now, you will see that enthusiasm and patriotism. Either people pursue the car, trace the car, while calling police for rescue.
60 Minutes Nigeria is broadcast every Thursday from 1:30 p.m. to 2:30 p.m. Usemudame Osagi, ITV News.
Independent television and radio has been commended for adding much value to youth development, especially education and discovering of raw talents, as well as nurturing them to stardom. The commendation was handed down to the communications giant when members of the Special Events Committee to the station visited the APC candidate for Uredu Federal Constituency and founder of the Paddy Iyamu Foundation, Dr. Paddy Iyamu. The report is presented by Ikmo Musa Ugiagbe.
The Special Event Committee of Independent Television and Radio was at the office of the APC candidate for Oedo Federal Constituency to interact with him on sponsorship for the 2026 ITV and Radio Interschools Quiz, Debate and Essay Competition. The leader of the team and Deputy General Manager Programs, Independent Television and Radio, Dr. Sonny Duke Okosun, commended Dr. Iyamu for his consistent investment in education through the Paddy Iyamu Foundation as the foundation's scholarship and education support programs aligns with the objectives of the annual ITV and radio competition. Dr. Okosun formally says the Quiz Fiesta, which has become a global household brand, engages over 2,000 pupils and students from public and private schools across Nigeria and has for years raised a new generation of critical thinkers, public speakers, and academic champions.
An inter-schools quiz debate and essay competition
will be incomplete without getting someone like you to partner with us for us to achieve our aims and objectives. So that's why we're here, basically.
Dr. Padi Iyamu appreciated the committee for the visit and reaffirmed his commitment to education and youth empowerment. He pledged to study the proposal and assured that the Padi Iyamu Foundation will continue to partner with initiatives that invest in the intellectual capacity of young Edo people.
Dr. Padi Foundation will be with you also, the planning of this program, and I will be physically present. Education is a principal tool that we can use to change the world of the presidency. And I think that we are talking about insecurity, we are talking about some of the vices in the society today because people are not educated.
The 2026 ITV and Radio Interschools Quiz, Debate and Essay Competition is scheduled for 3rd July 2026 at Ehizwa Hub and Event Center, Airport Road, Benin City. Ikmomosa Ugiagbe, ITV News.
Now we'll take you over to our Lagos studio where Marcelina is on standby. Marcelina, over to you.
Many thanks, Charity, and welcome to our Lagos Network studio. Alhaji Tanjudi Ahmed Akombi alleged to have murdered one Prince Ademola Akinloye and Sheriff Ishola Salami by the International Criminal Police Organization in Benin Republic has been arraigned before the Agege Magistrate Courts in Lagos State. The suspect has been remanded in police custody at Lagos Island in Panti. Aigbeje Aquaria has the details.
A few weeks after the suspect, who was alleged to have fled to neighboring Benin Republic, Alhaji Tajuddin Ahmed Akombi, was arrested by the International Criminal Police Organization, Interpol, and handed over to the AIG Zone 2 headquarters. The suspect was brought to the court premises under a tight security. When the matter came up for hearing, the court, after listening to parties in the matter, said there was an application for bail which cannot be considered pending the determination of the DPP advice, and ordered that the suspect be remanded in police custody at Panti pending DPP's advice. Although counsel to parties in the case could not be reached for comment, some members of the public and family members of the deceased were at the court in a protest to demand for justice.
We can't ask for anything else than justice. My brother is easygoing. He was easygoing. He never had any confrontation with anybody. Surprisingly, he was murdered in cold blood at 11 o'clock on a Monday morning in Chevron Road. That speaks a lot. Nobody is free. Who will know who will be the next? So that's why we are asking for justice. Sheriff too was murdered in cold blood. So what else can we ask for? We are only asking for justice, that's all.
The suspect was arrested for the alleged murder of Prince Kasim Ademola and Sheriff Ishola. The court thereafter adjourned the matter to the 16th of June 2026. From Lagos, Aigbeje Korea, ITV News.
In another report, the governor of Lagos State, Mr. Babajide Sanwo-Olu, has inaugurated a local organizing community for the maiden edition of the National Intermediate Games Targ Lagos 2026. In a press statement signed by the Special Advisor on Media and Publicity to the governor, Boyega Akosile, Governor Sanwo-Olu urged the local organizing committee members to approach the assignment with dedication, professionalism, and a clear sense of purpose. Governor Sanwo-Olu said the National Intermediate Game will provide a platform for young athletes across the country to discover and showcase their talent while creating opportunities for growth and excellence in sports.
Thank you so much for staying with us on the network news on ITV. The Edo State government has flagged off activities for the 2026 World Environment Day celebration with a public awareness roadwork across major parts of Benin City, the Edo State capital. The Commissioner for Environment and Sustainability, Honorable Nusa Adams Esquire, led the exercise on Thursday alongside the Permanent Secretary, Ministry of Education, Mrs. Edith Ebomoyi. Ehis Uhunamure brings us details.
Leading participants on the awareness work, the Commissioner for Environment and Sustainability, Honorable Nusa Adams, said the campaign was aimed at educating residents on the importance of environmental responsibility and sustainable living.
A clean environment is a healthy environment. We must do everything possible to maintain a healthy environment, and to do it, it behoves on you and I to hold our environment in high esteem. And on behalf of the state governor, Senator Monday Okpebholo, I declare this year 2026 World Environment Day celebration open. Thank you very much.
The road work commenced from the Edo State Secretariat, moved through Ring Road and Oba Market, and later returned to the Secretariat. At Oba Market, the Commissioner interacted with traders and residents, encouraging them to maintain clean surroundings and adopt proper waste disposal practices to prevent environmental hazards and improved public health.
Don't put refuse and drainage. Don't put refuse on the road. Don't put refuse indiscriminately. Put your refuse, put your trash, put them into the trash can so that the waste manager will bring it to us. We will know how to handle it.
Honorable Nusa Adams explained that this year's World Environment Day theme, urbanization and climate change, Green Cities, Stronger Future highlights the need for collective action in addressing environmental challenges arising from rapid urban growth. He disclosed that activities lined up for the celebration include a tree planting campaign and a public lecture aimed at promoting environmental sustainability. World Environment Day is observed annually on June 5th to raise global awareness and encourage action towards environmental protection and sustainable development. From Benin, Ehis Uhunamure, ITV News.
The Oba Market Shop Verification Committee has dismissed allegations that shops in the remodeled Oba Market were sold to traders, describing the claim as false and misleading. The committee's position comes barely 24 hours after a group of traders staged a protest at the Oredo Local Government Secretariat over the alleged sale of market stalls. Efusa Uwangwe brings more.
The chairman of the Oba Market Shop Verification Committee, Honorable Ebegwe Igo Osage, has held a large stakeholders meeting with traders, market leaders, and other concerned parties to clarify issues surrounding the proposed allocation of shops in the remodeled Oba Market. The meeting, convened shortly after the protest by some traders, provided an avenue for the committee to address concerns and explain the outcome of the recently concluded verification exercise for shop owners affected by the June 2020 fire incident. Speaking during the interactive section, Honorable Ebegwe Igo Osage debunked claims that the Oedo Local Government Council has sold any of the shops. He stated that findings from the verification exercise revealed that some of those involved in the protest were neither registered shop owners nor eligible beneficiaries of the reallocation process, while others acted without full knowledge of the facts. He reassured genuine shop owners that the chairman of Oedo Local Government, Engineer Gabriel Dusere, remains committed to ensuring a transparent and fair allocation process in line with the directives of the Governor of Edo State, Senator Monday Okpebholo. Honorable Ebegwe further explained that the verification committee, which includes the special advisor to the governor on markets, Honorable Juliana Ihanorime, the special advisor on social mobilization, Mrs. Mary Jane Mosefe, Honorable Sherry Igbinigi, the head of revenue at department, and other officials carried out a thorough verification and documentation exercise to ensure that only legitimate shop owners benefit from the allocation.
Everybody qualified for this committee assures will be returned to them students. If you are genuinely a trustee in that place, your shops will be given back to you if your receipts for payments are up to date.
Stakeholders at the meeting commended the committee for engaging traders through dialogue and pledged their support for a smooth and transparent allocation process.
Appreciate our state government. Everyone is shining and the effort is working.
From Benin, Efosa Wangwe, ITV News.
Former Edo State Permanent Secretary and renowned medical practitioner Dr. Felix Amasihohu Ehagwere has passed away at the age of 84. Ikmonwosa Ugiagbe has the details.
A statement by the family signed by his son, Engineer Osaetin Ihagwe, says the former Edo State Permanent Secretary and renowned medical practitioner Dr. Felix Amasihohu Ihagwe passed away at the age of 84 in Benin City on June 1, 2026, following a brief illness. Born on October 26, 1941 in Utoka village of Yanotis local government area of Edo State, Dr. Ihagwe dedicated more than 4 decades of public service and healthcare delivery. He served as consultant obstetrician and gynecologist at Central Hospital Benin City, rising through the ranks to become chief consultant and later medical director of the hospital in 1984. The family described him as a devoted Christian, mentor, and distinguished physician whose life was marked by excellence, compassion, and service to humanity. A member of the Knights of St. Mulumba, he also served as Grand Knight of the New Benin Subordinate Council from 2011 to 2014. Dr. Ihagwe is survived by his wife, 6 children, and 12 grandchildren. Ikmonwosa Ugiagbe, ITV News.
The chairman of Akoko Edo Local Government Council, Right Honorable Bliss Alabi Oshonogwe, has flagged off the free distribution of malaria drugs across primary health centers in the council area as part of efforts to improve health care facilities and delivery and reduce malaria-related deaths. Ewusa Agbolao brings details.
Chairman of Akoko Edo Local Government, Right Honorable Alabi Bliss Oshonogwe, represented by the Vice Chairman, Honorable Ayodele Fatimbi, said the initiative is aimed at saving lives, particularly among women and children, and forms part of a sustained healthcare policy of the administration. He also commended Edo State Governor, Senator Modu Kpewulu, for prioritizing healthcare.
Today marks another step in our administration commitment to bring quality healthcare closer to every ward in Akoko Edo. On the occasion of this distribution of free malaria drugs to primary healthcare center across the council, taking place at Bugo Primary Healthcare Center, Igara.
The Director of Healthcare Services, Dr. Abu Gift, described the program as a demonstration of the partnership between the state and local governments in combating malaria and other diseases. He urged residents to visit the nearest primary healthcare center to assess the free treatment.
A few weeks ago, we had reasons to have some conversation. We thank you so much for your support, sir.
Also speaking, the Imam of Somorika, Obasule Idiaye, praised the initiative and called for the deployment of qualified health personnel to health facilities. He advised residents to observe proper hygiene to prevent diseases such as Lassa fever.
I have dead today because of different operation of Lassa fever. So let us look at it very well. It's not only for the health people.
The program is expected to improve access to treatment and enhance health outcomes across Akoko Edo local government area. Ewusa Agbolao, ITV News.
The Okao Noregwa overseeing Olugbo, Iho, and Okorome communities, Chief Ima Iyase, has rejected the purported installation of Pa Johnson Obubu Itoto as the Olareaja of Olugbo town. Ikmonwosa Ugiagbe brings us more.
In a statement, Chief Ima Iyase described the installation of Pa Johnson Obubu Itoto as the Olareaja of Olugbo town, reportedly held on May 30, 2026, as illegal and contrary to the customs and tradition of the Benin Kingdom. He said the purported installation of Pa Johnson Obubu Itoto as Olariaja of Ologbo Town is a sacrilegious act that undermines the sanctity of the traditional heritage and disregards the authority vested in the traditional institutions recognized by the Benin Traditional Council. He added that such actions are capable of creating unnecessary tension, confusion, and division among the people of Ologbo community. According to him, Ologbo remains under the Benin Traditional Institution, and all matters concerning traditional leadership and chieftaincy titles must follow established procedures recognized by the Benin tradition. Chief Iyase, who said he was appointed by His Royal Majesty L.Y. II Oba of Benin to oversee Ologbo community, maintained that the installation lacked the required authority and traditional approval. He urged residents of Ologbo community to disregard the purported title. The traditional leader also called on stakeholders to remain peaceful and law-abiding while relevant traditional authorities and government institutions address the matter. Chief Iyase reaffirmed the commitment of the Benin Traditional Institution to preserving the peace, unity, and cultural heritage of Ologbo community. Ikmomosa Ugiagbe, ITV News.
Residents of Benin City have raised concerns over increasing rate of indiscriminate parking and the persistent practice of picking up and dropping of passengers at unauthorized locations, particularly around King Square, popularly known as Ring Road, and other major parts in the Benin City metropolis. They describe the situation as a threat to public safety and a major contributor to traffic congestion in the city. Patience Osarogiwa has details.
The indiscriminate stopping of commercial vehicles at unauthorized locations has become a common sight across Benin City, especially around King Square and other busy areas of the metropolis. Residents who spoke on the development expressed frustration over the growing trend, noting that the activities of some commercial drivers often result in avoidable traffic gridlock and place pedestrians at considerable risk.
I said they drink, they smoke colo. They're not good. Because they drive, I said they're not trained. Conductor for conductor, my sister, now they enter driving. They're not go driving. If you say that they stop any of them, whether they'll get their certificate to give you.
The stopping and picking, we should have bus stops. Government has a responsibility to put it in order. There are spaces around Ibiwe area there are old houses there. Governments can buy over and pay these people off. Use them as parks or place to use.
You got accidents. Let government stop it, picking and dropping. You give them park, just create one park for them, for the buses.
Some respondents alleged that traffic management agency have not been sufficiently proactive in addressing the situation.
Let there be bus stop in Benin. And the funniest thing, even the government agencies that is assigned to do the job, they are not doing anything. They just collect money from the driver.
Since they are not allowed to drop passengers, they will end up driving off, and because of that, some persons end up falling off from the bus, and it causes accidents.
Efforts to obtain the reaction of the Edo State Commissioner for Transportation, Mr. Saturday Ideye, on measures being implemented to address the challenge were unsuccessful, as he was reportedly attending a meeting at Government House at the time of filing this report. From Benin, Patience Osaogiwa, ITV News.
Residents within Ekenwa in Benin City have appealed to Edo State government to ensure immediate resumption and completion of several abandoned road projects, citing the hardship caused by the deteriorating condition of roads. The residents said that the prolonged delay in completing the project across Owina Road, Upper Owina Road and Agu Road have continued to affect economic activities in the affected areas. As Usemo Diame Osagi, who sampled reports, brings us the details.
Over time, it has become a norm for a new administration to abandon ongoing projects of their predecessor, irrespective of the huge funds spent on the project. However, Owina and Upper Owina in Ewotubu Quarters, Benin City, fall into the category as projects that have reached an advanced stage, initiated by the previous administration, is begging for attention owing to neglect. According to residents of Owina, Upper Owina and Agu in Ekenwa, they have been left struggling with poor road conditions, making movement difficult for residents residents and motorists owing to abandoned road project. They explained that the completion of Ewotubu Road has demonstrated the positive impact of quality infrastructure and appeal to government to extend similar attention to other adjoining roads, as the state of the roads has led to people abandoning their property.
So now we beg government to come, they can't do the work finish, so that we will say we'll get peace here. If rain fall, you cannot enter your house. I wait till they can't finish, wait till they start. They are not starting. So they start and they can't finish.
Pueblo, I beg, they beg, so make it come help us. For most especially this home we now down to Ewotubu, children medical. If you don't feed all those places, can't enter and say, you go see the good.
Beg our government, make they can't do one for us. We know if we continue like this. Store now when be say I dey open every time. I fear not they let me enter inside store. If you dey for now, not go open store. I will just lock. I beg we do.
Residents also drew the attention to headquarters 4th Brigade Nigerian Army in the government reservation area, Benin City, riddled with potholes and making movement difficult for motorists. Residents staying in Ewotubu Market area praised Governor Monday Ukpewulu for listening to their plight by rehabilitating their road. From Benin, Osemideme Usagi, ITV News.
You're still on to the ITV News, broadcasting live on independent television. We'll take a breather to bring you more reports shortly. Stay with us. Well, thank you so much for staying with us still on the ITV main news. Now, moving on, in Oyo State, southwestern Nigeria, where the Oyo State Police Command has launched an investigation into the abduction of the younger sister of the former Minister of Power, Prince Adebayo Adelabu, Mrs. Busayo John Paul, and her twin sons, Peter and Paul. Busayo, 43, and her 12-year-old sons were abducted by gunmen around 7:30 a.m. on Wednesday while she was taking the children to school on the Ring Road in Ibadan, the Oyo State capital. Confirming the incident, the State Police Public Relations Officer of the Oyo State Police Command, Olayinka Ayalade, said the command had deployed tactical teams and other resources to secure the victims' release and arrest the perpetrators. Following the report of the incident, the Commissioner of Police immediately directed the Divisional Police Officer Challenge Division alongside other tactical teams to proceed to the scene where the victim's vehicle was recovered and also commence intensive investigations. The police also appealed to residents to provide useful information that could assist ongoing investigations. Earlier, one of Adelabu's media aide, Femi Awogboro, confirmed the abduction in a statement. Awogboro described the development as distressing but expressed confidence in the ability of security agencies to secure the victims' release. In Zamfara State, where armed bandits on Wednesday abducted 7 students on the outskirts of the low-cost area in Kaura Namuda local government area of Zamfara State. The attack occurred on Wednesday when the assailant stormed the students' residence and whisked away the victims to an unknown destination. According to the Zamfara State Police Command, one of the abducted students managed to escape from captivity and has since been reunited with the authorities. The Police Public Relations Officer of Zamfara State, DSP Yazid Abubakar, said joint police tactical teams and military personnel attached to Operation Fansa Yama were immediately deployed to the area following reports of the attack. However, the bandits had fled before the arrival of security operatives. He explained that security forces have been intensified and search and rescue operations aimed at securing the safe release of the remaining abducted students and apprehending those responsible for the attacks. The police spokesperson urged members of the public to remain calm and support security agencies with credible information that could assist ongoing operations. To business news, where tech giant Meta on Thursday attacked Australians' grossly unfair bid to make social media companies pay for news, saying it is vehemently opposed to the draft laws. Traditional media companies around the world are in battle for survival as readers increasingly consume their news on social media. Australia wants big tech companies to compensate local publishers for sharing articles that drive traffic on their platforms. Social media companies including Meta, Google, and TikTok will first be given a chance to strike content deals with local news publishers. If they refused, they faced a compulsory levy that amounts to 2.25% of the Australian revenue. The draft laws unveiled earlier this year have been designed to stop social media companies from simply stripping news from their platforms. Talking through entertainment news, where Nigeria's music stars continues to play leading roles in global events, with Davido announced as one of the headlines act for FIFA's countdown concert in Los Angeles, California, United States of America, in the build-up to the 2026 World Cup. The Grammy-nominated Afrobeat star will perform at the June 10 event at the Crypto.com Arena, one of the 3 simultaneous concerts taking place across the tournament's host nation, the United States, Canada, and Mexico. As FIFA ramps up excitement ahead of the biggest World Cup in history, Davido will share the spotlight with Major Lazer at Los Angeles show, which FIFA says will be broadcast globally. The announcement marks another milestone in Davido's long-standing relationship with FIFA. In 2022, he featured on Higher Higher, Better Together, the first official soundtrack of the Qatar World Cup, before performing at the tournament's closing ceremony. His selection for the countdown concert reflects not only his global appeal but also the growing influence of Afrobeat on the international stage. Rema had been named among the performers for the World Cup's opening ceremonies, joining an international lineup that includes Katy Perry, Future, Alanis Morissette, Michael Bobo, J Balvin, and Lisa. In the exciting world of sports, let's join our sports desk, where Solomon Aina is on the standby to bring us more details in the world of sports.
And on sport news, Manchester City are contemplating taking legal action after a Real Madrid presidential candidate promised to sign their striker Erling Haaland. Enrique Requiem, a Renew Energy magnate who is challenging current president Florentino Perez for the position, unveiled a Real Madrid shirt bearing Erling Haaland's name while on television on Wednesday, saying he has a release clause and would like to join Real Madrid. A swift denial was issued in a joint statement by Haaland's father and agents before City rubbished the decision. Enrique also pledged to sign City midfielder Rodrigo, adding he is a great player in a position where Madrid need to strengthen. The New York Knicks overcame a 14-point third-quarter deficit to snatch a 105-95 victory at the San Antonio Spurs in the opening game of the NBA Finals. Jalen Brunson scored 13 of his 30 points in the final quarters, as the Knicks scored 11 points without a reply to Serge Clair in the final 2 minutes. With their 12th win in a row, the Knicks matched their second-best all-time postseason streak set by the Spurs in 1999. It was a quiet night for Victor Wembanyama. He was the top scorer for the Spurs, but only scored 6 of his 21 shots from the field. The best-of-7 series continued in San Antonio on Friday before the team head to Madison Square Garden for Game 3 on Monday. And that's it from the Sport Desk. I am Solomon Aino.
And that's the size of our package on the ITV News for tonight. I want to thank you for investing your time with us. On behalf of my colleagues, Charity Tanko in Abuja and Mercelina Ankwo in Lagos, I am Lawrence Osifo, thanking you for watching. From all of us here, you have a beautiful night rest. Good night.
ITV, certainly the best.
Omonomba Nedo Ukwakwalokpolo Ewai II, Oba of Benin, performing during the 2025 Ododua Festival. Ododua Festival is unique as it was organized in honor of Ioba Omoni Hwoyeme, Ioba Ewai II, as part of activities for her burial rites. The rich traditions and cultural heritage of the Benin Kingdom was showcased when His Royal Majesty Ewai II engaged the floor to perform during Uge Ododua in the palace ground in Benin City. In the dance performance, the Ogbelaka royal drummers supplied the needed impetus and rhythm for the dance. However, tributes are paid by the head of Benin deities to the monarch, who was the cynosure at the event. The event can best be imagined as the spiritual rejuvenation, stunned, spectaculars and guests at the colorful ceremony. 7 masquerades representing 7 spirits and deities conveyed different meaning in company with the head of the deities of Benin, with the Oba of Benin, who exhibited a grand cultural dexterity in his dance steps.
Yeah.
ITV, certainly the best.
Good afternoon. Welcome to the live presentation of your favorite current affairs program, 60 Minutes Nigeria. I apologize for starting the program slightly behind schedule. My name is Egosa Agbanao. It's always a delight to be with you on the program. It promises to be an exciting time. It promises to be very enlightening. The topic we have today has to do with governance, security, the role of the elites, political elites, in resolving this crisis bedeviling Nigeria. When you hear news from Nigeria, you are disturbed. Either it's a recent kidnap of the sister of a former minister and 2 sons, kidnap of school children, or fake news about alleged kidnap. Very disturbing news. What is the role of the political elites? Some persons will say, oh, everything is politically motivated. That's another very annoying statement that you hear within the shores of Nigeria. Once again, welcome to 60 Minutes Nigeria. I have very distinguished personalities with us today. I have a man that knows the nitty-gritty of the political terrain in Edo State, ADC chieftain, political analyst, Iwanfo Omogbe. Nice to have you.
Thank you.
On the program.
Good afternoon.
Okay.
Nigerians. Thank you, Ewosa, for having me.
We also have APC chieftain, Comrade Collins Amadi. Nice to have you with us today.
Thank you very much, Ewosa.
Okay. He's smiling because he's a special advisor now to the governor. So that's why he's smiling. Okay, we also have with us Comrade Felix Osigwe. He's a very renowned political analyst, also knows the nitty-gritty, everything that has to do with politics. Felix Osigwe, nice to have you on the program today.
Thank you for having me. Good afternoon.
Okay, so we're going to start with Collins Amadi, looking at governance, looking at security situation in Nigeria, in Edo State, very disturbing. And what's the role of the political elites in all of these crises? We'll start with you, Collins Amadi.
Thank you very much. I know for Nigerians who are patriotic, for even one kidnap, we should call for worry. For even one, we should call for worry. But we also must understand that we are in a modern society where morals have also completely failed. Because government cannot do everything. Government can also build morals. When the desperation for wealth begin to grow over the time and parents cannot help to control their wars, we end like this. Or we see things like this. When a young man who will claim he's a Yahoo person, for example, or he presses button at age 21 or even less than 19, will have a car worth 40 million on the road, and nobody asks question. How did the money come? Even when no button was pressed. You and I know that even today there is no transfer anywhere around the world in a certain number of currency that can easily move. But you have seen things happening. Even when security personnel, government will want to empower them to check the excesses sometimes that can lead to what we are not talking about now. I am coming there. The people will say, let us protest. Police brutality. Because some of the police too that are supposed to do the job are our brothers who will come all out, not for the main job, but for the bribe. If you don't give them the level they want, they turn it to brutality. Instead of being professional and making sure things like that are checked, they were no more there. So they were completely failed. System were failing and failing. And when you are not pressing system, you move from Edo maybe to Bayelsa to go and do kidnapping. You bring money. People will say, he has hammer. The parents will celebrate the child. And let me tell you, most of this kidnapping that have become almost rampant because civil communities have not taken it now as a profession. Because when they do it, they mount pressure on government to go and release such people, and at the end of the day, before you know what's happening, government dishes out money. Those who are involved, especially their community heads, their youth heads, or what have you, they share money, everybody become rich within that period. After squandering again, they also, in some cases, they're even kidnapping their wives and their children, their own family member. Is it not in one of the state, a vice chairman, a sitting vice chairman of a local government? I'm sure you guys are media, you are aware. Kidnap himself just to raise more money from the council, because the council will certainly pay the ransom. Thank God the police went, did their job, and at the end of the day, he was now appealing and apologizing. Parents kidnap their children. Not genuine kidnapping, just to raise money. So at times, I think government almost becoming also overwhelmed. That, can we continue like this? Because when all of this menace started, I am sure the progressives used to advise that, yes, we feel the pain of those that are victim. If they are on genuine ground, government, please do this, do everything to bring them back. Behind, government releases money, they bring them back. Unfortunately, security agencies will not continue, because that is why institutions are good to be built. When you build an institution that is lasting, even when you have paid 5-6 years, they will still be tracing the activities, the money that was paid, where is it dropping, how did it go on. But here, even when you vote money for intelligence or vote money for investigation, someone there who is our brother or sister from our home will just share the money, and the case file will be dumped somewhere, and they are looking for another. So all hands must be on deck. When we shout government, who is government? Government is not an inanimate. Government is practical and functional, and people make government functional. And the thing that make government functional are me and you. Today I'm in government. Automatically I'm already a government. But
I'm not in government.
No, you are also part of government, because you give both government information and give the outsider information.
No, I'm not.
So you are already playing a role. You may not have been assigned by way of distributing government funds or directly helping government activities to get to the people. What I'm trying to say, we feel the pain. People are being kidnapped, but this is beyond government. Insecurity is a collective thing that must be caught together. When we say it must be the governor, now in Edo, for example, we are very proud with this governor. He's a silent worker, even though he's sane. At the time, there was a lot of cry when some of our brothers in Ekpoma and Aziz were having a lot of challenges. For a while, you could see what was invented by the government. People were sending to forest to start razing forest. You have seen the result that have come, and that is why when things are also moving well, let's speak out, appreciate, and give more strength recommendation so that government will do more. But not because one thing happened in Oyo State, Kwara, for example. There are some people are saying just because of political sentiment, because you will also throw it away because it's a period. They are saying, oh, the school nationwide should be shut. The children are not secure. This one are not secure. Government can never secure everybody. Community itself, we must do our best to make sure there is security in the best way we can. Manage ourselves, manage where we go, control our activities to also help ourselves. Because you know the landmark of this country. If we even say, some people move out from the main area and go far rural, you cannot imagine or expect that they will be policing everywhere. It's not always easy. And the unfortunate thing is that people themselves are the one who are perpetrating the crime that are befalling the people.
Okay, we'll come back to you, Collins Amadi. You've given your opening remarks on this very disturbing topic. Everyone is really concerned because of what is happening. The insecurity is not abating, but rather is giving cause for concern. We also have ADC Chieftain in Edo State with us, Iwanfo. Yes, what's your take on this?
Thank you once again, Rosa, for having me almost regularly on the program. First, I want to reiterate that the primary aim of government is to provide life, to protect life and property.
Okay.
And whereby that phrase is not adhered to at any level of government, it calls for resignation. That is my take.
Okay.
My comment here.
Are you saying, you need to put it, are you saying that any government that cannot provide security of lives and property should resign? Is that what you are saying?
Yes, the basic requirement why there is government is to protect life and property. I have been opportunity to be financial secretary of a very renowned organization, and when I saw the fraud that they were doing there, I resigned. It's not about having to come to TV to say a particular situation is being overwhelmed, it's overwhelming government and all of that. You know, it is unfortunate that we have not been able to tell each other the truth in this country. And if you look at what has been trending, what has been happening in the past 1 month in Edo State, let us use Edo State as an example.
Okay.
It has been really, really been disturbing. we're hearing earlier in the 90s or in the 80s where kidnapping was a kind of not really a regular activity. I think that time they were kidnapping white men. And I was opportune to be in Nigeria as at that time, and I mentioned it, that this menace that is being introduced into our system now will come down to us, that government should tame it as it is just germinated. I'm talking about maybe early 90s or late 80s, you know. It was not addressed, or it was not like an issue. But now it has become a situation whereby I can live here today, this studio today, in getting home, you will hear Agmafo has been kidnapped. So we should look at it that way. It is beyond the issue of protecting or talking well about a particular government. A situation whereby a bole seller, somebody selling bole, is being kidnapped. The one they kidnapped in Iyawa sells plantain. The other one in after Ikedolo, that woman is a petty trader from Okoho. So we should, at this point, tell each other outside party lines. Because to me, government or governance is about the people. It's not about goats, it's not about cows, you know. It's about the people, the human beings. Because if you look at our kind of government in this country, we are practicing a representative government, whereby at every given time, one is being selected to represent the people. So it's not about your merit or where you are coming from or your background. Being in government is supposed to be a privilege in this in a modern society or in a modern democracy. Like I always say, democracy elementarily means government of the people, by the people, and for the people. Yeah. It's not for a selected few. No. So to me, what is happening in this country now is becoming a situation of nobody knows where he will be in the next 1 hour, and it causes for concern. We should remove this issue of party affiliations and tell each other the truth. Recently, I think 2 days ago, we saw the gallant performance of the Nigerian Police Force, how they entered the bush very close to Ofunigbe and all that, and they were able to recover. I give kudos to that operation. But truth must be told. This government is actually not doing enough for the people. How can a government that is being purportedly elected through the ballot still be singing praises, still be too concerned about the election that is like 6-7 months time, when some other kids, children, are in the bush? How did you celebrate Children's Day? My children came from school to be celebrated. I told them that I cannot celebrate you when other children are in the bush, kidnapped, with no feasible possibility of releasing them. My colleague mentioned a situation whereby government used to kind of pay ransom and all that. Those are all bullshit. Government are not supposed to pay ransom. Put mechanisms on ground to be able to tame this thing. These people are not untouchable. They are not, well, they want mystifying them. From here to where a particular woman from Okoko was kidnapped, it's about 3-4 minutes drive. Where did they take them to? I was opportune to interact with one of them that was in UBTH. She said that where they trekked, the period they trekked from where they were kidnapped to where they were kept was like not up to 30 minutes. So they must not have trekked past even the Siwa ward. So what are we talking about? Our law enforcement agencies, they are not doing enough. Is it not General Stanley Abacha that said it long ago that a particular crime trends for more than 24 hours? Then we should look at the political class. We should look at about the leaders. The issue that we are being faced now is an issue of a national emergency. There should be a declaration by the federal government on insecurity. The insecurity we're having now, let us remove the issue of party affiliations. Let us confront it wholeheartedly. We should not be too concerned. I'm talking about the issue of the ruling government. They should not be too concerned about the issue of the coming election. Of what use is governance? Of what use is authority? Where the people you chooses to lead or you chooses to govern are being killed every day.
Okay, thank you very much, Mr. Awafo. We'll come back to you. Phyllis Osigwe, I know that you are disturbed, just like every one of us. The situation, the security situation is really appalling. What's your take on this?
Thank you, Mr. Agbolao.
Okay.
Let me first of all use this opportunity to commiserate with the victims of those terrorist attacks, especially the recent one in Oyo State. It's really appalling and so disappointing that we find ourselves in this situation today. You see, part of the remedies of this situation is why the president himself has forwarded the bill to the National Assembly for the creation of state police. And I think they are working on that. The fact is that Nigeria is bordered by 4 countries. As we have Benin Republic in the west, Cameroon, Niger, Chad. And the borders are not being manned. With the manpower responsible to checkmate these borders are not there. I think there's need for us to begin to employ the use of technology. Because we can see that even foot on the ground alone cannot match this rising situation. It's appalling that we wake up every day to see kidnapping, especially if they do not. Every day, even up to my neighbor house, there's kidnapping here and there. And there's need for us to also look inside. Because we keep apportioning blames to outsider, but we think, because if an insider does not give an information of the situation, to no outsider will come to do the operation there. So there is need for us to be looking inward instead of basing our solution on targeting other people that are not even within our vicinity. And again, this idea of paying ransom to the victim is a kind of making the market to boom. Yeah. I pray that the government of the day should be able to employ intelligence by the use of drones. Some states are already doing this. Look at Enugu State, look at Kogi State, that you can get on real time the problematic area. Instead of using analogs, you cannot keep doing same thing over again and expect a different result. You must always get that same result. So I'm calling on the government, especially the state government now. They have enough money within their system. They should be able to encourage the creation of state police. They were even mentioning during the campaigns of the president, he was talking about forest guy. Where are the forest guy? Recently, 1,000 forest guys were approved in Oyo State because of this issue. Where are the other states? What are they doing? Can the state, for the money they are using to sponsor talks, to go and do political talking, why not use this same money to perfect this security? And again, this is time for us to stand for Nigeria. This idea of blaming, apportioning blame to one man, to presidency, to the ruling class is, to me, cannot solve this problem. We have to come together. When America was bombed during the 9/11 operation, America did not blame George Bush. So they stood up as a unified country against the terrorists. Nigeria to stand against these people trying to divide us. It's not about politics. Politicians will always do their things, but we are talking of the lives and safety of our people. The fundamental function of the government is to protect citizens, the life and property and welfare of its people. And if the government is failing to do that, you should know that there's something wrong here. But again, Nigeria is big. Like I said, we are bordered by 4 major countries. Yeah. Look at the issue of the Sahel. The people coming from the Sahel. Look at the other Adamawa, Cameroon, everywhere. So the state government has a role to play. Because even the constitutional amendment process, we still need to tell majority of the state to be able to get the framework ready. So the state government should encourage their assemblies. The National Assembly should do it. So because the president has been reiterating that this is the time for state police. It's not about that we don't have money to pay the or whatever. Set up a state police, ensure that your people are saved. In the southwest, we have Amoteku. But today, the failure of Amoteku not being in Oyo is one of the major problems related to this present predicament. Yes. The southwest came together and set up a security league for people.
He refused to sponsor them. Maybe this government has money to sponsor political talk to go and do elections all over the other places. And Amotekun is not being sponsored. So I feel pains that our children are there. I have children too. Like he said, how can we be celebrating? Look at the way the mother, the teacher, that it's so painful and so.
The mathematics teacher.
It's so horrible. So this is the time for us to come together as a people. Let us look for a solution to how we can collectively solve this problem. Not an issue of this is wrong, this is not supposed to be, this is the time for us to be united as one Nigeria.
Thank you very much, Felix Osigwe. The program is 60 Minutes Nigeria. We are looking at governance, we're looking at the security situation in Nigeria, and of course the role of the political elites. We'll talk more about the political elites after this break. Okay, what a delight to have you on the program, 60 Minutes Nigeria. My gratitude to my guests and of course to you for spending your 60 minutes with us, or part of your 60 minutes with us on the program, 60 Minutes Nigeria. We are looking at governance, looking at the security situation, and of course the role of the political elites. And like I said, we will concentrate more on the political elites now. I have politicians in the studio today, and so they will be able to dissect and comment on this issue. We'll start again with Collins Amadi. Yes. Now, a clergyman recently said if the service chiefs cannot tackle security, they should resign. A very prominent clergyman. Some persons, one of my guests just also posited in his opening remarks that even if government cannot secure lives and property, the government should resign. That's his own position. Now, do you think about resignation, or there seems to be something wrong that probably is not being done to tackle these menaces?
First, thank you for even bringing the issue of the elites. Unfortunately, we have had elites that have become very emotional, sentimental, and in most cases parochial. And why did I say that? How can you see something that is very glaring and you are saying something else? Now we are talking, I don't even want to measure the fact that we are 200 and something million Nigerians. Not even to measure the land mass. It's enormous. But you and I agree, there is need for government to wake up to its responsibility. Yeah. But one thing I have over the time emphasized, who are government? All of us. The police is a government. The judiciary are government. The legislatures are government. At little local government people are government. Councillors are government. Even those collective revenue on behalf of the government are government, as it were. But the major government are those who can take stake on behalf of the people to making sure things are done rightly. Now, the elite will go to the podium, some who are pastors. They will run down the entire system and make Nigeria look it never existed, based on maybe one action that happened. In some cases, we will see them telling you, when they don't have job, what will they not do? I don't know if you understand. Yeah. I, as a young man, for example, I didn't have the opportunity of having my parents around me from age 9. That's primary 4. I started training myself from primary 4 all my life. So to this stage that I am in, I have never gone to police station. But I've been very mindful of the morals I got from my late grandmother. That there are things I must not do, there are things I must do. But I had my little business that was giving me money even when I was at government. Now these days, destinations have become so high that even some persons who are police, they said they were not carrying POS just to raise more money. Either pressure from wife, pressure from children, pressure from their own home. making them think they must make money at all costs. And these are decades that are happening. Now you go to churches, pastors are checking your envelope of your tithes. And you see that they are, in some cases, also have not been arranged in a level that if you don't come out, people will know you don't have money to pay. All these things are strategy. People are using to raise money, coercing people to go and make money at all costs. Nobody is asking anybody question. Now with government, my brother talked about the kidnap happened in Iyowa at the time. Iyowa that you and I know is as good as Oluku, very busy. Now, for such a kidnapping, before now, you will see that enthusiasm and patriotism. Either people pursue the car, trace the car, while calling police for rescue, for assistance. These days, some police who are our brothers and sisters, who are probably over in the checkpoint to do what they are supposed to do, some are within the pressing phone. When things are happening, we pass on the highway. Either they are pressing phone or they are only just to see how they can humiliate some persons to get money. Institutional disorderliness. You know, it's already there, and you can't do these things in a way. When before the president came in, for example, there were a lot of issues. There were flag flew in many local government of insurgents. You can't be everywhere at the same time. Since he came, how many service chief has he not changed? Once the Nigerian cry out, please, because he's a listening man. Service chief seems to have not been doing more. Change them. In 2 weeks' time, you see him change them. How many people will you continue to change? Now, let me tell you. You see in Edo State, for example, I thank God for the clips you assisted us. You saw that helicopter and drones already being used by Edo State governor. Security force being accused. This is Edo I'm talking about. Uromi at the time became an idiom. Let me tell you why it was like that. Because most indigenes have become participants of this thing. They kidnap people and hand it over to some Nigerians and foreigners to go and do and bring their return. Because one, parents are mounting pressure on children to go and make money, and all of these are money, and the one that is not money is for ritualism. I'm telling you, the society has become that bad that the desperation to make money, they kidnap people to kill them. You see one chance, you enter one chance, they carry the person away, so become mad. Don't you watch social media? You see many young girls that are assuming mad, and some are even skates. They are doing so to do what's the other name, content. And people will just carry the whole thing, expressing, okay, imagine the other day somebody just said Lagos, because kidnappers are coming, the whole schools around, everybody was running, and nothing like that. Just trying to do content creation. This issue of content creation have made many things that are not in existence to almost assume. Now, if government also start to call on some of this, we will start freedom for information, and the freedom of information, or government is also okay. So I think the elite should not, lecturers should not go to start when you want to do your lecture work, you will fair on that government because you are part of government. First, what you should do, create the instillment of moral value on your student before you start teaching, and after teaching, remind them they own a responsibility to their country, they own a responsibility to be well behaved, and you leave. Not you go there and say, poor people, they better go and be a rich man, and at the end of the day, you give them a spirit.
Okay, before I allow my other guests to make their comments, just make a quick comment on this. Recently, Senate said there's no need to audit military spending. What's your take on that?
Now, sometimes there's no part of governance that run without a checking system. But there are periods that sometimes distractions may not be needed. Sometimes you also bring down that morale. Okay, just like you do your work, there are times for everything. Certainly there are periodic time for auditing. That is why even the legislature have their oversight, and they have their chairmen and committee members that normally do all this oversight. So, but when it becomes a public something as if trying to ridicule, then probably that was what they were not trying to be part of. There is nothing wrong because institutions run by way of auditing. Take it or leave it. Even if it's not annually, it's intervally. So that is always there. But probably at the time it was being called for, it seems like no, we are not talking about even putting more funds into these things now. We are talking about how can we enhance the performance, bringing more ideas to make things work. But today, how many of those people who want to be president, who want to be governor, are bringing a blueprint to the table and say, oh government, let us do it this way, we can come. No, they want to say, until I'm president, I will not make a recommendation. And you may never be it. Now, if you really value and you like Nigerians as we claim. Let the way we are doing content with what is not existing. I know some exist. Let us also do content by way of recommendation. Let's throw things off. Let's make Nigeria look beautiful. Now let me tell you, as secured ordinarily as Israel, with their military strength, their border arrangements, still they were invaded. That brought the fight between them and the Palestine. They crossed in during a carnival that was happening. They packed away their young men, young girls to another country. Those are the military people we are talking about. If you want to talk of military facilities and empowerment, we'll go there. Now in America, I am coming. Yes. Now in America, even up to 3 weeks ago, there were still how many number of people that were killed by way of gunshot. Yet there are satellites in America. Military spending. Of course, that's why I told you it's a normal thing to audit all agencies of government, especially where taxpayers' money go. But depending on the time, and I know ordinarily there are intervals for all of that. Thank you. Not when we are trying to rescue people, we are talking about. Okay, thank you. We'll come back to you. I want for yes. Looking at the political elites, are they helping matters? Are they assisting in calming these menaces, or they are hitting the polity, creating problems?
The truth must be told at every given time. The black color remains the black color, and the white color remains the white color.
Are you saying one is superior to the other?
No, no. You are what you are. Okay. That's what I mean.
Okay.
The black color is what is made of, and the black the same thing. Why did I bring up this issue? On the issue of the audit you spoke about, I think it was a few days ago, it was raised by Adams, our distinguished senator from Edo North. I used to call him Baba because he's an outstanding guy, irrespective of party affiliation. Adams Oshomole still remains one of those I look up to in this country. It's just unfortunate that where he has found himself. If few weeks ago or few moments ago, we heard about the issue of the Kebbi kidnapping. And by our standard, or what we heard about it was that before the kidnappers came, there was a phone call to the security at that time or at that place to leave. They ordered them to leave, and they invaded, the kidnappers invaded. So how do you interpret that kind of situation? To say it is the morals of our parents or whatever, that is institutional failure. When we are talking about leadership, governance, we're not talking about people that are only voted for. Who went to kidnap that? Every individual is a leader in all segments. You are a leader in your house. I'm a leader in my house. Yes. There are some certain things I'm supposed to do in my own house to be able to lead well, providing basic things for my children, school fees, shelter, clothes, and all of that. You know, if you look at, when we talk about failed system or failed governance, well, not particularly looking at the president alone or the governors or the commissioners alone, but looking at how some of these institutions that are being funded by government, how they behave. A few years ago, I stand to be corrected. Bonagi was killed. Something similar to this issue of kidnapping or murder was killed, and we were made to know as at that time that he was shot and his agbada was not pierced by any bullets. And when they interrogated his orderlies and his policemen that were, they said they went down the road to eat. Before they came back, they killed their boss. I'm talking about a national figure of the person of Bonagi. So is it not the same thing we are still talking about now? So we are not particular when we talk about the issue of some of these ill things or the inadequacies of the present government. We are not talking about Bola Ahmed Tinubu's alone. We are talking about, let's call a spade a spade. For anybody to still see the way Nigeria is now.
No, you talk your own. I brought the issue of please. Institutional balance. Let him complete. Does he not look as if let him make his point?
For anybody to start supporting this government as if one is being peculiar about this government.
This is what I'm saying. Nobody supporting government. Let him complete on his own. Because he say, I know it's almost Collins. You have your time. You have your time. That's what I'm saying. I had my time. I never made references to any of such. Let him make his. Go ahead and hit his. Let him make. No, don't be making me look as if.
Okay,
go on. I'm blackmailing anybody.
If we look at the way leaders are being selected politically, because me, I'm a student of political science.
Okay.
Trained in University of Benin. Okay. My certificate is not from Harvard or Oxford or Toronto University. Yes. University of Benin. Okay. Where I sat for almost 54 exams before I was given. Before I could get my degree.
Yes.
But what we are talking about now is that if you look at what is happening, let's take Ovia Notice as an example. We have a functional, supposedly a local government chairman. We have councillors. What are they doing about the kidnapping? It's a representative government we are talking about here. We have councillors, we have governors, we have chairmen. We have
university councillors,
a representative of from the National Assembly here. We have somebody representing us in the House of Assembly. What are these people doing?
They might be doing things that maybe you are not aware. Because we've seen some of them, the way they've condemned these acts and all of that. They may be doing a lot more behind.
Going to the press to condemn. That we have passed that stage now. What are you doing about it? What are they bringing to the table? You talk about the issue of some of these people, they write and present write-up. We have gone beyond that. It's a representative government where you represent your people. How are you representing your people? Because the executive arm of government has actually suppressed the legislators in this country. They suppress them. We have seen cases where the governor of a state will build houses for House of Assembly members. He will be the one to buy jeeps or cars for them and all that. What do you now expect the one representing you to bring forth to the governor or to the executive arm of the interest of the constituents?
Okay.
So you look at the whole issue is actually beyond the issue of, like he has said, to blame the president or to blame the government. But the political elites, I mean the political elites in generally has actually, without fear of favor, has failed this country. And there must be we should call it a spade and put an end to selecting political leaders that are not competent. Even the processes that we use in selecting some of these people are all in positions at all. There's no way somebody being enclosed by a political party will do well in government.
Thank you very much. I want to come back to you. Felix Osigwe, what's your take on these political elites? Because you are one of the political elites. So what do you think they should really do to help curb this problem?
Thank you very much once again. You see, it's very unfortunate that our political elites are not really helping the situation, because like every other party wants to cash in into this insecurity problem to begin to lay blames on the ruling party. But like you said, have they provided alternative? At least there should be an alternative opinion. Okay, since this method is not working, we have a better opinion. This is our opinion. Yeah. Let's try, let's go this way. Let's see if it will work. But you see, they are all just saying the president should resign. This is the country is dying, but there are nobody among the political elites that really providing a solution to how we can really meet this problem. Again, I think it's high time we need to form county police and local government police.
Yes, state police
and the federal police. There is no time. You pray to Shomole that. Yes, I'm happy about that because he's a senator representing my constituency. He's a member of APC. He brought up the issue of auditing. So it's not every senator, every representative that is a rubber stamp.
some of them are really doing what they have to do.
It takes a lot of courage for Adams Oshomole to have made that. Yes. Even the fight in South Africa.
Yes.
You see what he said? Yes. It takes a lot of courage to do that.
Yes. Well, the president of South Africa has shares in MTN. So, like I'm saying, this is the time. The State House of Assembly should be encouraged to hasten up the process of
state policing.
Formulation of state police. The president is doing his best. I must give it to him. The problem is, like he said, apart from the landmass, Nigeria is over 250 million people. It's biggest. It's among the 4th biggest country in the world. Yeah. Look at the landmass and what has been done. Burata some days ago was saying the contribution of Tinubu, as in he has done a lot for the military. It's just that the morals are down. We need to rejig our system because
the patriotism system
is dead. It's dead. Everybody, we don't have any patriotic. Most of even the security people are not patriotic
at all.
They are all fighting. Like, let me give you an example. I'm a child of the barracks. My father goes to work. My father only gives my mother money at the end of the month. And that money will take the family throughout the month. The only thing my father will buy when he's coming from work is bread. So that the next day we can drink tea to go to school. But now, do you know that you as a police officer or as a LCD, go to work, your wife will even be encouraging you to make sure you bring money.
Yes.
So maybe the master, the policeman or the checkman wants to make money to go home. So he's not interested in looking at the security or trying to see what is going on within the system. So the fact is that it is time now when you see something, say something.
Thank you. Thank you very much. Thank you. That's the show for this week, but I'll just allow my guests just a word. I'll start with Collins Amadi, just a closing remark.
Yes, I think Nigerians should understand the president is doing the very best he can to even initiate state police alone. It means he wants things better for the local. For him to create and say there should be independent for the local government autonomy and the legislature, I think it was a bold step that no majority has taken. So I think even when all of these are fully implemented, good governance will come to the very desk of the ordinary people.
Thank you very much.
By so doing, our leaders at home, our parents should reawaken patriotism in our children.
Thank you. Closing remarks, Awanfo.
In closing, I will still say that the Nigerian people should be very watchful and be involved in selecting their leaders. As we move towards 2027, I urge Nigerians to vote rightly, not to vote wrongly. And by 2027, the vote will count.
Thank you very much. Thank you. Once again, I commend my guests for their contribution. I also thank you for spending your time with us on the program 60 Minutes Nigeria. I'm very emotional because we want a better country. That is the essence of this program. And everyone that is involved in evil should have a change of mind so that this country can grow. You know, when we're growing up, what we hear is Nigeria is the giant of Africa. Is Nigeria still the giant of Africa? It's a rhetoric question. Thanks for being a part of 60 Minutes Nigeria. Bye-bye.
This is ITV.
Certainly the best.
Yes.
The Esama of Benin Kingdom thanked the new Edion for visiting him and advised them to always abide by the rules and regulations of their new positions. The Esama urged them to indulge in what will continue to bring development and progress to the community.
When I say it's your job, I wait to us and I know what I will.
Yes, Papa.
Caliban was in a cocoa, that we said. Who paid you? Who paid you?
Papa.
Eko mwana sewa. Ewa ya lote nete dirwe ya sewa maboma. Awe huwe dine. Ejo muhi. Ejo na wele. Ejo na kulupe. Ejo na mnuri ya kwa ewa. Bawe kwa ba. Ojo wele. Kaja de nena ya de wuyi. Wa wi ade wona mo no ma se lo ka yi.
ITV, certainly the best.
Omonoba Nedu Ukwakolopolo, Ewai II, Oba of Benin, stepped out majestically with loud crowd to perform the Soton rites of his late mother, Queen Mother Ioba Omoni Ikoyeme, Ioba Ewai II, who departed this world 49 years ago. Isoton is a traditional rite of the procession in memory of the departed person's spirit in Benin Kingdom. It is usually heralded by public display of the departed person's influence during their sojourn on earth. The display of a human effigy symbolizing the departed royal matriarch was preceded by the Oba of Benin, who led the procession from his palace to the Immortan Shrine at King Square in Benin City, where he offered prayers for the repose of the soul of the Queen Mother, Ioba Ewai II. Thereafter, the priest assigned to the Immortan Shrine offered Oba Ewai II items for Isoton on behalf of his family. However, chalk, known as Uri, represented a mixed cheer from royal fans after central spirits were invoked to bear witness and announce his arrival. On his way home, Oba Ewai paid tributes at various pilgrimage sites, including Queen Idia Tomb, the side Oba Market, where a cheerful crowd of traders abandoned their wares to catch a glimpse of the royal personage and join in the celebration.
ITV, certainly the best.
This is Aqua Game, a popular game in Africa played by our ancestors to entertain themselves after each day of farming. It is also relevant in our coronation in Africa. It is a sport and indeed very interesting, as every seed had a role in the game. Playtime is 45 minutes per set. There is no age limit as long as you can spin aqua seed. Ayo or aqua game, known as the game of intellectual. This game requires a lot of mathematical skills. Aqua game is played with carved wooden box containing 12 holes.
This is ITV.
Certainly the best.
When you look at your time, the only time we will tell you now, we tell you the time now, we do at 12 o'clock. The time for our program, we say we call it what are the heart of the matter. That matter can now say, no matter how ant small reach, if you put your eye for ground, open the heart. If you open the chest or open the ant, you will see the heart of that ant, no matter how small reach. My name is Thomas Ado. Welcome to the program with daughter. And this is the question you say you go ask me and say, what will be the that heart where we want to open today? Which one do it according to the people? And the heart will go low. And it matter when we say concern now, people now we look everywhere. The kutu when concern 2027 election, the thing done the loud well. They don't do primaries, people they move from one party to another political party, they do their own and all of that. You go win, no go win. That's why I say I want to check today. Go check all of them. And tell to the person they will say we have to check the matter for here. Now our brother and friend Roy Oruwa, welcome to the program.
Thank you, sir.
I greet you.
Thank you, sir.
You don't see the matter the way you are carrying this. No be news against they just start it. They don't do primaries, some of the political parties there. For you, the primaries you don't see, how would you assess them?
Well, so far so good. Nothing serious don't really happen for any of the primary. Now things when we project it will happen, it happen. I never really see political party where they do primary, where you will feel put your hand now for chest, this primary say they do everything. The one when you fail to you, this is another one wrong. The second one when you do now it will worse. When the third one do, you will say, even all the major political party, I never see anyone where don't do primary. When I put her for chest, I don't see primary. All of them are boo-boo yeah. You be like saying that children they play, those who they grow up, all those one where we go they use sand till they make a bar. We not say we know they take us in. It kick us away. Now that kind of thing, like just happen. All the political party, none of them now where you will feel say, oh, this one different from this one, no. And the same method, the same idea, everything when they work, they will copy from one, carry and go here, they will even go do worse. Coming from Peter, carry and go see, they will do worse. Therefore, I don't fear whether I hope they this society. I don't fear. With the primaries, when we just see, I don't fear.
When we say yesterday they do the whole thing, one political party they say they get as many as 10, 11 million people now come vote for. Let me say one political party, the APC. Say 11. That's the matter. Mr. President said get 10,999,000, you understand, votes. The only person we say contest with our brother here, Stanley Osifo Benin, which is the name, he gets only one vote. And the rest, so they wonder, say that's not true. At least somebody don't say contest against that. Maybe somebody do consensus and that will not be the face of true democracy.
But if you look for theory, it will be true face of democracy, but for practice, it will not be the thing not run well.
I don't understand what you mean no run well.
No, it not run well. It not run well because that one be the issue when they there. You know, so when you say what do primary, then you would look say no ordinary 1, 2, 3 what children go picking of 2 years they do. Old man off he can't again. You see somebody day one go enter 9, 50, 90. And so we take do am. Because this party, they just all of us, they brass the party, so they not do well. All of us do it like this. Another party come in do it. ADC come in, they do their own. How now we know say APC now set. As we want to just say, maybe we just move back. Say, well, APC don't come. APC do their own, and that one just cost for everything. You not just come know who you want to take serious for it. Which of the party person want to say, now he do well. But to me, the APC, at least you see somebody come and contest. Therefore, as somebody come out.
Contest against them for 3.9 contest for the ADCO now.
ADCO.
Oh, I have to deal with
make I take it like the let me talk and say for the APCO, our brother here, Stanley Osifo, contest against Bola Ahmed Tinubu. And we see when they finish, the man no argue. He even go check and tell us something.
That's a true Democrat.
Yeah, sure. I say that spirit of sportsmanship, I like it like that. Say, you know, no complain from anywhere. You know, say contest election, he lose. He just take it like that. Then we enter ADCO. Before they will even say Jack, Amechi don't come out say this kind of election never seen before. We can manipulate option with this. I had to do that one say no take this thing. Then you imagine yourself say 3 people face it down, they don't feel no say you get any time where 3 of them will win at the same time. Not be one person must win.
Okay, we'll find out now. Maybe Nami go answer that question after we will take this very short break. We'll come back, not go anywhere. You know the program, our daughter, the heart of the matter, stay with us. The name of the program, our daughter, the heart of the matter, and the reach us from independent television. Anyway, we see the watch us across the globe. The first time I want to start the program, 22, from the country, you can see it. That's when they say that like Jack, what you see now, what you see and everything. But now what you see now, like you see, apart this program concern. Osaro, Okoro, Obarai, welcome to the program.
Thank you so much, sir.
And good to brother. Where will live and make a continue from there? But maybe I ask you the same question Mr. Doctor asked. I mean, no contest on the right say exams. How come and they give a different question papers? The primaries that they do for elections so far for your own, how you could take correct if I don't make mistake. If you don't say 3 of them don't do some fun, up to 5 or 6 don't do political primaries for presidential election in the country in 2027.
The primaries definitely not take different shape from what they take before. There has been nothing new to it. Okay. First of all, most times the party when they power, they first get many people when they did because now food when don't people want yeah, so the party when they power get many people. Then even before now, party when they power, when the president also want continuity, they hard before you even see somebody when go contest with them. Most time now, even before our brother go by for, we already had a consensus saying that the party gives a no need for us to even come for, it's going to make it take a bow. So, but others too also follow suit. Those when they plan to upturn the government for their own one, two, or the others too. That they can also they begin disturb themselves. So speak to that. I'm not sure say the faction that one of those political parties well now after this primaries, because this one say no go agree, the other one say no go agree, others don't say they go do too. So I think that in Nigeria political mentality way of doing something. Say even when you know say this thing when you
okay, may I rephrase my question? If you want to score the primaries so far, when all the political power don't do, how you go to score them?
As you score them individually or collectively?
Yeah, anyone when you want.
No,
if you do them collectively, so we come now to a portion.
Okay,
if individually.
First of all, for APC, for today peace will say one wahala, not day, two wahala, not day. Most of the APC will go the way of consensus, as in they make sure say they talk to this brother, talk to this sister.
Contest against them.
No, they talk from the bottom to the top, before we reach top. They make sure so they get what they call consensus. Even before that one, when you say they contest with president, so the party itself don't make pronouncement saying, now this one be our candidate. Okay, so even like before.
Like a contest,
yes, the party don't say President Tinubu, just the way the party for Edo also talk, say Adams Aliyu Shomole, take a bow. Are you getting it? So that's what the party also talk for Bola Ahmed Tinubu, say they give what they call waiver, make he continue. Are you getting it? So we will say make we score them better than the way it be before. Then we also say the auxiliary force also come out from somewhere no agree. Though the auxiliary force also want to turn what they call the laughing stock. When they from 300 they go 700 they go 1,000. So, but definitely we see our saying auxiliary for you say
people they do what is they call them when they do this primary and all of that. So people they cover their children out in the washings. Count 1, 2, 3. They say that children not go learn to count.
That make it say laughable. It was laughable, but we see them. So it already start now. If we continue to be the advocate of Oshoifo, Oshoifo, if you know say you popular, go test your power. No, even if we cause wahala, if we begin come the day you store, those where the popular will continue they win because the one went by be say TV2 people will sit down inside house talk say. What they call my tine or governor say, governor say this one say that one say, just give the person. Sometimes they will even give somebody when just the camp comes. Sometimes they will give somebody when they unpopular because to the way they say that one be the popular person. But if you want to,
if one will become when you see a consensus like the APC do, maybe so now so we don't talk about, so we talk about so it be.
No, that be the consensus. They not do it for your back.
Okay.
You go sit down. Okay. The other one go sit down.
Okay.
Una go by yourself and
okay, for attire then I say they do it for person back.
Attire they go be say they go, after we don't do the meeting we come and say we don't talk am o. Now this one make una go do this. Are you getting it now? So we also see for the I think that the party the NDC I see them for Ward 10.
they don't do their primary 6 times. They go pack outside, people go one corner, count. The next 3 days, the man go come, you don't come, pack, they go count. So the thing come laughing stock. Some say no, they win, the others say they win. If party were really ready to change the system, don't know if first of all organize themselves before the battle. You should say when the battle starts, the organization will come high well. So make first of all we begin learn how to first of all put our first 11 for match. We know who will be the first 11. Naturally, if we dey here, we know say this person good in integrity, we don't test her. So if we know say this person good, if he not come get the money like the other one where we know say we don't know how to get the money, make we not let money begin blind our face to when we can see truth, if we not come talk.
Okay, before you come here, me and Roy don't fair talk about integrity before we wait our studio just now. You will talk and say it be like say for this side, people they want to say they wait to enter the system to make the system even worse than it be now. So now they play the part the one be say even did there. How many continue from there, Roy? That's why you talk about for that studio.
Of course, the way you look at how we take the recruit our people in terms of people who want to give who want preside over us. One, integrity, no, they again. They always about when Nigeria they talk about integrity. Me, they want that. So now even know what it be the meaning of integrity. You know, any election for Nigeria now, if you get contact, that contact just about money. Because look at everybody when contest election now. If we want to use those states as a case study, people when win the primaries. We never even know who win primary because we never really, for some side now we never really know. The only person when I will conveniently tell you now say we'll put her for chess and for a donut. Now everybody will just feel, you know, today you will hear another name, next tomorrow you will hear another name. Therefore I want to make parties, make them come out very detailed, but they tell us who really win primary so that we know where we are going. And the way when Nigeria, every day Nigeria they go down because we not the one make it good. If we want make we go, if 3 of us sit down, with 10 of us, 3 of us sit down and we will know the person where we will go past. We know who will fit send message. When we this one in those days, if they want to do election, people will not even the village, they did anywhere say, would they look for councillor? They will send somebody from go bring our cause, I bet tell them come be our councillor. You go feel it and truly, if you bring that person come, you go do what the people say may do. House of Assembly, local government chairman, and so it be. Now, all these political appointments now, political position, they don't be for compensation. You know, I don't as I do here now, I don't know who be my councillor for my ward. I don't know. Now, I'm always in the village, but I don't know when I'll call and say don't come on. As I sit down, I don't know my local government chairman. You know, the thing don't get back to that level. Say now, who the power that be was they get interest.
Because you not show interest.
No, why me not show interest? Why not show interest?
To know who the American be saying.
If I reach village, I say where my councillor they say no, they have what I will do. I know a name.
Okay, I call me to sound. So I don't know why they difficult now for us to declare results or primary when we say they don't do. If we not fit down within ourselves, APC for some many states, including those states, the senators or who have our representatives, remember, they don't that contention till now they never declare the results. NDC, they don't do their primary since now to declare results now problem. You don't understand? ADC, we still get the issue like that for some, so they say don't worry, make we reach a quarter will come determine who win. So why would they go vote? Why would they go state, they do option A4, option B8, option the rest of that? Now, when we say at the end of the day, at the end of the what do they call it, national quota, that will come determine. So, if it be like this now, what will be the guarantee? Say 2027, nobody say you go still be after don't vote for yourself, don't wait, just wait. No carry go upstairs before we go check, before we know who we go talk, say now win the election.
That affect of just as the Nigeria political mentality system. We want to hear expecting say if you for no shock you to say they do things right. You for fear now, you for say I wish now Nigeria with this so. You just stand up, you say don't drown. Wahala not there, everything just be peaceful. You go sleep back, ask yourself, is it the Nigeria? What would they? And because it all happen like this, how you can't do. Say me know they want complain when I see say somebody they drive one way. But I look and say, okay, yeah, I'm a Nigeria person. Because they look at
talking about make I help you. One of my brothers travel go South Africa, told they come back from one party the night. But they don't drive another car after 2 for night. Now the South Africa driver you see a street light, he showed red, now he stopped. When he stopped, I think I tell the other guy is ready for where they go now? Wait till it's late now after 2 o'clock, I see you follow this thing. I think I told him, I say, are you guys Nigerian? They said they don't even talk again to wait till they
Yes, because even if you they drive now, you reach Nigeria traffic. You see somebody, if you walk past the person where stop, they look out, you go look out and say, this guy okay, the Nigeria person. So that Nigeria mentality, I wasn't expecting anything different. They are playing waiting we know them for. I get it. So it's not left for say make more people begin showing interest for politics. Because by the before now, I said as at 1999, when Lucky did government, if you do election, it will not be like this now. They'll just class you, they just carry ballot posts, we won't come out. They'll go to a printer, carry a come back, they will count. But later, when people come, they get involved, they don't see the thief ballot post now. Are you getting it now? You know if you come thief, people will happy say you carry on come out safe because it don't the system. Because more people don't, intelligent people don't. One day, we will get it right. Because if you watch now, naturally, death and maybe ailments, they carry them come up for road one after the other. But it can also they pay me say the younger ones when they come up, they will what's up down. Yes, now because why? People will teach them, not teach the right thing. Okay. So people when you just see for politics, after they don't do Yahoo, they don't see where for take on get level, they'll come bring the money come to save them from EFCC or Wahala, they'll come put down for politics. When they put out for politics, what do you expect somebody when scam or a good person maybe over TV of 500 million? He can't come Nigeria politics. What do you want to do? You not can't do anything. You not get anything to offer. Now just that security and honorable. Now yeah, you can't use money by. No, that you not get anything to offer. And to also worsen the issue, the people will know say this person good. They go begin laugh. You say that now you want to make the thing good. They'll ask you. Even your family go ask you, say, oh, God Thomas, now you want to grade this road when this is like this city when you're not good. You know, carry the money. Remember, say you never get house. So remember, say you're picking government school. They'll begin give you reasons why you need to squander money, why you need to steal money. And when you don't come begin to even from your home. But if you feel the change, you say, not try more. So even when you reach office, maybe do things right. The while I've not doing right, go come the beginning, you're going to think and say, not true. Because you hear them every day, the thing that they sing out for your ear every day. So, first of all, we go fair at job. You don't make them begin teach history for school. Nigeria don't forget about history. If you ask our children, they will know of the Aziki, our children, they don't know again. They don't know them, they don't know Tafawa Balewa, they don't know anything concerning. Who don't know history, don't know where they go. The young people where they go. So by the time you begin to say these people, you know why they are Nigeria respect they put money, put naira for their this thing. Put their face for naira. You know why? You go say you don't know. See the reason why. You know why they named this airport against this man. You know why they named this stadium after this person. So if you say you want play ball when I make some power the stadium, then I make this one. So people will begin, our children will begin, because for me, we don't totally fail. This will not be in a wasted generation. You don't go, you don't get one do, you don't get what you want to do here. Yeah, and I don't, because why? Now wait till we know, wait till we they see every day. I get it. So where you did, they say the kidnap person. I say, what were you expecting? Me, they not kidnap. I get it. Now when you did, they say they thief my phone. So you are no matter of what you supposed to hear every day. As you come up for house today, so you say you come my TV. Baba God, I go. If I see if you come back, I'll tell you thank you, because that is where we are today now. Okay, maybe
push go from small. The other day when this person come out, Atiku Abubakar, when he come out, when they declare a winner for the ADC flag bearer, this person come out, where did they come out? Because the CRTP, Wiki, says the way the thing is so, it's making not think say he could get votes for Rivers State. You don't understand, so many people say they don't vote for Rivers State. Atiku Abubakar has got the house and say, this Rivers State vote, is it your own and your personal property? What do you make out of that kind of comment?
The comment, not the. You're surprised when you receive that comment. You don't need to surprise that. You know, that one, when my friend they talk, say those days, say they will interpret Now politicians know they go for top it again. They will tell you say may you go vote. And they will tell all of them go fit. By the time we reach,
don't go vote.
We don't go vote. You don't see somebody walk out and say leave them. They wait. Where we want for do the collation, so 3 people will sit down and say check the figures for the heaven no go fall, and heaven never fall before. Now waiting they happen for Nigeria now. When you hear that kind of comment, somebody just sit down and say no go give you. Even the man when you talk about now, he went for to talk and say somebody fair come beg him. Say this election when they come so I bet allow Buhari make it get 25%. Say come beg him. Then for it to assume that position, say you Akpabio, you say Akpabio come off for his state, come meet her for his say this election we want to so I beg give Buhari 25%. What did that one show to you say? People will go kill say that they vote, that they waste time. Because one man they there who don't be past the whole community.
When my brother talk, I say me call for the mass party.
The one way they talk, so not just talking for talking sense. You don't get anything. You have no effect because the day when they do election, the way that they do election, all of us will go vote. Normally we will vote. The process of say make they add 1 to 2, make they know the total vote. After they take the change the figures. Now with waiting the man talk now say Atiku I don't give you any vote for there. That one never reach for you to know say you go sit down the vote say now waste of time.
People they go out, so what you try to talk now be say the voting you know they count again.
No, not the voting not be issue. That time when they interpret, you will even say that they interpret because they believe say they go count the interpreting now. Allow them make the vote, bring the result, announce this one. That is where we don't degenerate right now. That is where we did for this country now. No, maybe not they pretend over and say people come out. If the whole Nigeria come out, we not follow the bomber to bomber. They will see go do what they want to do. Me and you will see come here. We will see they lament as he say. Me when they tell Nigeria this thing now. Say I know they like it. Don't they pay me now? So anytime when they talk, I want to they talk like say hope no day. You know, but the reality be say at times you look at primary, about 4 political parties do primary. You don't feel just make up your mind say so I want support. You don't feel just make up your mind say
Showore do that.
Showore just stand up for there. He say maybe the national chairman of the party. He step up after 3 minutes they make a candidate. Which kind of society be this? How you want to be national chairman since? You don't be natural chairman. Only you just this is. You never reach 3 minutes. You just step down. They just make you to be the candidate. I bet maybe they serious for this country. What can primary be that? Now that one me one show if I'm a student of government for primary school or secondary school, I would teach my children that's a principle of government.
Okay, more serious. More look what CBC say serious. More serious to happen around us now. Look this. Take this short break. When we come back, we'll continue for ABC. We'll stop. No go anywhere. Stay with us.
ITV certainly the best.
Welcome. The program the Wakadi go name of the program now. Daughter, the heart of the matter. And I say it so we go look at. We look the matter when we say concern the way they pick candidates for the different elections we say they want to do for 2027 and the all political parties they do their own. But now we go put the line so you go fit calling so you go ask my people when we say they here because and the question when we say so you feel say you need to ask them what in BC you want to know. I remember when we say you go take callers 9 days there, but in case you want to make a call, face a caller for you, and no worry, they won't be say they count their own, they count 1 to 20, 1 to 50. I will call and right away. 080 77 77 0300 080 77 77 0300. Once you call that number, you don't become part of the program. With that, we talk about Atiku Abubakar and what do they call the other guy, Nelson Wike, the drag, who will be the owner of the votes when we say they for River State and the rest. My brother, what do they call and say, you know, go fit do like that, so no being getter. You understand? See, you know, get one single vote when we say you go get. The other one to say you get vote when we say you get. So no be your personal property. I want me to take her out from there, son.
Yeah, Atiku not supposed to follow argue now. A man when first of all, within a week, PDP win the state, APC win the state for presidential election. The other week, PDP win. He goes to tell you that kind of person, a man that he even get power pass on APC governors within this.
Even if I just say not be APC member.
Yes, he get power pass many of them. He get power pass many of them. That one. Then secondly, for a man to laugh say the governor no go get second term. He no be governor. He say governor no go get second term. And our governor get power.
And they ever call the governor 001 to
yes, the governor no come. And the governor go buy phone. Then they ask her, he say the governor for not buy phone. Say for that reason. Is that you still the man is still kneeling down. You say for you to first of all still go buy phone. He go to tell you the kind of pride and
or the kind of power when you get.
Yes, now pride that not be power. Now God get power, man not get power. No man is God. Are you getting that? So for me, article not supposed to follow and argue. What the article supposed to do are to sit up a bet, go see how you go take get vote there, go speak to the people. Are you getting that? Following the man argue goes to show say you first of all don't give him respect and character. He has to tell you so. He not felt done before. It's possible you can do it again. So you go live out by yourself now. If now the Port Harcourt you want to go they stay now. Come on for Adamawa go they stay. So if you do there, you go first of all vote for your own self first. Okay. Say I don't get her with my vote, I don't get her now. Who I get her.
You don't vote for them because they register.
So if you can change them, you make the change them. You can change that. Say that there they go. Or maybe you get one wife for Port Harcourt. Okay. Make sure say the wife you get for Port Harcourt and you see say will have form. You make sure say just to disgrace this man 4 for one vote for him, we can get that 4 votes. So it goes to show the country where we find ourselves. If people like this, they talk about somebody's civic rights, will tell you say you don't get the rights of your right, you don't get them. That's a media. You go tell me say what are the person went for article person went one vote for article there. Now what are you not telling me? Okay. That's not change. So those type of people are not supposed to be seen in a sane society. But to me, Nigeria will not be sane.
No, maybe you know do. Maybe you know the. Yeah,
the one where they talk now, they talk like this. All of us we know they face them. Now, but if we can say I don't give you vote, I don't tell you waiting or fair. Not be only for Akwa Ibom. You know say Akwa Ibom they don't talk at the number of votes when they want to give president now.
But we talk about Edo State number of votes.
Go for Edo State now. You know, our governor don't talk and say we'll give 2.5, and you now, me now all of us we don't say we want to give them 2.5. You understand me? Therefore, not be waiting, not be new. This is another dimension for Nigerian politics. Now say one person go figure wake up say see the number when one give. Therefore, it not concern whether people dey when people not dey. As I dey now, once I don't declare for the candidate when I want support for this election, I will tell the whole world say I want to give her 700,000 for this time.
Only you want?
Yes, I will do it.
Okay.
Why not fit do it? If somebody, why not fit do it? I'm not a citizen of this country.
Now I don't want to get now.
Not be only there are some people when they go follow me. Why not fit do it? Why not fit do it? I will promise 700,000 for in this state and I will do it. Nothing will not fall. I will do it because people, me don't see people they do it. They do it for this Nigeria. I never see when anything will happen. We don't run out. Nothing happen. Okay. Our governor don't promise 2.5. No, he said go do it and he's working on it. Why will I fit deliver 700,000 for my candidate when I believe? I never declare for any candidate because me see the looker. At the end of the day, I must have a candidate in this election and I must be able to give 700,000 votes. Therefore, more not
for which community you want to give?
For those states, people don't know where register for those states.
But we never ask ourselves say how many people will be registered voters? So that was supposed to be for the whole country. When it be say only one do primary, the primary they get close to 11 million votes.
APC, the registered member, what they get is about 12 million, according to when they say they pay. Okay. And when they do primary,
about 11 million.
No, I think 10.9 million. Now you get
10,999,000.
One will make up to be 11 million. You know. That is a part of APC. They try for their mobilization. And if you also look at the counting method when they see employed, I'm surprised they only that one they figure. Because if you can move from 1 to 10, from 10 you are 100, from 100 you are 1,000. I see no reason why they cannot even move. They're supposed to move past that one with the counting method. You understand me? And all this is now waiting. They have now waiting that they call. When MC go call, he will say hello, test the microphone. Now microphone, everybody just they tell you, we can don't hold river. He don't talk and say, see, I see what doing. And make I tell all of now who care to listen to me as we can talk and say what be, now say go be. And the day when I will declare my own for any candidate when I want support, that's why I go be for this time because all of us get this country. Well, they don't know one person come from nowhere when no, they don't get followers. I follow. There are people who believe in me. Okay. I see no reason why I will tell them say
I will give 700,000 votes.
Let's give our candidate 700,000 votes. Why we cannot do it? You know that I've been a chairman of a political party. Yeah. I've been chairman of 4 political parties this time. I'm the voice of the common. We don't listen to me. We don't give the vote to who I want to give it to. This time we will be taking our vote. You will take and say, Thomas Adon, if you are my candidate, I will give you 700,000 votes this time. Heaven will not go for. And we go do it.
Okay, no wahala. You see the number we say with the call, that number 9 say you go call because then they say everybody get manufacture vote or they get the vote.
No, we will get them. We will get them.
Okay, no wahala. Call the number what we say there is 080 7777 0300 080 7777 0300 and the phone down the ring. Most of the hello, good evening. Good evening. Okay, let's say we lose the call. We shall say once you call in, that number make sure you say you use them because the only way we say you take the part of the program now be that. So the number now they see there. Before the calls go, start to the call me. If I want to be done, just let me say we get issue with them. We could look this one and say it concern the opposition parties themselves because we deal with Atiku Abubakar now opposition now in BCB. Peter Obi now position in B. You get one person when we say they follow Peter Obi right from the onset. They call him Kenneth Okonkwo. Now one this why did they laugh at me? Now one this thing. He talk today. Yesterday talk and say what is the we say any person when he votes for Peter Obi, he don't indirectly vote for the person that will say this so. Make it win the election. Any person will vote for Peter Obi, they already directly vote for her. Why he talk? He said because Peter Obi come up for where Obi say he go on that place. So if you know if you come up because you know if you face the rigors of primaries, you want me to get a consensus candidate. So for you as somebody that you go like to follow that kind of thing, or something.
Living in bondage. Maybe still the.
Hello, good evening. No, this will be rush hour. This is a good daughter at the heart of the matter for television. Okay, no wahala. The number one BC will call. You look at television, they call that number. The number one they will call for this program for television. So how they hear you talk?
First of all, that you waiting in mind now in talk. So me also like somebody when they jump. You know, show sincerity of somebody. You be static. Though I'm not a fan of Wiki, but you don't do one place, you don't do one place. You will learn to do one place, repair where you did. I get it now. No matter what will have happened, it will say maybe we continue on Labour Party structure. I think this time for the better. If we go build on them, as in wahala dey, yes, but wahala
the people the complete time people for their political party, they were strong and they throw the wahala.
What if they still try and come where you did? What if they try and come where you did? Now politics like about how you take confuse your enemy. You see my brother that they talk saying get 700,000.
Of course.
That's you not tell you that say get 700,000. That's politics.
You not 700,000 votes.
700,000 votes.
Let me say 700,000 naira.
The candidate who will endorse for this election will give an amigo square head down.
Okay, no wahala.
So
and you will take inventory.
Okay, so that's politics. First of all, what you can talk. He not jab, what you call jab. Now spokesperson, you use a jab and maybe that one at the end you also retaliate. Say this is that, but I think the 2027 election done here, it will show those who really get the town. It's going to be politics of who they town, the streets. Are you getting it now? And I believe say though opposition will try, but I not see opposition getting anything because they not show capacity, they not show readiness amongst themselves. They not show truth. They not show say. We feel also trust them with giving power vote. Yes, but they never show them. You get what somebody go do. Somebody go, you say, this person can be trusted. What about tomorrow you sit down, they come begin kidnap. You just also, you want to come out now for Nigeria, go on that place, say, you are not under the president. Say, because somebody else from outside they talk to you. First of all, we peer where you did. So, you will also show sincerity of purpose. I don't see opposition getting anything this time. Because even those that were entrusted with our vote, few years ago for Labour, where they were immediately they step their foot to Abuja. Those who never even enter Abuja before. By the time they reach Abuja, they are so live because this country.
But then because the secret is scattered, I make money of the come out.
Before they say we not like we say something they scatter. You know they repair. Fire not burn for ITV. Why you not come out say because fire burn? I get it. You go stay there now. You were able to.
The man really talk as if something no spoil. They only repair.
You did all of them. Who they pursue? Look the regret of the one who they present us to now. When talk say a presidency that you know if he vote for himself that day. You will be leader from where you dey. You can't become house boy for another party. Where you can't be call, nobody answer you. But think I say you were still in labour. At least you foresee nobody for all drag with you because you will not be number one. You will decide you go assembly, you go this, you go that. But now when you can't go somewhere, you don't even vote for yourself because it shows say you don't get capacity. So those are the painful things when they pay me say people want to first give before all the assembly members, all of the decamp. Hello, good evening. I greet you. Good evening.
Yeah, my name is Musa Adesina.
Okay, you do with you, Musa.
You see this election matter where on the talk. Now the truth of the matter. Now Osaro the talk so.
Okay.
Make sure for Nigeria, not because they won't go for the gun and this party we get. People who don't get Nigeria, they put people everywhere.
Okay.
Obi no get where work in Nigeria.
No, you never try and I know if you talk like that.
You know what I want to tell you why I talk like that. Nigeria now, problem there. They never want solve the problem. Problem there party, well be there. They run for more for the party. Now when we solve party problem, I want solve Nigeria problem. Not before house. You will take your house now get problem, you will not leave your house.
You go hard.
You don't go start by the house, make you arrange your house. Not be now this will very wrong follow Buhari. I end of the day, Buhari disappoint everybody. What would they reason ourselves? You see problem when Nigeria is facing so America contribute.
Okay.
Oh yeah, where we Ghana with the seller. We will say yes, now with the seller. I would say the seller. Oh yeah, now our money would say the seller. Nigeria, not be Naira Nigeria, they use dollar. That dollar they say they say, oh yeah, where we get. America get share for there. They are our leader, they get share for there. So for me, I don't see any city to say more they run up and down for the country. Don't call. No, money when they say they do election for country now, wait.
What do you say be your name again? What do you say be your name again?
Now Musa Adesina.
Adesina. We thank you and we say yes, say you call us. God bless you, my brother. For you now.
Musa told us now. You know, say whether you will not leave your house. You get some problem where you will get, you will not leave your house. Because don't let you get that kind of problem.
Okay.
You know, I'm not there here to come defend, may not be fan of ADC. But you get some problem when they come, you know, you will yourself need to move. For my Nagwe, it's all on Kakagbeshi Bimo. You understand me? Because your head strong, not me saying that go to bring Pankale.
On top.
Yes. No, you know, when you see say you don't do one place, that they find you, you will move.
Okay.
Even when they needed but Jesus Christ, you get one where person when one go give them, they cannot take her home.
They take her home. Good evening. Somebody dey line.
Hello. Good evening.
Good evening. What is your name? Where you call us from? We do. What is your name?
My name is Fred.
We do it, Fred. Carry on.
So what I want to let people know. So many people they think say maybe election not they count or one thing another.
I say vote not they count.
Because of that, I make with some people not they like to go vote. They will think say not they count. But in my own mind and in my own observation, I know clearly that if election not count, the last election when Peter Obi do, if for no fee, the counter for Lagos is saying that you plenty bad. And he win Lagos. And the counter for Abuja saying that you plenty bad.
90 win Abuja.
And this Tuesday, like the governor who did that time, a PDP man, which is on Bateki, the counter saying that Peter Obi bad. And he win Tuesday. So most people know they get that mind say election not they can. If they know they can, the place where governor they control, if they no can, I ain't going to winner.
Okay. All right, thank you, my brother.
If we the reason that say election not they can, make we sit down for us. Now just a no time until they pass on. Election day that day, I will see people they play ball for feet for this our side here. They'll say I beg you, election not they can, this one, this one. Now every day they make all these mistakes when they do.
All right, thank
you. I will beg people this time around and make everybody use one mind and see what we can do.
Okay.
Because the situation of Nigeria now is very, very bad.
Thank you so much. Thank you so much, my brother Fred.
when the BCA say you call, you see everybody gets the way to the talk the matter. But for your own now, opposition, they're ready to wrestle power out of the hand of the incumbency. No, I did ask you. That's the question they had to
No, not they had. Say
they're ready to fight to wrestle power.
Some of us, we fair believe, and we say, make opposition, make everybody. If man they peace for one place, now they gather for. Make opposition then one place. As they one place.
They don't fit one place.
They don't fit one
place. Different political parties. For India now, they get over 2,500 political parties.
When we all are there India that day, you see all of them. They forget about political parties. Say, "Make we rescue our country." All of them, they bring one person, everybody for now. You know, Nigeria. You see Ghana just incumbent lost for Ghana that day for election. You see what happened? All of them say no. This is not time for we to say na my party. We will look for one person.
Okay, somebody do that. Hello, good evening. I bet reduce the volume for television. Waka come out there. We hear you. What will be your name?
My name is.
What is your name?
Sunday Chuku.
Sunday Chuku. Come up on your TV again now. We hear you. I beg. Or off the TV. You don't already there on.
Okay. What I talk at the listen well.
Okay.
Because really, that is my now. When you talk, not correct. Because why your governor will tell so you will give also a man vote. Whenever you vote to, you will tell them you will give a man vote. I do not think you will give a man vote. Like the vote.
Maybe believe in a work. The work when they do that, make them feel yes, go make and get 2.5 million votes.
Okay, we get to say you know go get vote from our state.
Okay.
Is it a governor of the state? No.
But you don't say somebody government no go come now. You think happen like that? Government no will come back. Okay, thank you. They say we do well. We will look about the opposition. They're ready. Make we anchor for that.
Opposition for now, position never they ready.
Okay.
Who tell woman say make it sit down where you know what they say.
Okay.
As of today now, our position now we never ready to do anything. That make me now they tell them that make them put their house in order. Not be after election they will declare and say we by the time of they don't share the vote. Obi don't collect, Atiku collect, Showoro collect, the other one collect. When you add that together, they will come and say, I wish all of us they one page before we know. Now, firewood where you want use for now, now they turn and take the gather. As time just there now, may we first of all, opposition made a day one place. Because as I return to the now, if I identify with political party, with my structure, I will mobilize 700,000 for that person.
Okay.
Therefore, if opposition sit down where I know say they are ready.
You should
why we don't go fit? Why we don't go fit?
You shouldn't be advertising the advertiser. So no committee come say, that's 700,000.
You don't know me, sister. For the past 20 years, I've been in this town. I will let travel come back. I'm better waiting. I know people when I get. I know people who they listen, who believe in me. Why I not fit and say this is time for we to rescue Nigeria. See who will fit do our work for us. See who not will fit do. In the process of that, we'll get this right in this country. It don't get us in one day. People don't do this country. All of us knows.
But how many thousand votes you won't get for the time we say you do your own?
I'm not sure. Say, me you are the way they be now. They see
the opposition not ready.
No. I don't tell you now. Opposition be ready for that labor time. Okay. If to say they continue at that structure, everybody come there.
They build upon her.
That would have been the end of Captain Marvel. That would have been the end. Nothing. Just like the first one, they hit them hard. The snake never died. They just won't leave on. So the snake don't heal up now. Are you getting it now? Now the snake, if you near it, go bite you, because the snake wasn't aware. So, but if you say that first time they hit them hard, they are saying let us continue. Others come, they become journal.
When they hit them, the more go down.
No, if we don't finish, if we don't even share the snake well, chop. And about the thousand votes, my brother they talk. Let me first of all tell them, I think I done the vote since as far as I can remember. Now, only once we don't hit that 700,000 for the state.
For the whole full state.
For the whole full state. Once, now we don't hit them. Since that time. 300,000, 500,000. We've not gotten 1 million votes. Never in this state. We've not gotten it. So, remember, brother, they told us you get 700,000 votes too. We don't know where and how that can happen. Because that's what I know. Say,
but governor say you get 2.5 million votes.
And our governor, that you will leave on now. You see, not be doing top 700,000.
No, because maybe that because the work when we say they do, you get the
you also check how many people register.
Okay.
check how many people register, how many people don't go.
But
are you not counting my late father, counting my late sister?
No, all these don't come. Other people don't register. You don't know how many people they see the register again now.
I even registered somebody a few days ago. Still
Okay,
check.
you don't work for INEC now.
I go show them where to register. I'm a politician now. My children are 18 years, they complete. I don't carry go do registration. I'll carry them go. I don't go say go do one. I get to see where your unit. The person when one vote when no know. I don't want me come your side. I can't do now. I want me come my unit as a unit head say second join my unit here so that election they will do them here. So it's a continuous thing. We don't see them say to even hit 1 million. To hit 1 million.
No problem.
To hit 1 million, Baba.
No problem.
No, you know, let me quickly react to the.
Time maybe our friend. I said we just talk something for laughing sake.
If they talk if they talk wetin happen yesterday, you know they look at the reality of Ghana. The hunger wey dey the last election, you know dey now.
Okay.
No be you dey tell people now say come and vote. People wey dey reach out to me say we wan vote when we wan for register. There too many things, many things don dey happen.
Okay.
The government wey talk about 2.5, you know wetin dey do wey you wan take achieve that. Me wey tell you say I'm bringing 700,000 votes. I know wetin I dey talk. Relax. You don dey hungry, everybody don dey hungry. Don't be track you track, don't be like I track on here. People when I see for street, they are crying. Now you go tell them say go vote. Everybody don see now. People when they kidnap their children out there, now you go tell them make they go vote. People when they hungry, now you go tell them make they go vote. You dey talk about 4 years ago, 3 years ago, when hunger never hunger as e be now. Last Christmas, family of 3 go gather money to buy 1 chicken. It don't happen for Nigeria before. I'm going to experience more population in this voting. I'm assuring you that.
Thank you so much, Rob. What you say to join us? Because that's your 700,000 will wait for that. We thank you so much for this year. Bless you never laugh like you for a very long time.
No.
Thank you.
It's still standard. And what you know your day feasible?
I will show you the records.
Okay. All the people that want to say call, we thank you so much. Musa Anateka, we thank you so much. Fred for being able to thank you. Sunday Chuku, God will bless you. When BCSA will not call. My name is now Thomas Ado. Don't forget to man when you're naked, you know the plan for pocket. And a good evening.
This is ITV.
Certainly the best.
ITV, certainly the best.
The man went out to bring in thugs to come and beat her.
Yeah.
In a situation like that, do you think women would have seen that and still want to speak?
Really, we're talking about. That's what I said. So when they bullied her, now, if she's not bold enough, she will shut up.
What is your advice for girls out there that are so desperate to be married?
We women, we have to be really intentional about our parenting.
If you know a child is being abused, or you see signs, a bruise or a child, it has to be investigated.
People barely even breathe when they are going for a shrebi and something.
Party.
You have to be
They
smart.
can't sit
If
down.
you see where they are dressing them up or dragging on both sides, you cannot breathe. And these women would stay in those events for hours just to keep up with that beauty trend.
Is that healthy?
That's not healthy.
I am Patricia Uremu Gabriels and we're reaching you live from our Lagos Network studio. Of course, Women in Conversation is a program designed for women to discuss about themselves.
The Ugewe is the final ceremony of the series of festivals. It is one of peace and lightheartedness, following the more solemn of the ritual year. Ugewe is the festival of the Ewe leaves, a symbol of good luck and joy. It is the most popular of all that heralds the dawn of a Benin New Year, new vow, newness of life and freshness of life, and a new hope for the future. In the evening, the Ewe leaves are presented to the Oba of Benin in grand style in a colorful ceremony. The Ihogbe Society, amidst singing and dancing, bring the sacred leaves that symbolize good luck, blessings, peace, and prosperity. Each of the senior members of the Ihogbe proceeds to give the sacred leaves directly to the Oba of Benin, and others put theirs at his feet.
Ibiagoma Nidiakwa Akinuto Enue Aki Enue Obala Tokpe Osanore Umadogemo Akmoye ni awoge wae Ewae nori oba Osanore oba Umadogemo Akmoye ni awoge wae Ewae no bia fave o Opa dije Opa dije Opa dije Opa tope Banuki were Banuki were Abuki silioke o Abuki silioke ko Amira na yoki Ebi na ya yoku osa ya yewe Eke no kuri ede to okumaka Apa jano Bahu manjo
Once again, welcome to this fitness show on ITV this morning. I'm Egiato Destiny, aka Man of Steel. Already, I've introduced us to the use of cardiorespiratory exercises and aerobics. This morning, once again, we want to take another variation of the aerobics. Thank you as you watch. We will be stretching first, of course, otherwise called the warm-up, which is very essential and necessary in every workout. Afterwards, we'll do a cool down. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Inward please. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Outward. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Please return that, please. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Inward. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. And outward. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Alright. For our waist and of course on our torso, we have to do some stretching. Please place your hand by your side. And let's go. This direction first, please. Let's go. 1, 2, 3. Alright, that will be fine. Now go this way. 1, 2, 3. Alright. And before the last one, let's place our hand behind our back. Mind you, it's proper this way. Don't go like this, it's wrong. Just do this or alternatively do this. Alright? Well, I prefer this personally. 1, 2, 3. Yeah, that should stretch your back for you. Of course, let's do our thigh stretch. 1, 2, 3. Remember, when you pull your thigh, ensure that your elbow is directly facing, your knee is directly facing the ground. Alright? 1, 2, 3. Yeah, that'll be fine. Guys, are we good? Alright, the first program to be run this morning will be the mountain climb. Yeah, many of you are conversant with this move. And of course, we will be introducing more to you. But for now, let's hit this. Alright, let's step down to it. Yeah, all good? Yeah, good. Let's go. We're going 3 sets and 10 reps. each. Let's go. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, and 10. Woo. Alright, please. Woo. Yeah. How do you feel? Yeah. That was set 1. It's necessary you do your workout, the reps, and you set. Alright, so that was the first set, and we're not wasting time waiting for the second set. The minimum break duration for every set should not exceed 20 seconds, and a minimum of 10 seconds. Alright, we're good with 10. Of course. Let's do it again. Alright, let's go. 3, 2, hit it. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, and 10. Alright, when you do this, more effect will come to your abdominal region if you just look up while doing it. What I mean is this. Alright? So not body weight, but there's nothing wrong with staying this way. However, breathing your head might place more pressure. Alright, for the very last set of this mountain climb, let's get down, please. Let's go. 3, 2, 1, go. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, and 10. Alright, at this junction, we will take water break. We'll join you in the next workout for this very session. Thanks very much. Once again, I'm here for Destiny. Alright, let's do this. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, and 10. Whoa. Yeah, the other leg, what time please? 3, 2, 1. This when you do this, ensure that your knee gets to the level of your chest. Okay? Well, that's the maximum level you get. And of course, the minimum here. I understand not everyone is as flexible as I am or as anyone here. Please, but just keep it safe and do the right thing. Thanks very much. Alright, we'll go on the left. 3, 2, 1, go. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, and 10. Whoa, that's exhausting. How do you feel? Yeah, thank you very much. And this is the last set of this workout. Remember, every workout should be done this set and the rest. Alright, thank you. Let's do this. Let's go to the left. To right, brother. 3, 2, 1. Let's hit it. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, and 10. Yeah, we'll also let's go. 3, 2, go. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, and 10. Whoa. And that'll be all for this morning. Alright, remember, I said in the beginning, before any workout, there's need for a warm-up. And after that, there's also need for cool-down. This is the cool-down. Alright guys, just sustain the breath, watch this first. Ensure that your knees are locked, alright? This one goes for the hamstrings, the calf, and as well as the lower back. Doing this. Swing it, swing it, swing it. Got that? Alright guys, let's do this. 3, 2, 1, go. 1, just 5, 2, 3, 4, and 5. Alright. So, lastly, what we did before we started, let's stretch it. 1, 2, 3, 4, and 5. 1, 2, 3, 4, and 5. So that's the last thing. Yeah. Please let's target our hamstrings to this, just sit inside of it. Alright? Please don't stand on it. Keep attaching like this. And hold stand just this. Alright? Stand 1, 2. Yeah, this is a form of squat though, but this is not the purpose of developing or building the hamstring muscle, it's just for stretching it. Yes, today you do not need to use weights to build your pectorals, your chest, and of course your biceps, your biceps and triceps. You have programs you can do at home and get what you want. You understand? So we'll be doing push-ups this morning, otherwise called push-ups. We'll be doing push-ups this morning. And of course, we do have our ladies. There are variations for ladies. Please watch them very closely to get, if you're a lady out there, watch them closely to get what you have to do. And of course, our guys are here. Thanks very much. Let's hit it, guys. Are we ready? Are we good? Yeah. We're going to do the pyramid first, which is the closed wrench and push-up. Alright, let's go. 3, 2, 1. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, and 10. Whoa, how does that feel? Yeah, that's the first set for this morning. And we'll be doing 3 sets of that. Meanwhile, the first one was close your hand in the pyramid shape. And that one goes for the tricep. For ladies that have sagging hand, you can do that actually, and it will help you. And of course, this time around we're doing mid-open, and finally we'll do wide range of it. So we're going there now. The mid-open. Let's go. 3, 2, go. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, and 10. Alright, that's for the big open. And someone wants to ask, why exactly are the ladies crossing their legs? Why they cross legs for the ladies? Now you understand that the guys have more defined muscles, and of course to bring more weight on the upper body, we go on the toes, picking all the weight in the body to the upper body. But for ladies, they do not need much weight, just that. So we break it down at the knee level by crossing the legs. So the weight used starts from this very region. You understand? Alright, thank you for watching. Alright, for the last very set of these exercises, the wide range or the push-up, particularly intended to build the side of the chest. Do you understand? Alright, let's hit it. Okay, this is wide enough. At least double your shoulder width. Double your shoulder width is enough. 3, 2, 1, go. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, and 10. How many of you noticed I cheated there? I actually did 1. I did 2 and called it 1. Yeah, just to lay more emphasis on that part. For today, thank you guys. Yeah, we're awesome. For today, we're done with this. Thanks very much for watching. Please be safe.
In the morning sun, searching for a longer day. People feeling like the light has just come. We must never stop the way. Birds chirping and I hear my name, grasping into a life. Life is happy but it's so insane. We must merely make a start. Savannah, I'm coming home. Savannah, ITV, certainly the best.
The threat of global warming is real. You have seen the destruction of lives and property as a result of incessant flooding. Make the environment a conducive place for all to live in. Stop polluting the environment. Protect the environment today. This message is brought to you courtesy Independent Television and Radio.
Thank you very much for joining us on the program Healthy Living. What is the kidney?
The kidney is an excretory organ in the body which is for metabolism.
Tuberculosis affects many organs in the body, but the common ones it usually affects is the lungs.
Epilepsy is a neurological problem.
Okay.
It is an injury in the brain which causes someone to begin to convulse, to go into fits.
It is curable, but the cure is a long-term thing.
If you eat well and avoid those risk factors that will make your immunity to be down, then the risk of contracting tuberculosis will be reduced.
If you're healthy, then you're wealthy.
Onwa is rich in culture and traditions. The people are a mixture of traditional worshippers, Muslims and Christians. Onwa is located at the northern part of Edo State. It consists of two local government areas, that is Onwa West and Onwa East. It has a total number of 13 clans and 21 political wards, according to National Population Commission 2006 census. The population of Onwa people is put together at 251,686. The people love tradition and culture. Historically, the people ancestors in deep quest to hand down on their future children a society of love and friendship.
What does one do with a bunch of memories? Laugh about them, cry over them, or capture them? I know what I'll do with such memories. I'll showcase those memories. Yes, I will show them to the world. I will flaunt those memories. Showcase that marriage ceremony of yours. Burial ceremony? Yes, let the people know that you buried your person in a grand style. Thanksgiving, ordination, baby dedication, housewarming party, and lots more on your entertainment program, Memories, on Independent Television. Every Sunday, remember, for your events to be considered thick and classic, then it has to be on Memories. Memories.
In a rare display of botanical brilliance, the palm tree defied natural norms, sprouting multiple branches that bear fruits. This rare occurrence has become a wonder to many, as experts are calling it a one-in-a-million phenomenon. Could this multiple-headed marvel hold secret to agricultural breakthroughs, or is it simply a freak accident of nature? An agronomist with Nigeria Institute for Oil Palm Research, NIFOR Benin. The strange palm tree also raises issues of a blend of science with human interest and cultural significance for maximum impact.
The man went out to bring in thugs to come and beat her.
Yeah.
In a situation like that, do you think women would have seen that and still want to speak?
Really, we're talking
That's
about
what I said. So
that's-
when they bullied her, now, if she's not bold enough, she will shut up.
What is your advice for girls out there that are so desperate to be married?
We women, we have to be really intentional about our parenting.
If you know a child is being abused, or you see signs, a bruise or a child, it has to be investigated.
People barely even breathe when they are going for a shrebi and something.
Party.
You have to be
They can't
smart.
sit
If
down.
you see when they are dressing them up and dragging on both sides, you cannot you cannot breathe. And these women will stay in those events for hours just to keep up with that beauty trend.
Is that healthy?
That's not healthy.
I am Patricia Uremu Gabriels, and we're reaching you live from our Lagos Network studio. Of course, Women in Conversation is a program designed for women to discuss about themselves.